We're live.
Welcome to Plat Chat VALORANT, episode 261. Holy, we've done a lot of these. So yeah, here's another one. I mean, this one hopefully will be shorter than the last one. Sideshow isn't here hosting it, so hopefully it will be shorter. Also, we don't have a Leo Farrier segment. I can't speak, that's not great for a podcast, but I'm joined by Paper Thin Sliggy and Chobra. Welcome all. Of course, we're going to first start off with Pacific. We're actually not going to do the member question just yet, because the member question is about EMEA, so we'll be doing it then. But that means that we can just dive straight in. We can just get straight into Pacific. Just before we do, though, how are you all?
Doing good, mate. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I'm doing good. How's everyone else doing?
I'm alive after that week of games in Pacific. That's all I got to say. Is I'm still here. It was rough. It was rough.
It wasn't so bad.
Well,
some of the games
you had a good time, I'm sure.
It ended on a high note, you know? That's what's important. The ending is what everyone remembers, and the ending to the weekend was good. That's what matters, you know?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, there were some not so great games. I mean, even on paper, the games didn't look great in Pacific this week, and that did play out for some of them. But there was a particular highlight of my Pacific week, which was watching you, Chobra, try one of the worst Australian accents I've ever heard. Do you want to set this up, explain how this came about?
I mean, there's not really much explaining to do. Komodo came in, for those who don't know, used to cast Pacific last year. He's Australian. And for whatever reason, knowing that the only Australians I know are like him, and that's about it. You know? He wanted to hear my Australian accent. So I gave it all I had, you know? Gave it the good old Nongshim effort.
Well, here is the good old Nongshim effort.
All right, here we go. This is going to be, I'm going to offend all the Australians in chat. All right, but just because Komodo donated 20,000 points. All right, mate, we got Secret trying to close out the map. Sliding in, Romero just goes down like he's got nothing to do here. Over on the B side. Jing, he's holding an amazing angle as he always does. I mean,
oh boy.
Hold on.
I can't do anymore. I can't do anymore.
Listen.
It's so cringe.
Listen, you want to hear better imitations? Riot should put Australia back on the map, and then I'll get to hear more Australian casters.
That's true.
You know, I only get my culture through Valorant. What am I supposed to do? You know,
that's so true.
Truth nuke.
I mean, that is one of the. I mean, to get. By the way, if you want to watch the whole clip, I don't know if there's some way you can send it out there, Chobra, but it goes on for a while. The different amount of accents you do. At one point, you sound German. It's actually crazy. Like you go from very clearly, you know, the south of America. I mean, it barely touches Australian at all. It was terrible.
Did you do the whole round? Yeah.
Oh, it goes on for a long time.
Yeah,
at the end,
it
turns very German. It's very strange how you. One of the worst attempts I've ever heard.
It probably goes through all the accents I've actually been to, except for Australia, because I've never been to Australia. That's probably what it is.
Makes sense. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's talk about Pacific and what actually happened. And we start with one of the games, which wasn't maybe, you know, the best game on paper or as the way it played out, because Full Sense, who are on a bit of a roll here now with Cruz coming back, they had not a fully free win. I mean, there was a half of Valorant here where VARREL really turned up. The other three halves, they didn't. This was, to me, quite a strange one, because at this point in the game, right, Kurt, so we've had map 1, Stomp for VARREL. Stomp for Full Sense, sorry. 10th, you know, dominant on first map. Then the first half of this map, it's completely dominant as well. And it was just like, oh my god, there's such a tier gap. VARREL are so lost. And then, as you can see, they pull it all the way back when a 10-2 half themselves. And we go to OT, where Full Sense ultimately are able to pull it out. Let's start with the team that probably matters more in Full Sense. Let's start with you, Sliggy. Let's start talking about Full Sense. Was this business as usual? And I think what's interesting about Full Sense is how good is this team? Is this a team that's just beaten some bad teams? Because if you look at their games, they haven't been the toughest games. Or do you actually have hope this team is a great team? Because they've essentially just beat Japanese orgs at this point.
I think they look pretty good, man. I think individually they look great. It's hard to tell with some of these as well, because I think they just I think it was looking really, really confident. I think I'd be way more confident if I didn't see the stumble of the second half of Lotus for sure. And it was just them, essentially. I felt like they just messed up fully. And then they were out of it, and they was like really out of sync, especially with like their sight hits and stuff like that. But individual form and like comps, I think they're in a good spot. Do I think they're like T1 level? Because I think T1 looking pretty good. I'm not too sure they're there yet, but it's definitely way better than Kickoff. You remember when we watched them in Kickoff and it was like the first game? And you were like, oh shit, this is it. They're going to look good. They've actually done 3 of those games, so that's good. But again, I don't think they've been proper tested. They got they have the easiest bracket out of any region, I would say right now.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a pretty easy start, and works out for them though, right? With Cruz coming back and the whole team getting used to following his IGLing again, and the newer guys being able to regain their confidence. I think it's probably best, honestly. The dream schedule actually, T1 is their last matchup, so I think they should be good. I think they are good, especially in terms of this group. Like I think they're fine, right? Maybe they lose to T1, either way, they're first or second seed in my opinion. I don't think that changes. They're not doing anything too crazy. Yeah, they're leaning into the deadlock a bit, but this team played the most deadlock in Pacific, before on Talon as well, so they're pretty used to it. And Cruz, I mean, obviously puts in the work. He knows how to call around the deadlock as well, so there's no concern about like, do they know how to switch it up? So yeah, and then they're letting everyone farm. I think that's the other thing. They're not leaning only on Primi, right? Like Primi is now getting used to the fact that he doesn't have to farm everything. And so he's willing to just take the space and let someone else frag out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was one of, Primi's weaker games in a way, and it was still pretty good. And I think the deadlock stuff does concern me a little bit. I mean, I think it really threw VARREL for a loop on Haven, where there was a lot of those walls that they weren't clearing very quickly, and kind of like were giving a lot of map control over to Full Sense, because it didn't feel like they really had a great read on how to deal with it, even on the defender side. And then we didn't get to see much of the attacker side, so it's hard to say how impactful that's going to be. So I think, I kind of agree. Like a team like T1, I think is going to have a pretty good idea on how to maneuver around that a little bit more. But overall, it's great. I mean, you have Leviathan going crazy on Haven. Killua is Killua. He's still very consistent, very reliable as that secondary, line of fragging behind Primi if he's maybe not having the best of days. So now if Leviathan can keep it up, you've got 2 really good players there that can really do some damage. So I'm pretty confident in Full Sense in a way, but I still kind of think T1 might be a little better.
Okay, well, T1 might be a little better. We'll come to them in a bit. Just quick, I mean, I'd love doing this because I think it's fun. At this point, Full Sense, Masters London, 1 word, yes, no.
No.
Hold up, let me look at it.
It's one, guys.
I'll say yeah.
Oh, nice. Ripton?
No,
Okay.
but I'm really unsure because I feel like a lot of the region looks a little sloppy, so it's hard to say.
Yes, yeah, there's definitely a chance for them. Let's quickly talk about the VARREL side, because again, they did. I mean, if they didn't have this second half of Lotus, we probably would be saying, "Oh my God, this team is so lost." They did have that half, and they did, come back, which is good. And if you look at VARREL, they haven't won a map so far this stage. However, if you look at their games that they've played, they have played 6 maps. 4 of them have been close. Like 4 of them, have been decided by 2 rounds, right? So they haven't won a map, but 4 have been decided by 2 rounds against what are pretty clearly, I think, the best 3 teams. Their next 2, this is the thing, with VARREL, they don't matter. This team could still easily make playoffs because their next 2 games are against DFM and ZETA. So let's try and look ahead. Obviously, we're going to do the pick'ems as well, but let's try and look ahead a bit. Are VARREL better than those other 2 teams? Can they do this, Chobra?
I think they can. Are they objectively better 100%? I'm a little unsure only because like on DFM you still have amazing fraggers, right? I think team-wise they're not necessarily behind DFM. I think when they get to play their own game, I mean, I think the fact that they won their map pick attacking half dominantly shows that, okay, when they come in with their plan and they get to play it, they are good. Like then their mechanics shine through and whatnot. So against a team like DFM, I think each of them will get their own half. But obviously, then you have like May, Akame, those guys, and it just comes down to whoever's, I guess, feeling better on the day. Both those teams have weak mentals too, right? When they crumble on one map, they tend to crumble again afterwards. So that will be a really telling match. But if they beat DFM, I think from what we've seen, obviously this past week with DFM and ZETA as well, they should be fine against ZETA. So VARREL could go through. The only thing I'll really also give credit for is the fact that despite getting absolutely trashed on Haven and the first half of Lotus, they were like, remember what we prepped. And you laugh, but they were also a team like DFM where they would get close, and then second map, they would just be like, well, we don't know how to play Valorant anymore. So, the fact that they were like, no, like, come on, let's at least show what we prepped, and they did. So I think that matters in the upcoming matches for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking better than they were at kickoff, but it's still, we're essentially still just talking about a team that's gonna, at peak, come fourth, start in lower bracket, lose first game.
Oh,
Yeah.
sell the hopium there.
it is what it is, man.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
No,
You're not wrong.
They just have they have such important things to fix that can't be fixed overnight, right? It's like all these habits that you carry over from tier 2. It's a very, you look at them, and VARREL is exactly what you expect from a typical like Ascension team. I think of, all right, you were able to get through with comps and fragging power. You hit a wall, you're not sure how to adapt. The calling starts to break down. Your IGL doesn't have experience. Your coaches don't have experience, and I'm sure they all know exactly what the problem is. They just have no idea what the solution is, and nor does that come overnight. And then you're debating, like, do I aim for playoffs, or do I try to, get better for stage 2 and grind it out, in a hopeless way, because you don't know if you're doing any better because you're still losing. So it's a tough situation for them, for sure.
They also seem to take turns as well in terms of who's playing well, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
This week, LP did
Yeah,
well,
that's
or
true.
this week
Yeah.
it's Juna, but then they drop the next week.
Yeah,
If then
one
you want to
week
have a
it was
final word?
randomly Cinder. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're if you're gonna give any hope to this team, I would say that they've seemingly tried to go back to play a little bit of what used to work for them, and in that way, they're actually maybe going to be ahead of the curve with the Whaley nerf coming in. So you could maybe argue that they're kind of already not really going to be affected too much by that change. So that would be the only thing I'd hang my hat on for them. But yeah, I kind of agree. Like, I don't think there's a high ceiling here.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I just add one more thing as well? Like, I know they got smashed on Haven, but dude, you gotta default, man. I'm seeing teams play against a Cypher not defaulting, and just the Cypher's looking like the best agent in the game. And it's like, well, why are there 3 or 4 people on this site? You've broken no trips and a camera. Like, we got a default around the map. It kind of kills me a little bit.
Okay, well, let's move on to another game, which on paper looked like perhaps one of the biggest mismatches that you could have in VCT. And it played out on the first map like that, and then again on the second map. Paperthin, it was so angry, he left. The second map did not play out like that. I want to first start, though, with an interesting decision, perhaps, the PaperX have made. Because, of course, in the previous 2 weeks, our boy Something was playing Neon. However, Kurt, if you scroll down, he only played Jet. And, okay, on Breeze, I thought that made sense, right? Like, on Breeze, if you would have asked me what Something's going to play, I probably would have said Jet. However, on Split, I'm pretty sure we've seen him play Neon on Split. No, this stage. And now they have changed it, perhaps, to a Jet. So let's start with this, Paperthin. Your thoughts? Obviously, we know Something can play Jet, but I think the narrative that we were coming up with was it'll be fine, just give him some time. He will learn Neon and get good at it. But it seems like PaperX, maybe they've gone, no, we don't want to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's one of those things where how much time do you really want to invest in that right now? Because Neon's still going to be pretty good, but I think PaperX is one of those teams that doesn't have to follow the meta, right? And I think, like, this battle that seems to be going on with a lot of teams in stage 1 in my mind is sort of this: do we follow the meta, or do we run with agents that our players are more comfortable with, and we go a little bit off script? Do we have to ignore the Neon-sized elephant in the room? But I think for me, I'd rather see something comfortable and try to keep his mental in check. I think a lot of this for him is him getting inside of his own head. Like, you could see it on stage where he's really frustrated on some of these rounds, particularly when he's playing the Neon before. So I think this is as much a mental battle as it is anything else for PaperX and for him. And it's kind of fighting their own demons right now. And if it means that you need to give him some games on his best agent to get him back into a good, comfortable place, then fine. It works, and you've got the best Raze in the planet backing him up, who's putting up godly numbers. So I think you can have a little bit of leeway with it as well.
Sure, I think they got a little fortunate with the maps. I think we just got potentially his 2 only jet maps.
Okay.
They may be moving forward and putting it on other maps as well, but it's just one of those unknowns. I'm not sure it's like the full pivot from Neon to Jet. I think this just might be the only 2 maps where he plays Jet. But I do think at the moment you can, if your Jet's really good, like you can kind of force it. You just got to prioritize op maybe depending on the map, and just fearlessly send it.
I mean, against Team Secret, PaperX probably could have played most things. And
Well,
been okay.
Second
Well,
map
Especially on
was-
map 1, but on map 2,
yeah,
their
map
attack
2
side
was-
definitely did struggle. Let's pivot to that side of it, talking about PaperX as a whole, because Breeze was a Breeze, normal schedule, but then what was going wrong on split attack side, Chobra? Why did it go so wrong?
I mean, a lot of things were going wrong. I mean, I would almost question how many things were going right, quite frankly, other than they just were getting by still with obviously some of their personal prowess, especially in the second half. But let's put it like it is. Envy saved their asses on
Yeah,
this
he
map,
did.
like 100%. And we even heard him, in that replay being like, "We're not losing this match," because obviously he definitely doesn't want to. So I think that motivation helped. Man, honestly, to pinpoint, I don't know. Because I don't know if anyone else has an idea on exactly one thing that was consistently wrong. It just felt like it was a sequence of events of, like we're getting shut down, and then the bad habits come out of like trying to make hero plays and swinging off of each other, but the spacing's not good because you're not really talking through it, and then it's just a domino effect.
I think part of it, when I think back on it, was that Team Secret made a lot of big adjustments to their defender side macro versus the last time they played Split, and I think it really threw PaperX off, and they weren't able to kind of follow their game plan the way they wanted to. Like, if you think back 2 splits ago, Team Secret was giving up a ton of space on A ramp and like just playing really passive, really safe, where they did not do that this time. Like, they were constantly fighting for that space, and I think it really threw off the prep for PaperX here, and they weren't able to really adjust and kind of figure things out in time, is the read I got.
Sure, I was on when I talked about VARREL struggling against the Cypher. I saw it here too. I saw the Cypher camera over towards B on defense, getting so much info, trip over towards middle as well. So that was like my main thing. They carried on just hitting sites, and then every time they like went over towards mid, sometimes they wouldn't find the trip, or I think it was like a timeout. Then they had to go, like, be told to go get that trip. And I think after the timeout, maybe the trip wasn't there, and then next round the trip was back there. So I felt like the trip was always avoiding them, and then every time they did mid default and just 5-man group, the trip was like in middle. So it just felt like they were very slow to find either the trip or middle or the camera on B, and then just went into stack sites. But in terms of positives, man, Envy, dude, he just refused to lose. He actually just refused to lose. He's having none of it. Every time they went A and he was A heaven, man, he's just doing a madness. It was sick to watch.
Yeah, big performance from Envy, which again is, there's been a lot of, I still think, like Patman popped off on like the first game of Global, and again you got the whispers of like, why did PaperX get rid of him? But then, I think we can accept they're both very good players. But speaking, well, I mean, do I want to talk about Team Secret? I mean, I talked about VARREL, how they're gonna, they could still make playoffs. Team Secret cannot. They cannot, Chobra. They are going 0-5. Am I wrong?
0-5?
0-5?
Wait, who have they got left to play? Nongshim and Gen.G. Yeah, they're going 0-5.
Yeah, they probably.
Guys.
No.
We got Zeus coming in, boys. We got
that's
Zeus
what I
coming
wanted-
in.
That's what I wanted to point out. Is the only thing really to mention is Zeus is coming in, so let's see how he is, right? Rimuru was really just holding it down until Zeus came in. I do want to give Rimuru props, right, for just having the mental to bounce back in that PaperX game, because he got bodied, on Breeze, and then he said, well,
And
this
in
is
the
my last
skirmish.
chance. Yeah,
And in the skirmish.
He lost to Alex in the skirmish.
By the way, like, I get that maybe he was like, I'll do it, but I don't know. It's wild to me that you bring in the newest guy with a lot of pressure as a sub to do the skirmish, because who knows how his mental gets affected. But he bounced back, so props to him. Now, Zeus is going to come in, just turned 18. See how good he is.
I don't know much about this kid. Do you guys know anything, Zeus?
He's better than Rimuru.
Okay.
Well, yeah, Zeus
what
was,
everybody
like,
tells
by,
me.
by far and all the leader in like all the stats within Challengers Philippines.
okay.
So yeah, out of all the players that have already now entered VCT, everyone kind of agrees that like if you're picking up another player from the Philippines, it should have been Zeus. So we'll see.
And he comes in with no pressure because they're essentially out already, right?
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Cool.
Okay, maybe. Well, then next week we shall see how his debut goes and overanalyze it and decide straight away whether he's good or not. Okay, let's talk about perhaps the most anticipated game. I mean, was the game even anticipated? I think the most anticipated thing happened before the game, which was DRX playing Global, and of course Termi and Frost. If you don't know, last year, was it last year? Yeah. Had this big blow up at one point where they refused to fist bump. And so coming into this game, I mean, after that, there was a whole like rigmarole as well of like, you know, different comments going back and forth. But this game, it was, are they going to fist bump? For some reason, production cut away from it. I mean, this was
Dude.
absolutely terrible from production. Paper Thin, speak for production. What happened?
A big fucking mistake. Like a really big, like, I mean, it sucks. Like, I don't know exactly what happened or why. Like, they've never cut from a fist bump ever, so I don't know if there was something weird going on. But like, so first of all, Frost is wearing a shirt that says he hates me on the back, right? Which is just.
It's so funny.
I mean, this is just the most Frost thing he's ever done. And he's bragging about it beforehand. He's like, you're going to see my shirt. And I'm like, yeah, I already know, dude. Like, good, have fun. But then Termi, like, 5D chesses him and is holding a sign that says, I like you. And, like, just absolutely destroys him.
This is amazing,
Like,
by the
it's
way.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, and their walkout, KRX's walkout, so good because they had the popcorn.
Popcorn,
Oh,
yeah.
Because
it was
Frost
all
tweeted
just
about it.
cinema,
Yeah.
dude.
Dude,
It
I
was-
think
it
they
was good.
secretly like each other.
No,
Right.
they have to have obviously like all come to terms with, because you look at the draft and whatnot there too, and the pictures they posted before. But my thing was, I was convinced, and I still am, that production purposely cut away from it, from the fist bump. What really pissed me off, I mean, that is like, okay, you made a judgment call, it was wrong. But what really pissed me off was, how are you not capturing it in replay? How are you having to
That's
rely
true,
on a
yeah.
cell phone footage? Like, if they had caught it on replay and then was like, don't worry, we still got it, I would have been like, all right, like, that's, you know, fine. You made a judgment call. You thought this was funnier. And then they like tried to milk it by showing the cell phone footage like 3 times. And I was like, guys, come on. Like, you missed the beat. But anyway, I'm just glad it's over. I'm just glad it's over.
They
I'm
fist
glad they're
bumped.
over it. Yeah.
They did fist bump. I wanted the skirmish though. Apparently Termi offered the skirmish, but knife only.
Knife
And then-
only.
And then Frost said no. But dude, if I'm Frost, I'm going in like, yeah, sure, man, knife only. First round, he's running at me. I'm whipping that.
round,
I'm
Vandal
whipping
one
that.
tap.
I'm whipping out that
1-0.
judge, bro. I'm one tapping you. Like, put that knife away, man. Let's go. Like, that's what I'd be doing. So
Oh,
I think
that
I
would be
think
legendary.
he should have just gone for it, to be honest, because it would have been insane content. Just Termi running in with a knife and just getting that judge out would have been so sick, dude. And so sick.
funny.
But the build up to the fist bump was better than the actual game itself, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, let's dive into the game, because the game, I mean, Global. Frost didn't turn up to the skirmish. I mean, Global didn't turn up to the game. Essentially,
Yeah.
they were very disappointing. I thought. I mean, it might have been at the end of the game. Frost was like coming, and he looked fucking pissed. Like
He should
actually,
have.
like I mean, yeah, he should have been, but like on the stage, he looked like he was about to fucking
mean-
blow a casket.
You won 4 pistols. I mean, that alone is very telling of how this match went. That you won 4 pistols and then, you know, they still win
That's dumb.
13-8, 13-9. Yeah, it was disappointing. It really felt like all the worst habits of every single player came out in this game, and to the point that I'm questioning whether maybe they should regret playing a little too loosely in the first 2 matches against weaker teams. Like, did that maybe even make it worse where, you know, the players are just like, you know, it's fine, we can frag our way out of this. And then they get to a team that can actually play as a team and shoot back. And you're like, oh, shoot, we can't actually frag out of it on our own. But you see them like constantly, like once they lose momentum in this match, you see them just like swinging out without any spacing, you know, not talking to each other very clearly. And it's just like, guys, hero plays aren't going to work against, you know, Mako and Hyunmin and these guys. So they paid dearly. They paid dearly for that. I also do think it's a classic case of Frost's idea may be good, but unless your boys can prove it in the server, it doesn't matter. You know, you're cooking with the map veto is very clearly targeted. You're playing maps you haven't really shown this stage yourself. You're trying to lean into, oh, we know KRX loves to play Fracture. You know, we know they think they're comfy on Haven. And then you're coming in with these comps meant to be counters, and the boys just aren't ready for it. And you're not playing it. You're not playing the comp. I mean, it's.
I mean,
it's
that's what I
disappointing.
want to pick up on Chobra is the Fracture specifically, because normally I feel like when Frost, you know, with Talon or whatever, played Deadlock before, like, you know, normally you can kind of see what you're doing, but obviously you're playing with no like true info senti. And against KRX specifically, I don't think that's the worst idea because they never run like crunches or anything, right? So even though Crystal was sometimes alone on one side of the map, and you know is potentially in a lot of danger, like against this team specifically, like he actually was not in too bad of a spot. But it's like you're playing Teo, Breach, Raze, Deadlock, right? Like you're hoping, you know, Gravnet, stun, a Teo missile, Raze nade, lots of kills with utility, right? Like a lot of kills that are just utility based. Yet the fucking Deadlock is off on one side of the map. You know, we got everyone walking around all 4 different corners of the map, not together, and so none of that utility is coming together. And I was like, what? Well, what were you playing the fucking comp for, right? You might as well have just played a Cypher or something and have him sit on one side of the map if this is what you're going to do. Because the Deadlock wasn't even with, like, it didn't feel like there was enough, like, oh, Deadlock Teo missile. Anytime they do this, we Deadlock and then get them with a nade, all that kind of shit. It wasn't there. Am I wrong?
No.
I mean,
No.
you're not wrong.
No, I think a lot of it as well, to me, I felt like KRX was really well prepped to deal with the Deadlock. Like, they were clearing the walls really quickly. Like, there's always a couple rifles immediately on one of those walls when they go up, and it's just gone, and it's just wasted. The other thing was that I noticed was that some of the sonic sensors were just able to be bypassed. So KRX would just walk around it, and then Crystal's looking somewhere else, and then all of a sudden KRX is on his sight, and he's just dead. I mean, there was just, I think, just not enough thought put through into the Deadlock, and I just don't think on this map it just doesn't really suit the agent. I would agree. You're better off just running a Cypher, it feels like.
Yeah, I think the Deadlock's worst map is Fracture at the moment, so I don't massively like seeing it on this map. But also don't, like, if you play these comps, I didn't even come out of it thinking like, oh, this felt like a comp issue. It's just like the way they played the comps as well, especially if you look at Haven, you're playing against a comp that literally has no util to break any of your trips. But they only used the trip on Haven in Garage twice pre-barrier. Won both of those rounds, of course, because against a team that literally would have to go into Garage and fight it and break it, that's what you should be doing. They only had the trip over towards front B once. Like, I just don't get what they're doing. And then sometimes they're playing in front of the trips, and then the retakes on B, one person's going too early. In big buy rounds, 3 times, by the way. 3 retakes on B, one person goes before util. It was just... it was crazy to watch. It's one of those where I was looking at it and I was like, oh man, they should be getting like 9 rounds here on defense. They got 4, including the pistol and a eco, like anti-eco.
Yeah.
Yeah, it killed me a little, to be honest.
I agree that it's not the comp. It's just, you could tell literally the boys, for whatever reason, didn't remember or know how to play it. And then they started, and then they were just making all these extra mistakes because they're not really sure what else to do, which is questionable because obviously it was very specifically prepped. And I think, love him or hate him, you got to give credit where credit is due. Like you guys said with Talon, like he was able to at least prove the ideas, even if they made mistakes. You're like, okay, like I see what you're trying to do, whether I like it or not. Like I get it. And here you just couldn't see an ounce of it. So I want to go back to what Paperton said, though. I do want to give credit to Bane. He just seemed really well prepared on how to deal with these comps. Especially on Haven, it looked like he knew exactly what to expect. If anything, he was sometimes surprised that, like you said, Sliggy, that it wasn't quite there, right? And he's like, oh, okay, I guess that's free. So shout out to him because I think he's been definitely steadily improving as an IGL and a leader for the team and the server.
He was working the map really well, dude. Like they were all over the place, looking for the trips, looking for info, and like not overcommitting to stuff. Like it was really well thought out on their attack side, I thought.
I think also if we're doing like the coach like head to head, I think Termi kind of cooked him a little bit here. You're looking at Haven, game plan at the beginning, spams over towards B really early, so they have to like readjust how they're playing B. He had a timeout, I think it was maybe the last round of Fracture, where he knows he's playing against the deadlock-ins. One of them goes solo walking with the hero gun, kills one, doubles up the guns because it's just one person on his own, just kind of holding two angles because they don't have any info. Like Termi's game plan and timeout on like game plan on Haven, timeout on Fracture, dude, that was nice. That's the most satisfying thing I think you can do as a coach. Is like a timeout on an eco when you're not expected to win, and you do something that's like perfect. It's up there. It really is up there. So he should have been. He would have been smiling, big smile after the Fracture, the win for sure.
Yeah, Hyunmin as well, who I think on the second map was crazy, and again maybe part of the difference because, like, I mean, I was looking at this KRX comp on Haven, and like you said, I was a bit like, oh, they might struggle a little bit with this. Like, I'm not, I'm not so sure about the comp, but maybe going forward they will struggle. But yeah, the game plan of keep hitting B early on, make them worry about B all of a sudden, and they're like, oh shit, do we need to like put full util and people here, and then you work the rest of the map? Like, it was really nice. And let's just quickly kind of talk about KRX going forward, because they're potentially in the driving seat. I mean, that game against Paper Rex in the last week might determine who finishes top of this group. And reminder for those of you who don't know, finishing top of the group gets you a bye in the playoffs. So it is worth playing for. So it probably will come down to that last game, if I had to guess. I mean, I asked it about Full Sense. I'm going to ask it about this team as well. This team, Masters London, yes or no?
No.
Ooh. I would also say no, by the way. And I would say maybe for Full Sense.
Yes. I'm going yes.
A believer.
I like what
Chobra?
I'm seeing. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with no.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah,
makes sense.
But to me, they are higher on my list than Full Sense. So,
okay,
no.
Definitely. I mean, it's definitely. I feel like Pacific is quite open. With the downcoming of Nongshim.
Yes.
Even Paper X haven't been convincing either. I would expect we would all probably say yes for Paper X, but even they haven't been convincing. So there's definitely some spaces available for maybe a team like DRX, and I'm hoping that Global will at least show up. Don't they play Paper X this week though? I mean, that's a tough talent, tough game. Could be a banger game. Hopefully they show up.
Fun. Yeah, it will be fun.
Hopefully they show up.
Good. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Oh my god. Oh Jesus!
Why,
I just looked at what the next game was.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
DFM win the Japanese derby against Zeta Division.
Why are you saying like that?
This is a banger.
Oh,
DFM got a long-awaited win, TMV. It was exciting times for all the May believers.
I mean,
which wasn't
good
me,
for you,
but...
DFM. Good for you.
If you were an Akame believer, you were the real winner.
That was,
yeah, true. But this game, I mean, Zeta Division, I made a video about them, calling them, they're worse than, so Regigigas in Pokemon has an ability called Slow Start. I mean, this is unbelievable. This is slower than Slow Start. This is unbelievably slow start. They start off losing 5-0, then 8-0, then 9-0. I mean, you are literally never going to win a game doing this shit if you're going to start every map. Just giving rounds away, and some of the way, I mean, I don't know if you can pull up Pearl round 3, but some of the stuff that they were doing as well is just mind-boggling. Like, actually just mind-boggling stuff from Zeta Division. Paper Thin, I'm talking about Zeta Division, so let's start there. You're the Japanese Valorant fanboy, so let's hear from you. What did you think of this game?
I thought it was pretty sloppy on both sides, to be honest. I'm still very concerned, even though DFM gets the win. I'm not super comfortable with a lot of what I'm seeing.
Show the map of this round. I don't even need to speak and explain this round. Just you keep going, babe. Then the map will speak for itself.
But I mean, Zeta just looked lost. I mean, it's like if you don't have like the confidence of Absol just going nuclear for you, it doesn't feel like they have anything behind it. I mean, even though sometimes I felt like the first couple of games, like I felt like Sugar Zero was doing okay in the IGLN department, and he was still fragging a little bit and stuff. But like now it's just like if Absol isn't just in God mode on the Neon, then they're just crumbling. Like their ideas. Yeah, look at their macro ideas. I mean, they're not there. I mean, they got mentally boomed, man. I mean, they lost how many bonuses in this? 4 or 5?
4, I think.
Yeah,
Four?
so that.
DFM do nothing, and ZETA just run away from them.
No, you know what pisses this round actually almost pissed me off, and what saved it from me exploding was the fact that at least DFM had a Killjoy turret on A main. Because what made me mad was DFM wasn't actually playing that different from before. That's what frustrated me, was that I'm not convinced that they they really improved a lot of the ideas and the mistakes they had, because they were still just like old. All right, no info. Hold somewhere else. No info. All right, I guess we're picking and going. But it's just like, it works out against ZETA, because ZETA's also like, hold, no info. Guess we better check somewhere else. And it's just, it was brutal. It was brutal.
Yeah, it was a lot of like 1-4s. Yeah.
They play it. It's so funny watching this. They play this round like they're on the bonus. And they've
Yeah,
got a-
yeah.
and they've
This
got
is
a
an
gamble.
anti-bonus round, and they just end up
Yeah.
full 5-stack huddled outside A.
It looks like they've been told that they have to do stuff and be proactive on defense, but they're like really overdoing it. Like, okay, let's 4-person clear. No one's here. Let's rotate. Guys, you're on.
Rotate everything.
It's 40
Yeah.
seconds into the round. You don't have to
Yeah.
4-person rotate. Yeah, it's a little
Well,
rough.
And then they're just getting absolutely just donked on by Kaide in moments where he has no business getting these multi-kills that
Yeah.
he's
Oh,
getting.
He did great, yeah.
He did great, but when I was watching it, I thought, man, I think good teams just punish this. Like his turret
Sure.
push, like up towards mid, where he tucks into the cubby when ZETA's pushing out of art. Like he should just be dead there. Like they should just flash him, at worst trade him, and instead he gets 2.
Well,
and
there's
I'm just
there's
like,
another round as well where he gets a 3K, and it's
Yep.
like he walks through water like into their spawn, because Shooter
Oh,
has
yeah.
left before anyone has taken contact on the
Yeah.
site,
Yep.
and that loses them the round. I mean,
Yep.
it was unfortunate for ZETA. Let's put it
Those
that way.
those regional kind of matchups where they're from the same like country sometimes has this stuff though, where it's just like people
Yeah.
have just set reads, or they're just like, dude, I'm so confident against these players. Like I played against them so much, so maybe he won't be trying for as much crazy stuff. But the fact he got away with it, he might do. It'll be fun to see like how they look. But yeah, it was just I mean, every map looked like it was a map diff. So they were way better at the first map, and then DFM just way better the last 2.
yeah. Oh, here's that round.
Yeah, here's the
Oh,
exact
this is
round.
where he runs away.
Yeah,
The worst
is
part
the
about
one
this
where he runs, yeah.
was Sota was kind of looking for it, and the one time he
Yeah.
wasn't is when Kaide got in there. I did feel a little bad.
But he
Yeah.
gave him the sound cue by running as well. That's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's quickly flip on over to the DFM side, because DFM, they win the game. Yeah, their bind, I agree with you, Slee. Like their bind
Mhm.
didn't look
Mhm.
great, but okay, they get some fairly convincing wins on the other 2 maps. They show that they are a better team. The thing that I don't even know, concerns is the wrong word, but the thing that confuses me about DFM is that coming into the stage, we were saying DFM are a gatekeeper team. They're like the team that if you beat them, you're really good. Whereas I think Pacific right now is kind of looking a little sloppy, but they're terrible for the most part. Or they haven't been good so far. So I don't understand like the team that played in kickoff. I was like, oh, this team's like pretty solid. Like, they're pretty good. But I feel like this team hasn't quite lived up to that, or it seems like it's regressed a little bit overall in terms of their play. But going forward, they play VARREL, winnable game.
Yep.
And they play RRQ, and dare I say it, I think
Winnable.
that is a winnable game.
That is
Winnable.
winnable, yeah.
So
Very
do they
winnable.
have hope? Paperthin, again, you're the captain of the ship. Where are your hopium levels
I
at?
think they've made a change that I do like, that I didn't expect, which is Akame on the Neon, right? Like, I think a lot of people were not expecting that at all. He never played it before. He has played Duelist a lot back when he was on Reject and some other tier 2 Japanese teams. Like, he was a primary Duelist, so it's not super surprising in a way that he's going over to it, but I was pretty pleasantly surprised by most of his Neon. I thought there was some weird moments here and there, but overall, he looked really sharp. He looked confident. His aim looked really, really crisp, so that's an encouraging sign. But I want to take a look at one round on bind that is not encouraging, and this is round 15. So this is the bonus. So to start this round, by the way, okay, so we're cutting it halfway. All ZETA does here is throws a flash into hookah and just goes the other way, and nobody's playing short on DFM here. And by the way, so if you're playing for retake here, you stack 3 on B, you assume that's going to be where ZETA's going to make their death ball push. Fine. May never buys his dash. If you're going to be playing retake, he didn't have enough cash for his dash, so either go half armor and get it, but then they're stuck here just trying to corral Zeta, and they just no idea what they're doing. Kaide is supposed to be helping out Cess with the players that are trying to come out of truck, but then he zigs when he should have zagged and goes the other way, walks through a brim molly, ends up dying, and they lose 2 players instantly because they're just not coordinated here. Like, this is what really concerns me. Is like, it's bad macro into bad team play that loses them a bonus in a map that they probably could have won, and they should have 2-0'd this series. But this kind of started a snowball that really just sent the whole thing crumbling. And then there were later rounds that I didn't put in here that were just like, didn't use your convergent pass to clear a Viper's pit. Like on the last round they lost in this. It was still a lot of the same problems that I've been seeing from them overall in terms of like taking good map control when they should and making bad macro decisions when it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think also, like, you touched on a pretty good point with Akame as well, because I was slightly impressed with his Neon, but at the same time, I was like a little bit worried with some of the decision making he was doing. Like, he would always get like 1, and then he would try and speed out so he gets his arms out, and then it's like, dude, if you just committed there, I think you're getting 2. So there's definitely some work mechanically that I think could be done. But he's got the ults down. I think you got to incentivize this guy and just be like, mate, here's a dance if you do this and get 2 people, because he's got that ult down and he's like, yeah, I can do this, and it's like, mate, he needs that incentivization to be like, bro, because he's really good at the ult, man. He's really good with it. So just give him a little dance. If he holds his ground and gets a 2K, he'll be all over it.
Yep, sure. Okay, well, let's move on. Let's move on to greener pastures, because, well, I have been a T1 doubter. I hold my hand up. I've been a T1 doubter for a while. It's been a very fruitful and successful mission for the most part, but I'm starting to get a bit worried.
Yeah.
Because I would probably say, correct me if I'm wrong, are they looking like the best team in Pacific right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. And they beat
Debatable.
RRQ. Stay undefeated. We're saying yes. You didn't answer in time. They beat RRQ 2-0. This was a very strange game. Every single second round was lost, which does not happen very often on both maps. Yes, I mean that's not good. That's not good generally. But I think T1 on the whole, they look thrilled. I think Buzz is looking good. I think the rest. I mean, I actually think there's levels to go. I think Itsu was better, during kickoff earlier in the other. Maybe has been playing a bit recently. So I think maybe there's even extra levels, extra steps to some of this as well. Sliggy, why are T1 good all of a sudden?
Because everyone keeps picking Pearl against them for some reason, and they're like the best Pearl team. They're really good. They're really good. Pearl Chamber user team. Like, everyone's so obsessed with Chamber because they're like, oh, we need it to defend B, but like, watch them on attack. You need it to stop them trying to clear that question mark. And just Izu's so good at getting set up, fake smoke, goes to the back, and he's really good at just holding the angles of anyone trying to jump spot and clear that question mark. I think they got one of the best attack defaults I've seen, and there's a lot of teams that are using the Chamber that should be doing this as well. So I think individually they look great. They've got a lot better ults as well, and I don't know. I just think that you're kind of saying that Izu maybe isn't playing there. I think he's playing so good, man. I think he's just doing his role. I think he's being so impactful. Just, I'm telling you, they're so good at Pearl. I don't know why RRQ would pick this. I really don't. It's just like their best map, in my opinion.
Especially because they lost 13-4 against them the last time they played it.
Is that what it was? 13-4. Really?
It was 13-4 in the best of 5. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the best of 5 was also, just overall not good. But the thing is I think, again, it's one of those where RQ very clearly thought they had a counter, right? They bring out the KO. You know that they've been playing the Chamber and the Neon. So it's like, okay. The only thing is I like the idea of KO in the current landscape. I know a lot of people don't, but, on paper and in theory, I like it. The only problem is you have to be exceptionally good at the KO, in my opinion, to make it work. You can't be playing it like 2023 KO, just throwing knives cross map on a timer and know that you're getting value. Like, you have to have the perfect reads. And quite frankly, Crazy Guy's not even throwing knives cross map. He's just kind of sitting there, in art and throwing it main, and he's sitting in B and throwing it B long. And it's just like, if you're gonna do that, you might as well be playing, a fade or something else, or a sky where you can just instantly then get the burst value out of your other util and push back out or fight with the team. So it seems like they thought they had an idea, but again, similar to GE, the execution just wasn't there at all. Also, credit to Izu. He was very good at skirting around it. So, yeah, I guess there's both sides to the coin.
Their KRU util peaked on the pistol, where they did the double flash
Yep.
over and then push
Yeah.
middle. That was cool. You got to do more of that. You got to have more like set stuff of just like flashing for everyone or just being grouped together flashing. Otherwise, you just use the Phoenix just because the ults.
Or that, yeah.
The ult's good. So yeah, it's I don't know. It's hard, man. It was hard to. I even think the T1 cooling wise mid rounding wasn't even that great. Like Munchkin, I felt covered it up by maybe playing individually really well. But there's like loads of rounds where I'm just looking at the mid rounding thinking this could be way better. But they essentially got bailed out just by individuals fragging. So there's maybe something they can work on there as well. It's one of those free wins where I think the demo is actually a lot to dissect from it that they can get better at. I'm a bit worried for RRQ though.
Yes, that's what I was going to come on to next because I think RRQ. Interesting. Sideshow, when I spoke to him about RRQ, seemed to still be pretty. I think he picked them for this game and was still like pretty high on them. I was quite worried because I thought the games that even they had won their games against who did they play? ZETA and DFM, ZETA and VARREL. They played ZETA and VARREL and beat them two. They scraped that game against ZETA. They easily could have lost that game, I think. And then they won 2 very close maps against VARREL as well. And I was a little bit concerned because it was like Gen.G individually was still playing well in those 2 games, and they were scraping through. And that to me was a concern. It was like, well, okay, it's not even like your best player is having a dip in form. He's playing fine, and you're still struggling, which to me perhaps shows a bigger team issue. And then during this game, it kind of came out a little bit as well. Now it'll be interesting to see what they do. Like take that bind comp for instance, right? Gen.G is playing Waylay, right? Will they keep playing Waylay now that the nerf is coming in? Right? Because you've got Monyet on Neon, and it's like Monyet hasn't been doing great on the Neon. Like, Chobra, if this was your team now, would you just be like, let's change direction. Let's get Gen.G back on that, primary duelist, and, maybe look to move Monyet to smokes or, back to something else? Or would you stick with this?
The thing is there's not too much room to switch, I actually think, with the rest of the player pool. I'm okay with sticking with it, but there definitely seems to be a little bit of a disconnect on what Monyet is supposed to be accomplishing, right? It seems like he's kind of torn on whether he's supposed to go in and stay alive and get info, or if he's supposed to go in and frag. And obviously, it changes from comp to comp. Like on Pearl, you're not going to always have Gen.G right beside you as a chamber, so yeah, things are different. But it does feel like Monyet plays every round the same way, as if he's just playing, again, older style, like dive duelist. I go in, I get 1 kill, I die, someone else trace me. But again, the landscape has changed, agents have changed, util timings have changed. And if you're playing Neon Waylay, you got to decide, especially those 2, either one can be the initial dive, but you have to be very clear on who's doing that and then who's actually going in for the actual frags, like who's supposed to be the carry, so to speak, in this situation. And it seems like there's a disconnect there. I also think if you're going to be sending Monyet in first as the Neon, which generally that you're going to be able to play Neon on more maps as the dive duelist, so that's safer. But if you're going to do that, the team also has to understand that it is almost better to still use your util for the Neon, right? And then set them up so they can actually go in and disrupt. Because if you're expecting, hey, Monyet, go and disrupt, and then we'll go for the execute, it's already too late. I mean, even Dombi couldn't be doing that in the first 2 weeks, as we saw. So, not that, and Monyet's Neon's generally pretty good, but if he's not getting any support there, like, there's this giant disconnect on what Monyet's role is, and I almost feel for the guy because it feels like he's just expected to do too much, and he doesn't really have the right tools to do it. So, I'm okay with them keeping Monyet on Neon, but they need to have better support for Monyet to go in and then decide, like, is it Cushy, depending on the comp? Is it Gen.G? Is it maybe sometimes Xfero, who's supposed to actually go in and get the actual frags to open up the numbers?
Sure. I would almost be okay with them going a little jet on some of these maps, to be honest. Get them a bit of comfort. Kind of, I view it a little similar to maybe, it's not as bad as the drastic difference of something, but I do feel like he's so comfy on Jet and he can just take over games. I think on the maps where you can afford to do it, just afford to do it. Dude, it reminded me when you talk about Monyet just how much Buzz diffed him on the Neon.
Yeah.
Buzz's Neon. It just came back to me. I was like, holy hell, Buzz was incredible in this game. Yeah, it was a big diff. But yeah, if you're using the KO, man, you gotta be setting him up for better success as well.
Yeah. I mean, it was a huge Neon diff, right? Like
Mhm.
Buzz looks like the best Neon in Pacific now. Am I crazy? Like I think he's now that Dambi's not playing it. Like I guess
Francis?
like
Hello?
oh Francis, yes. No, I mean Francis did play well. Don't get me wrong, but I think Buzz, like he's so good about just knowing when he needs to stop, where he needs to stop, when he can take a pause, like what he's got, when he needs to make a little bit of a play, when he doesn't, like when he needs to throw his body to the wolves to get info. He was doing this on Pearl really nicely, where T1's really comfy in a post plant setup already, but they don't know for sure what the numbers are going to look like, maybe coming from heaven or hell. So Buzz is like, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to figure it out for us. Maybe I take one with me, maybe I don't, but I'm going to be that guy and I'm going to sacrifice myself for the betterment of the team. So I think overall his decision making was just light years ahead of Monyet here.
Buzz is the OG. He is the OG sacrificial lamb in Pacific, and it just shows. And I think the better way to describe it is I think Buzz is by far the best solo duelist Neon in Pacific. Like he's the only one who's still able to get that value without having a double dive to just go in and run things down. And he understands exactly what his limits are in that situation.
I had a good question for my chat. And I did about EMEA, but I can do it for Pacific here. In the top 10 in the world, say we're in a heavy Neon meta right now. How many Neons are from Pacific in the top 10 for you guys? Because in my head, it's
top 10.
Two?
Dambi Buzz.
Dambi Buzz? Yeah.
Dambi's not even the best Neon on his team.
Well, we'll get to that in a second.
He's the third best.
Wait a minute.
And I would say
that's
Buzz
RB,
is
yeah.
I would say Buzz is like down there. Because I'm looking at Americas thinking, man, they got a lot of
the South Americans love a Neon.
Yeah,
they fucking love a Neon. These South Americans, and it's showing out in who's winning these games because it's them. But yeah, good question. And yeah, I think I would probably agree. I mean, yeah, probably.
2 out of 10 isn't great.
2 out of 10.
And then EMEA.
Let me see a Gen.G.
Might be
Neon,
1
though.
out of 10.
And I might put him in there.
Yeah. Okay.
He doesn't play it.
He'll
That's
probably be
fine.
good on
We
it.
haven't seen it.
Doesn't play it. Let's talk about what we just did. The third best Neon on Nongshim is no longer playing Neon. And this was a big shock. We've been talking about last week was all about what direction are Nongshim gonna go in. And we were saying play Phoenix. We were saying play Phoenix. Well, they played Phoenix, but they didn't play Phoenix how I think most people expected them to, which is Dambi was playing Phoenix, and they were still playing Neon, but it was Francis playing Neon. Now, Chobra, first off, I want to say it's better than Breach, and the result shows it's better than Breach. Can't have been any worse. As I said, they could have picked an agent out of a hat, and it might have been better. But talk me through this. Do you have any inside info? Like, how has this decision come about, and why? Why can't Francis just play Phoenix?
Okay, so I want to preface this by saying, obviously, during the match, I had no idea. This was one of those situations where I was almost happy I didn't know, because maybe I would have been too giddy and I would have talked about it before the match. But Kurt, if you can bring this up, because everyone was asking, because Sleeky was sending all of his chatters.
That's why they didn't tell you, mate. You're trying to leak his comps. It's crazy.
Yeah, Sleeky was like, go ask Chobra. And I was like, I don't know, man. And so this is what I came up with during the match, right? And I'm speculating here. But the things that I could think of was you could tell that people knew how to counter Neon when the Yoru didn't exist anymore. So you needed to change the pace a little bit. This I do know. Francis, even within the team, they all agree that he absolutely has like timing reads, playmaking, like the gut check is the best within the team. And that's just in his DNA. And so they could have felt, or maybe they tried it. I don't even know if they tried it, but the whole like kind of static, you go in, you pop flash, you go for the trades or you go for the kills, didn't really work out. Now I know Phoenix can have good timings, but it is fairly straightforward on where you play on the map, in my opinion. So that's another thing. Also, personally, I don't think Yoru and Phoenix are that interchangeable. Like they are in terms of getting into a site, but the way Francis was playing the Yoru was very much more about the op and other side of the map, getting space and getting timings and things like that. And last but not least, I know that Dambi was originally supposed to be the skirmish guy because they felt that he was one of the best riflers in there outside of RB in straight up 1v1 duels. And so, and then the aura is from Wendler. Wendler was like, it's obviously for aura. So I was like, fine, it's obviously for aura. But afterwards, I talked with the coaches a little bit as well. And then Ivy came on my stream and talked about it as well. And what Ivy said, which, made sense in my head, was basically said, they play very different Neons. The way Dambi plays Neon was perfect for Santiago and kickoff, right? Where you just go crazy. You're going in. You're constantly getting extra kills with a judge. And he said when we started losing and we were just not obviously in a good place, we were trying to figure out the meta and what other teams were doing. And once we tested it out, the way Francis plays Neon is very different, and that tempo suited us a lot better in this meta. And then talking with the coaches as well, it just seems like it really does come down to, while Dombi is obviously exceptionally good at Neon specifically, Francis is the guy who will... Francis generally gets better value out of like his kit, so to speak, right? And being able to make a difference with the agent he plays, whereas Dombi will be able to frag out regardless. Now, obviously, we've seen what Francis can do with an op, but you know, Francis likes to lean into being a little bit cheesy or a little bit craftier, I guess you could say. And so it seems like they started with that and they tried a bunch of different iterations, and this is what they landed on. Now, the shock to me was initially I was like, well, the Dombi Phoenix, I actually don't have a problem with. It's obviously just a question of, can Francis and Neon look okay when you have Dombi on the team? And Dombi's Phoenix looked a little questionable in the beginning, so that was the bigger question. But I do think once he got used to it a little bit, Dombi's Phoenix looked like it would have legs as well. Yeah, so basically, if you're leaning more into, let's find a way to let Dombi frag, so he doesn't have to have the world on his shoulders, going in, jumping over everything, dodging everything, and having to run with a judge every time, I'm okay with that world, and I'm okay with them leaning into it and seeing how far they can go.
Sure.
No, it was big balls from the coaches or the team to do this, because if they lost and did this, people would fucking crucify them. How have you got the best Neon on the world and you're playing Neon on someone else? But I think what you're saying there, Chobra, does make quite a lot of sense, and I think Francis's Neon, you know, it's not going to be like, you know, one of the best Neons in the world, but it was pretty decent. You know,
it was basically Dombi. This round we're here. It was so funny because I was going on a rant. I was like, guys, you guys got to stop asking me. I don't know. And then people were like, well, I only watched Nongshim because of Dombi's Neon. And I was like, well, you're watching the same damn thing. He's pushing out and overheating with a judge. It's no different. I don't know if you guys caught this, by the way, because I think it in the cast it got overshadowed by the caster audio. In the replay for this, Francis is yelling, Dombi down, where's Dombi? I don't see Dombi, after he goes out and overheats and gets a triple kill, and Dombi's just trying to follow along as the Phoenix, and Dombi just looks at me, he's like, I can't believe this guy.
But tell me, again, I'll stick with you, Chobra, just is your team. Like, is this, in your imagination, the direction? Because the thing is, they played Phoenix on Breeze, right? Like that. Have we seen any? I remember Benkai playing Phoenix on Breeze back in 2021 or whatever it was. But, you know, whilst we might be in a bit of a Phoenix meta-ish, you might say, not many people, you know, it's mostly like Haven, Pearl. You know, we're not seeing a ton of Phoenix on Breeze. So are you expecting, like, this is Phoenix every map, Francis Neon every map? Is that what we're expecting from this team now? And is that a good thing if we are?
Well, as a Phoenix Glacier, Breeze would have been the last map I would have put Phoenix on. So I was a little surprised. But then the fact that they were playing the Harbor, I was fine with it. So yeah, in that world, I think they could just run Phoenix. Like if you're running it on Breeze, I think you're fine running it on every other map in the current pool, and you should be fine.
It's not too bad on Breeze. It's pretty good on Breeze.
No, it's not actually. Yeah, the more I thought about it, especially once it's with the Harbor and the Viper, and most people are playing Viper anyway, so it actually works out quite well. So yeah, I mean, if they're doing this, there's a possibility. Will they? That is, I have no idea, because again, I had no idea that Dombi would play Phoenix at all.
I think they will. This is because they said in the interview, right, that this is like the direction. Obviously, you can't trust what the players say, but he said this is the direction that we're going to stick with, and I think that makes sense. Kind of, dude. Me and my chat were cracking up because we were like, how bad was Francis at Phoenix in the trials? that's what we were all doing. We're like, my guy must have got no kills. Like when they're just trying to work out the comps, they're like, yeah, go on, mate. Like a Yori for Phoenix, we can just do a straight 1-for-1. It will be easy. He's just getting 0 to 20 or something. We're like, oh god, we've got to put him on the Neon. Get a judge in his
he's
hands.
Flashing the team. It's like,
he's trying to op on Phoenix, man. You've got to get him on the Neon.
Well, that is also the other thing, is that if he's still gonna op, at least you want some mobility, I guess. The other thing is I can definitely see Francis just like not being able to gel with the Phoenix himself, like even if he's fragging at all, because I think what I've noticed is Francis like wants to always be doing something. Like he wants the ability to be always doing something on the map and making an impact on the map. It always feels like even during their scrims and even during their matches. And sometimes as Phoenix, you're kind of just waiting for the cue and to go. So that could be a case where that tempo of him just having to kind of follow along Domby's tempo and not being able to keep up with that.
Yeah,
I think for me, one thing I am a little bit worried about for Nongshim is if Ivy isn't absolutely just destroying in his 1v1s like he was in this match. Like, how does this end up shaking out? Because he was obliterating Zinx, dude. Like on Pearl, he bested him in the Sentinel versus Sentinel role, so that's opening up a bunch of space for you, and you don't have to worry about flanks and stuff as much. And then he absolutely wrecked him when he was on the KO. I think he went +8 against him on Breeze or something like that. Like absolutely just smoked him. So like this is amazing stuff from Ivy. He had a phenomenal game. So did RB on Pearl. RB, like I was like, whoa, this is like 2022 RB like all over again. The guy's just running people over. So there's some encouraging signs from like the players behind, the usual people we're talking about with Francis and Domby playing really damn well. But I don't know. I'm still a little concerned about it for some reason, and we'll have to see. It was Gen.G, by the way.
Well, let's talk about Gen.G quickly, because you're talking about Ivy. I mean, this map, I don't know if Gen.G were taking off their headphones and listening too much to the casters, because I'm not sure if they couldn't hear each other, because there was multiple times when Ivy is walking around some part of the map, gets a kill, and then someone from Gen.G just runs right, like a knife out, runs at him. And he just has another free kill. This happened multiple times. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Are they not talking to each other? It was really, unbelievable.
Really bad one, right? Where he killed him in window and then Lackey has just run, spawn, knife out. And it's like, mate, it must be that the comms... Because I think he spotted him from the side of B. So the comms must have been he's top mid instead of he's jumping into window. And then my guy's just running with the knife out. And it's like, holy, it's looking rough. My main worry for Gen.G is still... If Ash isn't on Omen, he looks lost. That's my like main takeaway. I think his Omen's pretty good. I think his Astra is one of the worst I've seen. And then I think the Harbor, I think they were going to lose anyway, but I think his Harbor is like pretty bad.
Well, I do want to also quickly, just on Nongshim, whilst I remember this point, one thing that I found interesting was they banned Lotus, which was a map that they had lost in the previous weeks. They picked Pearl, which was their permaban before, if you don't know, and Breeze was the other map that they constantly were trying to avoid. Like, I think they only played like one time, maybe in the finals of Pacific against, which they did win, but like clearly was like not a map that they ever really wanted to play. They ended up playing Pearl and Breeze and winning comfortably. So, that is a decent direction, and the Lotus ban as well. They realized like, guys, we can't do this map. We like to play no Senti. We don't know what's going on with no Senti. We don't know how to defend. We'll just ban it. And it worked quite well for them. So I think things are looking good for Nongshim. Not so much for Gen.G, but we'll see. Gen.G next play DRX. Then they play Team Secret. If they could beat DRX, they then will be favored against Team Secret. And, then they end 3-2, and it's not too bad. But... we shall see. Let's talk about those games, shall we? That are going to happen in week 4. So this is finally the Whale Enough. Thank you for joining us, Pacific. Thank you for joining the rest of the world with the Whale Enough. Nice of you. But yeah, let's see how you did last week. First of all, with the viewer report card, the game of the match of the week last week was DRX versus Global. You went Global 75%.
But they'd been looking good up until this.
They had been looking good.
I'm going to shoot the viewers some bail.
Oh, yeah.
Been looking good.
I think we went 3-1 picking Global as well. So
yes,
I credited him. I
credit Global. Yeah.
Unlucky. Unlucky. We're all losers, including you, Chatter. You're a loser. Anyway, let's talk about this next week, shall we? And start with a very important game for the playoffs, I think, and how this all shakes out, and that is RRQ versus Full Sense. Oh,
it's not great.
It's
no,
not
this one isn't
fantastic.
great. It's never feels great to, guarantee against a team that could easily show up, and also guaranteeing Full Sense, who might also.
Yeah, we guaranteed a 60-40 in my mind.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But
I don't know,
tell me why, Sliggy, though. Why
Dude.
is this a 60-40?
Dude, you go, man. Look, he wants to speak.
Oh,
Dude,
okay.
RRQ almost lost to Zeta, man. What are we doing?
Wow.
What are we doing, dude? Gemkid started like 1-11 on Fine. I mean, the whole thing just looks like an absolute disaster. They're stunning each other. They just aren't playing off of each other well. Cushy's terrible right now. I don't know, unless there's some magic that Jovi and Warbirds have up their sleeves to right this ship, because they tried some different stuff with the comps that didn't go good. I'm very concerned about this RRQ team right now. I don't know. They might not make playoffs, man.
Dude,
I don't know.
I can't
They might not.
believe you
It's
just
true.
threw Zeta under the bus like that. I gotta clip that and send that to
What do you
Manny.
mean?
Zeta guy's gonna be so disappointed.
To be fair,
their
I-
number
I
one.
mean, Zeta
lover
guy
for
has
That
to
was
be
last
disappointed.
year. That was
He
last
has
year
to be
when
disappointed.
they still had depth. This year they don't have depth, so I'm not
Yeah.
a believer.
It's checked out.
I'm a reject fan
Wow.
now.
Wow.
I still don't think this is a guarantee. It seems a bit rough, but I can understand it, man. Dude, when they're losing,
Yeah.
3 ecos after a base still, man.
Yeah,
that was
Uh,
that was
the,
tough.
the only thing I would, again, I guess you can't read into it too much, but Jovi's gonna know the full sense boys very well, right?
Yeah.
He should know their tendencies, their strengths and weaknesses. So in a world where Crazy Guy is a heavy prep guy, it seems, right? Whenever the prep's good, he seems very confident in his calls. Warbird's obviously known for his anti, and Jovi has that information. All right, like, yeah, I agree. There is a world. It doesn't feel good to guarantee, but I would have been like totally fine with a 3-1 skew, right? 75, 25, 70, 30 type beat.
Yeah. Just
Mhm.
no one wanted to do RRQ.
No.
Yeah,
I can't
no.
blame
Yeah,
any of
they
us.
haven't looked great. And full sense,
Yeah.
to be fair to them, have
Looks
for the
good.
most part looked good. So it's a full sense guarantee. Let's move on to our next game, which is the match of the week for Pacific. And this one, well, apparently the fans love Global Esports, but how much do you really love Global Esports? Because they're playing against Paper X.
No one's done this, surely. Yeah.
Oh.
Nice. Does this feel good? I don't know.
You're
if
looking
this
very
feels any
confident about
better.
this one, Chobra. Looking very
I-
confident in that picture. Are you very confident?
No, not really. Just because if GE brought it very close to Paper X twice in kickoff.
Yeah.
And I think after such a terrible loss, there is that chance that, they do lock in and they learn the right lessons. And if that happens, I think it's completely doable. If that happens, I would say it's much closer to like a 45-55 type beat where it's like, yeah, I don't think it's a huge upset if GE wins. But I mean, I guess Paper X, you're onto the jet, you look a little comfier on certain maps. So
Dude,
can you
if they get the jet maps and something's on jet against a
It's-
Frost coach team,
Yep.
it's done.
Yep.
It's actually
That's
done.
a-
He
that's a
might
skill
even
to-
have his best performance on Neon, honestly. He does just turn up against Frost, so we'll see what happens. I actually feel alright about this, but it's just because GE looks so bad this week that
yeah,
it's hard to feel good after watching it.
yeah.
But Paper X, I mean, I wouldn't say have looked amazing
yeah,
themselves.
yeah,
But
yeah.
look, this is normal Paper X, guys. They lose a match to some random kind of bad team, and then they're fine, right? They lost to Zeta last year. They lost to Team Secret in the past. It's fine. They're fine.
Man,
Don't
the
worry.
fact that
I
we are
have full
comparing
faith.
Gen.G to Zeta last year and Secret before is insane. I mean, I get that they're not
Gen.G
looking
aren't great.
good, but that's crazy.
That's not my fault. That is not my fault. It is just
Not
the
his fault,
truth.
Chobra. Leave him alone. Okay, 2 games down, 2 guarantees. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
Next game, Gen.G versus DRX Korean Derby. How down are we on Gen.G? No
What?
way!
No
Slicky,
way.
You also did it. No way. So me and
I thought I'd be
Slicky
the
have
only
gone
one.
for Gen. Me and Slicky have trolled and picked Gen.G, and Chobra and Paveton have picked DRX. Slicky, why on earth
You're
have you
dead to
joined
me, Sliggy. You're fucking
Why on
What?
earth have you
Man,
joined
what
me?
have you
picking
done?
Gen.G?
in my head, because GE beat themselves this week, so I
Mm.
didn't really see it as a big DRX win.
Mm.
And then I
Mhm.
looked at some of the Gen.G stuff, and I was like, well, if they get the right maps, they could win. But if Ash is on anything but Omen, I think they're gonna lose. So it kind of comes down
Alright.
to the maps. But I believe
Alright.
it's.
Alright.
I wanted to go. Dude, I was looking at all my predictions, and I was
Yeah.
like, man, I got to go for something that's not
Yeah,
not
exactly,
the heavy
exactly.
favorite. I got to
Same-
do at
same
least
thing.
one of them. Yeah, and this was
Chobra,
like,
why
my
are
heavy
DRX gonna win though? Why are me and Slicky stupid?
I just
How long you got?
that- yeah. Let me bring the notepad back out again.
Yeah,
Um,
I was preparing for this all day. Like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, the KRX I think just looks in some way I think they look the comfiest right now in Pacific. Do I think they have the best read on the meta? Maybe not, but do I think they look completely comfortable with what they've decided the direction to go with? Yes, I think so, right? Like you lean into Young as a heavy opera with the chamber, but Hyunmin can still do it on other maps. You know, you're playing the heavy dive for Hyunmin. You've got the extra support. So I think it's just the fact that they already have that. We know that they're a team that always comes with good playbooks. I mean, they just don't need as much time, right, for this matchup. And I think Gen.G needs all the time they can get for this matchup. I do think it's possible, but yeah. And I mean, if Hyunmin and Mako are frying like this, like this is a team where I think their roster now feels like you'll always have two people pop off. And that's like a really good place to be. Hyunmin, Mako, one of them usually always will. And then Freeing, maybe depending on the map. And then Young, right, if he's on the chamber, perhaps. And then Bane's been very steady. So even if I think Bane's mid-routing still needs quite a bit of work, actually, to become like really, really top class, when you've got fraggers like that, hard to break through.
You reminded me that Mako on Fracture is just a cheat code. For some reason, he just fucking locks in on Fracture on the brim. He's insane on that map. Anyway, let's move on to a game that if you're not Japanese or Korean, you might not care about this game. But you know what? This game will probably determine who's making the playoffs and going straight out. It's DFM versus VARREL.
What do you think?
It's T1 versus Zeta.
Oh.
Well, you might.
Well, this one also you might not care if you're not Japanese or Korean.
Well, whoops. You pressed the wrong button. That was not on me. The sound was correct. It's on Kurt. Okay, well, we can talk about T1 versus Zeta. Not too much to talk about this one. This is, we said, arguably the best team in Pacific against.
Arguably,
are Zeta worse than Secret?
I think it's arguable. Oh,
maybe Zeus. Yeah.
I think they probably are. It depends on the day. It depends on if Absol's on or not. Is really all it is. If you have like A tier Absol, then you probably beat them. If you don't,
you mean beat Secret, right?
Yeah.
If you have A tier Absol,
not T1.
No.
Of all the guarantees,
I don't know
this
if
is
there's
certainly
a tier.
this is a safe one.
Yeah.
This is a safe one. Not much to say about this one. Hopefully, Kurt, we can go to the most anticipated game.
Do you want me to do the same one again?
Yeah, why not?
We're just not going to talk about it? God, we really don't care about that game.
Surely this is 50-50.
Oh,
really?
50-50. Sure. Me and Chobra have gone for VARREL. Sliggy and Paperthin have gone DFM. Paperthin, you love a DFM.
Yeah.
But how confident are you really that they win this game? Do you think they are favorites for this game?
Yeah, barely. Not by a lot. Okay. I think it's probably a 55-45 in my mind right now. Like, there's still so much that I think DFM needs to fix. Like, I'm still seeing wonky ult usage, still seeing bad map control. Their Lotus looked okay though, so that's encouraging, and you know that might lead them to believe that they can go toe to toe with VARREL on Lotus, where they looked really good against Full Sense, and that kind of scares me. I feel like they just don't fully have a great read on a lot of things, but they have fraggers and they have Akame going really nuts on the Neon, and I think you're probably gonna have May back on like Gray's Jet Perma. So, and those are by far his best agents. So I think it's okay.
As you were speaking, it reminded me when you were casting this game of DFM Zeta. Like at certain points, I could tell you were fucking like just wanting to scream, but like obviously we're on the official cast, so you can't. But you're just like, what are they doing?
here's an actual story that really happened. So the first match, it was when DFM played Bind. They used their orbital strike before the convergent paths. You know, you're trying to get the combo to I literally threw my notebook. I was so mad. I was like, what are they doing? You hear me in the cast, I just go, why? I'm so mad. Like, it's just, this is like the most basic stuff and they're screwing it up. And I mean, to be fair, I actually went back and talked to them right away after, and I was like, what happened? And they're like, we don't know. Why did we do that? And I'm like, okay, well, at least we know.
I don't know.
I love how it's like, explain why they're gonna win, and then you just go off like why they're
they're not very good at this and this and this. They need to work on this.
I think they just have better fraggers. Like, they're both kind of messy. Is kind of my bigger point.
Oh no,
I think
I think
DFM just has a better overall fraggers.
2-2 split is very reasonable. Chobra, why have you gone for VARREL though?
I think this is exactly the matchup that VARREL wants against a team that's not very good at taking control of the map. The only difference there would be if, like Paperthin said, Akame's playing things like the Neon, where he's able to be a little more aggressive on his own and get some space early. Because if they don't do that, I think VARREL's tempo and just picking, a place to push, get info early is really going to pay off, because VARREL's mistake of like getting space and info and then ditching it and early rotating is going to work out against DFM, because they're going to be generally slow to re-clear that anyway. So I think this is stylistically actually perhaps one of the best matchups that VARREL can have.
Okay. Leggy, final word?
I just think DFM have looked better. That's it. I think that when VARREL have had those close games, I just think it's the other teams messing up, to be honest. Like their close maps even.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's move on to our final game then. This one, I think, might be a guarantee. It's Nongshim versus Team Secret. Sorry, Chobra, you have a big secret.
Psych!
Someone
Why, my
has.
Because
Hey.
you did
We're
this
just
with
trolling
Gen.G,
now, are
I'm
we?
doing this with Team Secret. Okay,
That's
exactly
not a
what it is.
comparison. That is not a comparison.
Zeus is the truth. I don't know, man.
Wow.
I've got this weird feeling. It's the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life. Where I'm starting
How much did Chobra
to
pay you?
believe none. No, I would never do him this favor. This is like me just being starting to believe in religion over science. Like I'm just like I think Team Secret is just randomly going to win a game this stage. That's all this is. I think.
Are you hoping that this gives Achilles a heart attack?
Yes.
Like, is that what you're going
Also
for?
that. Also, it'd be amazing if they win, because Achilles would be so mad. It'd be so good.
I mean, Chobra would
He
be
wouldn't
mad
be as
too.
mad as me.
Yeah, Chobra would be very mad, I think.
Could be pretty fun,
but
actually.
You're not part of my equation when I'm thinking about like.
Yeah. No, I went with Nongshim because I remember last year I tried to
secret
vote for
shit.
GE against Nongshim, and Clinton had to come in and just ruin it up. Yep. Yeah. So that was something.
That's what I'm here for.
I mean, also just like, yeah, it shouldn't, which is why I'm worried, but it shouldn't happen. It
Shouldn't happen.
just shouldn't. No.
I mean, if they lose this, if they lose this, they're probably out of playoffs, or at least very much up against the ropes. So
Very
they,
likely. Yeah.
They better not lose this.
Yeah.
They better not lose this, Chobra.
They better not,
Please.
because I need more Nongshim games to watch party and playoffs. I gotta
Yeah.
No,
keep
dude.
up my work.
Team Secret's making improvements, man. I was really impressed with their changes.
Don't
on
try and
Squad,
cope
guys.
now.
I'm
Oh,
coping.
God.
I mean, he
I'm
is right.
coping.
No, he is right. Yeah.
They've looked a little like incrementally better. Better and
Look,
better. And if
maybe
Zeus is
to be
good-
fair, if Zeus is like
Yeah.
his namesake and starts shooting thunderbolts at them, then they have a chance.
he might be playing Neon. There's
might be.
lightning coming out of those fingers.
Yeah,
It just makes sense.
maybe.
It's a religion
Maybe.
over science. That's all it is.
The old man's going crazy.
Yeah.
With that, actually, that is a good sanity check. Do you pick Team Secret in a game of Valorant?
Wow.
Oh crap.
With that, though, that is Pacific. Me and Sliggy will be staying. Thank you, Chobra. Thank you, Paperthin, for your contributions. I'm sure you'll be back on at some point. But let's move on. We are bringing in Mini and Kaquka.
Thanks. I feel
Thanks,
so
man.
welcome,
Wow.
dear.
Well, I'm saying your performance was adequate enough to have got an invite back. Good for you.
Thank you. Thank
Damn,
you.
jeez.
Yep. That's what my Asian parents always wanted from me. Adequacy.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
I
see
don't
you
know if we're ready,
Bye.
Kurt. Goodbye. We're ready? Let's send these people to the abyss. Let's bring in
Alright.
Kaquka. Let's bring in Mini. And we will talk EMEA. Hello, Kaquka. Hello, Mini.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, you both can be
Wait,
heard.
grab your
That's
mic,
good.
Mini.
Mini, welcome to the podcast. I see
Mini,
this is your
shift
first
over, mate.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, welcome. Are you both feeling well? An exciting week of EMEA in the books. Another one coming up.
I
Sorry,
think
I'm
this
just
one coming
cleaning
is
up.
More exciting.
Okay.
He's using the podcast to clean his room.
I don't know what's visible or not visible, so
What can't be not visible? No, I'm interested.
it's just
You don't
a bit-
wanna know.
bit
What's
messy,
under
you
The
know.
bodies.
The way that you make your
Jesus.
bed is weird.
The way
What?
what, sorry?
That's
it looks
well,
like
because
there's
he covered the
something
pillows.
that you're hiding.
Mm.
You're not
I'm
a pillow
not funny
cover.
enough to say something funny, so
Brilliant.
Made us laugh.
Okay.
Good job.
Okay. I mean, Minnie, you always get something about you and like whatever your background is, it always gets dissected pretty pretty intently. That's
It was
unfortunate.
when Kaquka said my background is me. I just grey, boring, miserable, horrible.
Whoa,
Not
whoa.
good looking.
It's-
Whoa.
wait, whoa. You're putting
Awful.
words in my mouth. I did
Or-
not say. I said it matches your personality, and you took it as the worst thing ever, and that it was a massive insult. And to
was-
me, it's just a very calm, kind of like vibe.
That's crazy.
That's,
It was-
that's an amazing save.
Didn't
That's
we
amazing.
refer it to a prison before? Just
Yeah.
That was
before, I
not
think?
this
You
room.
did? That
Was it
wasn't
not
me.
That was not this
Okay,
room.
okay.
Yeah.
Swedish prison, maybe.
Sure.
Have you
It's
been
also-
to one?
No, but they're just
Not
just
yet.
nice. I think.
It's very specific.
Anyway,
Oh, they're
Anyway.
No,
nice.
it's a joke about Swedish prisons being nice. It's what the right wing
Oh.
lunatics are
I
like.
thought it was Japanese. Well, anyway.
it could be
sidetrack.
both. Anyway, let's move on. Less prison talk. Well, for some of these
Surely.
teams, maybe some prison talk because so some illegal stuff going on. There you go. Looks all right.
Huh. It looks like any dorm in the UK.
The fact that that might be better than my room is concerning.
Oh dear. But let's talk EMEA. But before we talk EMEA, first, now we're going to do the members question. So you can join and be a member, and Valorant's changing next year, so maybe some, who knows what's going to happen. Poor lonely Kurt, he needs all the money he can get right now. He's
Where
like a
are you
little
going with
squirrel
this?
saving up for winter. So give Kurt all the money in the world, become a member, and you can ask a question.
That
all
was
go to-
awful, bro. Valorant's changing. You gotta become
Yeah,
a
he's
member.
He's saying I'm
Support
gonna
the
lose my
show.
job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically. Holy.
Yeah, Kurt
No,
will be
no,
fine.
Kurt, like support Kurt. Look at him. He's stuck here, sideshow hosting episodes that last 1,000,000 hours. He's having to sit through it. It's tough. Help the show.
Sit through
Give us
this
money.
right now.
Jesus.
Let's go.
Right, member. You can ask a question if you become a member. You could be featured on the show like Horsa here, who asks, "What EMEA team is gonna play second at Masters and Champs?" Let's be real. 2 years in a row now, the same team plays second at Masters 2 and Champs. If any team was going to do it this year, who would be the team to do it? And of course, it's got to be EMEA. They are the perennial runners-up, and only one team ever goes deep as well. So let's talk about it. Which team is it going to be? Mini.
I was gonna say none of them.
Yeah, none of them.
Same here.
My guy ain't saying the team.
Like,
yeah.
Can we change the question? Can we just ignore the question? Can
Wow,
we change
become
it?
a member and
member.
Vinny
You
will
can
ignore your question.
I will
You
become a
can change the
member.
question.
Is this
Messed
the
up.
worst EMEA has been in a while
Sure.
right now?
I guess FNATIC then, no?
Well,
Wait,
for,
do you-
like,
do you-
the
do you
problem
not
is
think
that like
Fnatic have a chance of finishing second at Masters and Champs again.
yes, of course. Like the obvious answer is Fnatic, but then I've already had that conversation in my head with all of you, and I know where that's gone. Oh yeah, Fnatic's pretty good. Oh yeah, they're pretty good. They're not great right now. Yeah, but they're going to be pretty good. And
Mm.
can we go to the next part of the conversation, which is EMEA aren't very good. like,
Yeah.
like am I
worry is-
being really
Question.
bad? Like, am I being really bad
No.
about that, or is that true?
No, no.
No,
Okay.
no. Because I think like coming into the stage, I would have said BBL could go on a Team Heretics-esque arc where they go to Masters 1, gain some experience, play a couple games, but go out. And then they, really get into their stride and, go to the next Masters, finish second, go to Champs, finish second, like Team Heretics did in 2024. However, the opposite of that has happened. They have lost their stride. They are tripping over themselves. And that isn't going to happen. And I think, yeah, when you look at the other teams in the EMEA, it's not looking good, Chief. Is there anyone else, Kaquka? Anyone What? who could do this?
I mean, to be fair, I will defend the EMEA teams, saying that especially the Turkish teams like Eternal Fire and Foot are improving a lot. Like you can see it week to week. It's not only like one-off result that they have a good week. Like there are things that are seen that we're getting better. The difference between those teams and Fnatic is the amount of experience that Fnatic has at global events cannot be matched by any of those other teams. So when we think about, yes, as a region, we're not doing the best. If we have to trust in one of our teams, we have to speak about the ones that is most experienced in doing so. Like,
So-
would I like to see, I would love to see either Foot or, for example, Eternal Fire having one of those runs, but I would not trust them as much as I would trust Fnatic, for example.
I think the
Yeah.
region, the way I set it up is that like Eternal Fire and Foot are the type of teams, and BBL were the type of teams that are supposed to come into EMEA and show EMEA that there is a different way of playing and to give us like reps. They're supposed to be like our training teams that help the experienced teams get reps. And instead they've just beaten all our experienced teams And even like FNATIC like should have lost to Eternal Fire in my opinion. So that is like a huge problem that like realistically like FNATIC, Vitality, maybe Liquid, maybe Heretics are supposed to be the teams who are supposed to be that good, but because they have experience.
But Vitality is not an experienced team like together. You know what I mean? Like I don't think I wouldn't put them in the same.
They've got like
especially with how things are looking right now. I wouldn't put them in the same category because they have not achieved success together.
As a group, yeah, but
that doesn't
individually.
But if you were to categorize teams who are supposed to win
Individually
trophies, expectations at
Okay.
the start of the year are Vitality are supposed to win trophies.
Yeah.
You have Chronicle, Durka, like Yampi is
Oh,
one of
and
the most
then
experienced players in our region, even if he hasn't had the highs of highs. Like it's not like a bunch of bums who can't win like win at global events. If I wanted to have like a global event team and I saw Vitality are there versus one of our rookie team, the ceiling is way higher for Vitality.
Yeah.
Just because they lost a couple of games and they don't look amazing right now doesn't mean that we should
Yeah.
suddenly change that view.
I don't think it's a good meta for EMEA. I could ask the same question that I asked for Pacific here and just be like, how many of the top 10 Neons are from EMEA right now? At a push, you're saying 2, I think.
Well, the Neon nerf is
I
gonna
can tell you some of the bottom neons.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's tough. To give you to Mini, you're saying EMEA isn't looking great right now. To give you some copium, I would say Pacific overall isn't looking amazing right now either.
Yeah,
So-
but they just turn up to fucking global events and fry everyone. Like, I don't care how bad PaperX look in domestic league. Like, it's always been the same. I know FNATIC.
It's not somewhat true for
Well, why
Fnatic.
don't you give
Yeah.
the same
Yeah,
grace
that's
to
true.
Fnatic then?
I
Or
do
you
give
give-
that grace to FNATIC,
okay.
but they did also almost lose. Like, they played against Pacific this week, and it was miserable. Like,
I mean,
Pacific.
PaperX almost lost the map to Team Secret. It you know the
True.
teams are struggling. Teams are struggling. Anyway, I think we can all agree Fnatic
Fnatic.
are maybe the only team we have any kind of hope right now, at least, to go on a deep run in EMEA. So let's talk about some of them other teams first who don't have a hope. I mean, that doesn't sell it well, does it? And one of those teams that perhaps we would hope to be, would be going on a bit of a run and in a good form right now are in the opposite. They are in chaos mode right now because BBL lost to GIANTX in, I mean, definitely an upset, whether you want to call this a big upset or not, based on how BBL had been performing. I'm not sure. But Kaquka, let's start with the BBL side because I think that's the kind of more interesting side to talk about. They played Breach on
Breach.
Haven, so they were starting 3-0 down
Breach.
and lost. And
Breach.
then they played, well, they did then win on Lotus, but then they lose map 3 as well to Giants. How, like, where are we on the panic meter? Is this like full blown, like, actually panic? Sell all your BBL stocks, it's over?
It's difficult to answer, but to me, I think that the difference, like the massive difference in approach from BBL from what was working in kickoff and now is amazing. Like they used to play like the same agent. Everybody used to play the same agent on every map, and everybody was so comfortable, of course, because you play every map the same, right? But I don't think that they're really surviving the curve, and I think that they're overdoing it a bit. I think that maybe they took it too far with the breach on going back to basics on Haven, but also on Split. I think that first of all, Lovers Rock is still struggling a lot to mix and match with all of the matches that we're seeing and the agents that he's playing, and I just don't see the comfort that we saw at the beginning of the year. At some point, it's like you got the global experience. Well, a little bit of it, because it's not like they played a lot, but they did lose all that time that the rest of the region had to prep onto this, and it really looks like they're doing this last minute homework, and it's not working.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on a good point. I would say there's a lot of teams right now that are struggling that went to Masters because they did have less time essentially pracking on a Yoruless meta. And with a team that played it on every map, it's just going to hit them hard. I do feel like they are struggling a little bit in terms of calling as well. I feel like they're getting exploited quite a lot, especially when you look at defense side of Haven. Like Rose's A hold is definitely getting exploited like heavy.
Is he still just playing solo A site like constantly?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he's just a
Like
lunatic.
it's the hardest site in the game to retake pretty much, and you're
Yeah.
playing solo A? I don't really get it. Like I knew that was an anti-strat from kickoff. Like it shouldn't be the same right now.
But dude, they like rarely give him a trip on short as well.
But even that, like a trip in a solo, you're still dead. Like,
I know, I agree.
I'm going A
but
every single round.
At
like-
least, I mean, teams are. Yeah, Giants do that a lot.
I don't understand on Haven why they just need to play Neon. Just let Lovers Rock play Neon, and then just the Rock can just go Phoenix, and it's fine. I like that they're playing Vice, like especially we've
gonna
seen
bring that up.
America's Vice, like Kraven on Split, like that's kind of interesting. I don't know if it's, given that they're losing, there's obviously work to be done, but you would hope that they would be winning right now and that Vice would be kind of getting integrated and improving over time. But they're in panic situation right now where that might actually be like, shit, we can't even get better at this thing. We have to just figure out what works for us right now or we're fucked kind of thing.
Okay.
The next game is so big.
Yeah.
They
So-
play Vitality. It's essentially for whoever.
And I think that
gonna finish fifth.
the scariest thing about BBL is the strength of schedule that they have left. They have to play Vitality this week, and then the last week they have to play FNATIC.
Mm.
So it's
Yeah,
not
that's
getting
not
any
that's not
easier.
great to be in crisis mode and having to play those games essentially for playoffs. Because if they do lose both games, they will not even be going to playoffs. I mean, not even like you go to Masters. I know we're talking about like teams, maybe struggling a bit, coming from Santiago, but like to not even finish in the top 4 of a group, that's quite a fall off. Minnie, I do want to ask you then, like, if you were coaching BBL right now, or if they were paying you to say what should we do? Because like I'm sure you would have said, well, have you tried Kraven on Vice? Have you tried? Yeah, I know some of the things that you're into. They did try some of those things. Is there anything else that you can
Well,
do?
I think Split is so they lost on Split, and Split I just don't think they're very good at. So they need to figure out
It was
something
muddy.
there. I think that compositioning wise, I'm quite happy. Apart from obviously Haven, like playing Breach, I am on the same page. And then Pipson got angry at me about saying,
I saw that.
I don't know when I'm
I
supposed
really
to
enjoy
say.
that interaction on Twitter. I have
Like,
to say, I was like
it-
reading, I was like
it-
updating, being like,
it
I
made
remember I
me-
was taking a bath, and I was like, ooh, this is interesting.
That's what you do is you look at
Because
me
I knew
and
neither of you
Pipson.
were gonna let it go. I thought that at some point you would let it go, but I knew that Danny wouldn't let it go.
But like, if I'm not allowed to, like, it really gave me a different perspective that like, if a statement as obvious to me as Breach is terrible, don't play Breach, is being argued by a VCT coach, then I need to do better analysis. Because like, I let those ones slip on broadcast all the time. I'm just like, Breach is crap. Don't need to expand. And if I'm getting challenged by it, and then like, it seems like there's a very misunderstood thing about stats. Like, if an agent is like 8% worse than another agent, or 10% worse, like
Yeah, people
that
don't
is
think it's a thing.
significant.
It is.
And then to reply with like, yeah, but my team won Breach last year. I'm just like, yeah, but
But you were the only one. That's the problem.
But you grind, they never stepped away from the Breach. The GIANTX identity for most of last year, for all of last year, is the double initiator.
It's interesting though, because I do think that like it's given me a different perspective, and then also it'll be fun in broadcast because I don't think me and him are like, it's not like we're gonna fight each other or something, but like it'll be interesting if we get each
people
other
would
on...
people would be interested in seeing that.
Oh,
that
I'd
would be
watch
I
fun.
think so too. In
It
fact,
might
I
be-
have already pitched it for week 5.
Well, I hope they make playoffs. Because yeah. No, I just think it'd be
That's why I
interesting
pitched it
because
for
I
week
like
5.
the one thing I like about EMEA right now is that our coaches do actually yap a lot. So like we're actually so like we can actually have a conversation on desk maybe about those things. Actually get some game in there maybe. Long story short, Breach is terrible.
Don't worry,
play
I'm with you.
Breach.
I'm with you 100%. Yeah, let's quickly talk more broadly though about GIANTX, because I think this group in general, I think when it was first made, a lot of people just assumed like you got BBL, Vitality, FNATIC, they're clearly going to finish as the top 3. You got the other 3, maybe Giants will finish 4th of them. It hasn't played out like that at all. Eternal Fire have been very good. Vitality and BBL have struggled perhaps a bit more than we expected, and then we've kind of got Giants now. Overall, where Sliggy, like, is this just a team that's gonna, like you said for VARREL or whatever, they're gonna scrape through into playoffs and then just go home? Is that where you see them, or is there like a bit more hope?
I think they can do a little better than that. Yeah,
Okay.
I think they can maybe get it like close. I don't see them making it like in their current form, but I feel like every time I watch them, they get a little bit better. I think Flickless is a lot comfier. He's fragging a lot better than he was at kickoff. I think the main takeaway is the fact that West Side has been dealt. I mean, he's had to change everything really. He's just playing agents that he's never really played in VCT before, and I feel like he's doing good. And every time I watch him, he's getting better and better. So I think it's one of those teams that I can see the vision. It's a bad meta for them. It's a bad map pool for them. But they're improving as it goes on. I don't think they'll make London, but I could see them at best like being one away from the game there.
Yeah.
I don't mind watching them at the moment. Like I feel like a lot of their stuff looks pretty decent, man. I like that they've gone a little bit into comfort for Flickless, like leaning into the Viper as much as possible.
Their attack side still worry me, like in terms of they're a double Judas team, and it feels like week by week. If I just hover up the VLR page and stats on the attack side, I'm just like, ooh, it's still a little bit rough. And that was the narrative last year too, that they were very good defensively, and the attack side were struggling a little bit. So I'm going to keep my eye on that going forward. But I think the West side, I mean, he's playing Waylay, like a nerfed Waylay. Like that's kind of impressive to me. So that's like cool. I think that the Chamber though, I like Chamber in this meta, but he's not impressed me yet with Chamber. So I think I would just be sticking him on Judas as much as possible, and then just have Flickless just cover everything else.
But yeah, I mean he's a rifler, man. It feels weird to put him on a Chamber.
His Phoenix,
and Aura's a good Uber.
And Aura's a good, yeah.
And his Phoenix has been strong. Strong
so
Phoenix. Maybe I'd like to see a little bit more of that. Let's move on and talk about a game that. I mean, we're talking about teams that went to Santiago. Here's another team that perhaps initially was struggling a little bit, but have perhaps picked it up a little bit as Gentlemates beat a struggling NAVI team. We'll come to them in a second. But first, talking about Gentlemates, Kaquka, are we starting to see some good positive signs? You know, a 2-0. Because even in their wins previously, I would say, you know, it's been a little. There's still quite a lot of questions. Where are we on this team? Are you still having a lot of questions, or are we starting to see Martin?
To see that Martin was so sure about the
again.
veto. He was like, "Yeah, we just want to play veto," and veto's gone. Veto was there for a week, and then they were like, "No, but it's so good." And happily, it is gone. It is good for their confidence, though. I will. So here's what happened, because in this match is where we had the very long tech pause by EMEA. That was this week, and I thought that was going to destroy their mental. Because, you know, they're already like in a quote unquote delicate position, as in you need to start getting wins on the board and whatnot. They were already like getting so many rounds against them when they were playing on the attack. But if Mini thinks that GIANTX can't attack, that is because he probably has not been paying attention to NAVI, because they have struggled on another level. I feel like it's been that for the past at least couple of weeks, where I'm like, they need to react on the NAVI side. So I'm really happy actually that Mates managed to get over that mentally and restore. For the side of NAVI, they keep playing with a sub week after week, which it is bad itself, because obviously you don't want to see a team playing with a sub every week, but especially like for the longevity of this stage is over for them. It's like, what if Exit comes now? You've already lost all that time patching. So between that and that, when Philo goes on the duelist is still incredibly lukewarm. The stakes for they started the year so strong, so incredibly strong, and right now they are struggling with many things. Hero is still freaking amazing. I really, really, really like the Tejo here. He played so well. His utility has so much impact every single round. It wasn't perfect, but it doesn't matter. Like, it was one of the highlights for me in this map. But yeah, teammates turning it around. Good for them.
I think so. When I looked at Gentlemates here, it was like the defense side of Pearl is something that I think a lot of teams can learn from. They were very good on the info on the sides, and I think they understood what comp they were playing up against very early as well. Like the amount of fast floods and fast retakes where they were insta tapping the spike, knowing that they're essentially just a comp that's going to play off a site retake wise. Like after plant wise for util. So they were so fast, like getting over towards the site. So they're actually like defense game plan. They either had multiple people on the side itself holding, or there was multiple people ready to just fast retake, fast flood in. So it was like a very impressive defense from Gentlemates on their Pearl, as much as their attack I think could be a little bit better. And then if we're talking about Navi, just I would have personally, for them, if you bought in comeback, I would have just done the 1-for-1 for Kalosha, and then you just put him on the Neon, and then you don't have to change anything. He's going to perform individually better, but then they've switched everything to try and make him have a bit of comfort. And then on top of that, they changed Hero's role on Lotus, right? They switched it with Chloric. Like, they ended up playing the Viper and Fade switched, and it's just like, guys, you looked, everyone was comfy, and now you've all changed it up for like your potential stand-in, I guess this means that he's going to be here for a little while, or that's what they think. So it's just too much change in a week to look good. Just put him on Neon. He'll do better than what Kalosha did, and it looked pretty good with him. That's
So
where
you're
I'm
saying
at.
Navi made the same mistake that Heretics made?
Kind of, but I think that like the Heretics reason was more of time, right? Where they essentially just got rid of comeback, so they had to just put him on the chamber and just be like, hey, you're gonna have 1 week where you suck. Whereas this was they changed so much within the week that it just didn't look great because they're switching too much up. It was a weird game to watch for me, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of weird game, I mean, we went back to 2020 Valorant. We went back to the dark ages in terms of one of these rulings. I mean, what the hell? What the hell happened with the spike round where the spike was not there and then damage had been done? So it's like, but the spike wasn't there. What the hell happened? Mini, I mean, you Kaquka, Mini, you were there. What happened?
I wasn't there.
Oh, you weren't there.
Mini wasn't there, yeah.
Kaquka, you were there. Explain for all of
there,
EMEA.
but I don't know. I know what happened and like the ruling and everything, but I honestly don't know how much I can say because I don't know if we've said anything publicly, and I don't want to lose my job.
Oh,
But
Jesus.
I will say it will not happen again.
Brilliant.
Wonderful.
Mm.
Mini's doubting. Mini's doubting.
Listen, we have KitKat as the sponsor for the tech bosses, so we needed a tech boss.
We need
That
the
makes
extra
sense,
time.
actually.
We gotta make money, you know.
Mm.
All these
what-
co-streamers not watching the desk. We need to give KitKat their minutes. So,
How dare they
that's
not
what it
watch us? I had one question for Sliggy quickly because I
Go
think
on.
I heard you talking about EMEA's Pro getting better, and I keep
Yeah.
watching it, and I'm just like, our
Yeah, but
attack
you-
sides are fucking
Go on.
awful.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
They're. We're not improving. We're just
No,
doing the
you
same
are-
thing over and
No,
over.
no,
again
no.
and
But
losing.
Mini, I promise you, it's better than what was going on. I promise you. I mean, hey, it's not good. It's not good. But is it better than where it was? It is better. But sticking on that point, actually, Gentlemate should watch a T1 demo on attack and like put the chamber over towards B and be able to have that passive pressure of just punishing some kind of.
You mean
info.
Navi?
Is it Navi the player? Yeah, the Navi player.
Well,
sorry.
I mean, they got so like I remember TMV was talking about the server tail or like the double innie not doing very well, and I think it's just you just need if you got basic map theory with that comp, I feel like it's easy. Like you should be able to take everything on the map, and no team does.
But no one does B defaults. Even fake
Yeah.
star into one pass and pushing off someone. No one does that.
They have two
It's
drones.
crazy.
The
Oh,
server drone's the best drone in the
Trust
game
me,
for it, and I'm just
I don't know.
yeah. I mean,
But I promise on everything. It's
maybe
way
I'll do a
better than what I
segment
used to
with
see.
like I'll say if I'm allowed to do a segment about pro.
Oh, you should, dude.
Just
There's so-
how
there's
EMEA
so-
could win pro.
There's so much demo, man. It's crazy how bad we were at this map. It's so much better, but it's still shit. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
getting
Navi
the
are just
reps
kind of in
now.
a. What was that? Sorry.
It's
No, I was
it's
to say that
negative
we're
reps
getting reps
though
now
because
at
we're just
least.
playing
Yeah.
bad
The
teams.
shitters.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
These teams
there's-
are convincing themselves, God, we've won Pearl. We're so fucking good at this.
Yeah, that's the thing. But that's what BBL did, right? Where it's like
Yeah.
21.
Beat some EMEA teams.
Yeah, 21 wins, and then they go and play at an international and they get absolutely wrecked. It's like, yeah, you beat 21 bots on a map that they don't understand. Like it's essentially just playing me, Mini, and +3. Like no one knows what they're doing. Like it's so bad, bro. It's so bad. But it's
Okay.
getting better. There's hope.
There's hope. There's hope.
Mhm.
It'll get rotated out surely at some point. Anyway, let's move on to perhaps the game of the week. Eternal Fire had been they turned up against FNATIC. They have a narrow loss. Okay, on map 3 they got slaughtered, but for most of the game they could have won that game, as you said earlier, Mini. Then their next game looked very good, confident, competent. But this was the test. This was like, okay, Eternal Fire, you've looked pretty good so far. You beat BBL, but BBL are in a weird moment. Now here's a test. And I think we passed the test with flying colors. Eternal Fire are real. They are one of the best teams in EMEA right now. I think that's kind of undoubtable, if that's even a word. And they stomped on Team Vitality. Mini, is this team for real? I've been asking this question about our team's going to go to Masters. Right now, do you think Eternal Fire, are they going to Masters?
They got to Masters. Ooh. Oh man, I'm too pessimistic for takes like that. I wish I was like an actual confident person who could just say things like because this is the
Mini, I'll
this
tell you
is
right
the
now,
team
no one
that,
gives
like,
a shit. You can
'cause
say yes,
You teased me up before with like, oh, you really like that off team, Eternal Fire, they should be good. Like, if I was a good content creator or analyst, I would be like all in on them because I was building them up like as an analyst. But then I'm too much of a on the fence coach where I'm just like actually reasonable. Right now, if we went to a global event right now, Eternal Fire would make it. But like, it's week 3 still, or week 4. So who knows? But they should to continue. The thing that impressed me the most in terms of like that kind of angle is the fact that they came out on Bind and played a completely different style to usual and completely owned Vitality with like a new meta idea of like playing the Vice. Like Americas has seen a lot of Vice play, and I think that as a region they're really understanding it. EMEA, I was very surprised that we did it, and the team to do it it's Eternal Fire of all teams. Like I'd expect like a Heretics or like a FNATIC or a Vitality to be throwing this kind of stuff, but yeah, EF basically changing their complete style, going for a meta pick, and it worked out quite well in my opinion. Obviously, the device itself, he didn't get loads of kills or anything, but the fact that they're doing that kind of stuff is very good signs for the future.
I like watching this team, man. It reminds me of when I used to coach, and you would play against the Turkish teams, and everyone's just swinging through smokes. And it's like, yeah, dude, you got to hold that smoke and prove that you can aim well, else they're just going to carry on doing it. That's essentially what they did. Like their first bonus round where they just walk through the long smoke. Just kill everyone. There's so many aim duels, man, where it's like they're just randomly peeking it and Vitality aren't expecting it. So I like the confidence that they bring on the server and they back it up with the aim. And it kind of reminds me of like Paper X, where they would just go, yeah, prove you can aim back fast, man. And then we'll start playing normally.
It's also not like I wouldn't, because I've been trying to be really careful about this because I kind of said that this meta was just aim, and then like Josh is kind of being the better analyst and being like, yeah, but there's other stuff, microwaves, whatever. And I think that is the perfect matchup here, where it's like Eternal Fire is a team who should be training Vitality on how to play the meta, and instead they just smacked them in the face.
Yeah.
It just literally bodied them. Like,
But what better training then?
Well, it's not good training if like it's
You're
good.
not letting the team going.
Philosophically, they have now probably realized that there's something wrong, but it's too late. No? Like you want to philosophically be on the same page and then be like, okay, we need to understand how to team fight better and how to trade off each other. Instead, I think the first 6 rounds of this game were just Vitality getting picked apart, essentially.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Like, I don't know what it is, and I don't know how to coach it yet or how to even like break it down necessarily, but it's just like Eternal Fire just look like they're together, aiming together, grouped together, you know? Like Yampi, like this might be a good example. Yampi's by himself.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah.
There is a lot. I think that first of all, Fabian is playing amazing every week.
Was
every
unkillable
single
in this game.
week. First week, amazing with the KO. Second week, amazing with the Phoenix. On this map, on Sky, the auto rotation, the flashes, everything was on point, and he was one of the key parts to. I mean, it was also Vitality's fault because, as you're saying, like there's so many of the entries that everybody's completely alone. There is not a single trade. They're bailing on each other. I think that. So for me, Vitality is trying to live up to expectations too much. Like they're trying to play a very clean, methodical Valorant, and it doesn't fit what everybody else is doing. Especially it doesn't fit Eternal Fire. Like I see them scared to take duels. I see them scared to do something a little bit more wacky, and I think that is some of the things that is costing them, because maybe long term you could try and play like that if everything works, but right now it is not what works. So you're trying to build something, and you might get better every week, but it might not be enough to get through the threshold if you don't work on those.
But like, how can it be both methodical and then them solo dying? If that makes sense, like
because they're just playing their position, and when somebody aggroes you, and like ZETA goes and takes a big C alone, when somebody makes an individual decision, nobody follows them because they're not in sync with each other. They're just playing like, okay, so my pause is this, and if they do this, I do this, and that, but they're not making those decisions together. Everybody makes an individual decision.
Sure. I think
Does that make sense?
I think they could do with a bit more structure. I think that would help them out if there's like 2 playing together, then they can realize that they should be peeking together in certain situations. You watch this whole bind defense, and they're so loose that they're just getting caught out on their own. So I do think that it's a little too loose. I can understand why it's loose, because you're looking at like the player name value, and you're going, oh, these guys are like so experienced and stuff, but it just doesn't fly anymore. You actually have to have some kind of structure here. So I would love to see them have a lot more defense structure, especially buddying up. Like they just play so individually that it has it has a lot of improvement. And I think that Sayonara again, he's such a heavy fragger, but the amount of mistakes I see him make on defense is kind of crazy. But that also goes across the board. Like on the sides on binds, they just play ones, and they're always getting either no kills with the one or they get traded. But it's not great. They got to play.
Yeah.
They need some structure. That's it.
They need to choose an archetype and go with it. Like changing, like if it's already in this situation, and then you have Sayonara playing 3 different roles, and then in each map, like the theory changes so much. I also don't think that is working for them. Like I need them to choose something and go for it, whatever it is. It will be fine.
Okay. Okay. Let me just quickly ask about Vitality. They play BBL and Pacific. We'll get your picks on whether. I mean that. It'd be
Big.
a slop fest, BBL versus Vitality. It could be.
That's the match of the week.
Yeah,
It
we
really-
could
yeah,
go
it
down
really
in the
is, for
mud in
sure.
that one. But you know, they should beat Pacific. I don't think we're that down on this team, are we? We think they're going to win that game. So they'll probably, in some form or another, squeak into playoffs. Is there hope for this team still?
Vitality, yeah.
For
'cause
Vitality.
they still got time. It's still early.
Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Right. With that, then.
Can I say sorry? One more good thing about
Go on.
Eternal Fire is
You can.
it was
Yeah,
their
very good.
Lotus. I was like waiting for them to have a bad start, like really bad start on a map, and we had it on Lotus, and they still came back and looked good. So it was like a big question mark for me. It's just are they just snowballing every single like
Yeah.
map that they win?
Especially on a map that they got destroyed on by FNATIC as well.
Yeah, exactly that. So I can't remember. It was like they were like 6-2
Yeah, it
down
was like
or something,
5-1.
and they came back. So that was cool.
Yeah, that was good. They had a flawless
5-1.
attack side as well. And they were playing the no senti. And when I see those no senti comps on Lotus, I get a bit nervous. When
Especially
they're
when
on
teams
defense
sit
first.
back.
And then they
Yeah.
start 5-1 down, and I'm like, fucking hell, what are we doing?
Yeah,
and then they
yeah.
barely lost a round from that point. So fair play, Eternal Fire. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, no.
Let's move on to a game. I mean, this was a feels bad game. Because you know whoever's losing this game, I mean, it's just in the doldrums. It was KC versus Team Heretics, 2 teams that desperately needed a win, and it was Team Heretics who just about squeaked through and got that win. Let's start on the Team Heretics side. A bit of positivity. Let's go. Team Heretics, they won a game. Sliggy, I asked about Vitality. Is there any hope? This team,
Yeah.
is there any hope?
No, there is hope. I see the vision.
Okay.
I see the vision. I get it. I can understand it. Is it going to take a little bit of time? Yeah. Do they have a little bit of time? Kind of. I just don't know if it's long enough. So I like it a lot. I think my main thing that I'm enjoying is just getting Rien's off of the sky. That's like a
Yes,
that's like a big
please.
part.
It was the
Yeah.
best thing about this week, seeing him on Fade. Like him on Sky was like literally bottom 3 of the entire league. I'm so sorry to cut you off, but yeah, I
No,
got
no,
excited.
it's,
It was
go on, you go.
it was very good.
Yeah, it was just like my main takeaway. I'm just like, oh, we got a bit of comfort here, and then you see Gen.G playing like a Cypher and a Vice as well, and it's just like, oh wait, we're actually just full on comfort. Koshmaris not on the chamber, obviously he was filling in for comeback, and then had to just do whatever they had down. Like him being on the neon, he looks comfy, and he's doing his role is like the main thing that I care about. I don't think he's like the sickest fragger ever, but I think that you don't have to be with neon at the moment. You just have to be mechanically pretty good and take a lot of space at the right time, and I think he's pretty good with that as well. So it looks a little bit more like Heretics, but I think a vast amount of that is just they just went back to comfort.
Yeah, I think that the key player for me on that is Woot. Like him on Phoenix across multiple maps, like he only played it one, but like that idea of Woot on Phoenix seems like the perfect matchup. Like the way I think about the duelist role right now is like back when ISO was kind of popular, which players would I want on ISO are the ones I want on Phoenix, basically. And Woot is basically that embodied, I think. And I think the other takeaway is basically everyone's just comfortable and they're not playing bad stuff necessarily. It's all pretty decent. So hopefully that's the foundation to go forward. But yeah, I don't think they have tons of time. But yeah, they just need to lock in essentially.
Yeah. I think Woot
Okay.
on Raze is like something they can lean on a little more as
Yeah.
well. It's good Raze maps at the moment. You can force it on like a fair amount of maps, and I think that's where he kind of looks comfy.
Koshmaris was abusing the Odin, wasn't he? I wrote that down.
Dude,
yes.
so weird.
Odin Neon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's
It's
good.
very
He's
strange.
good with it.
Yeah.
just
It
looks-
was strange.
It just looks weird. Yeah, it just
It's
looks
just
so
very
weird.
strange, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me put it to this to you though. Team Heretics, they've won 1 game. They're 1-2. Let's say
Against
you need at
KC.
least 2 wins to make it to playoffs, 3 to guarantee. Their next 2 games are Gentlemates and Foot. Are we feeling
It's tough.
positive still?
If they only win one, are they fully out, or does it depend on?
No,
who
I think if they win one, they can make it. They could, but they'll probably be 4th if they do. On the
And
lowest.
4th is a bit of a death sentence as well.
Yeah.
lower bracket start, yeah. Dude, I think they can do it. I'm
Okay.
not sure. I'm not sure London Masters, but I think
A decent playoff run.
a decent-ish playoff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the foot game might be where foot are like might be 4-0 at that point, and I don't
Yeah,
know what
Foot
that
might.
means.
I think
but-
if
They
Foot
might
win
chill.
one game, they guarantee
Yeah.
first.
yeah,
seed.
so
that
it might
game
be
not
just
mean
a bit
anything.
of a for them. It might not mean anything. The Heretics are like, thank
Yeah,
God.
It's everything. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's take a look at the other side, which unfortunately did not go so well. KC. Oh, KC. I mean, the hope was there, you know? They win map 1
Haven
13-6, and I'm like, hold on. We got hope.
Es
And
que no,
then-
es que I have seen this film before, and I
Go on,
didn't like the
Kaquka.
ending. And it's we get this one map, and we're so good at it, and it's like the rest. I don't think it's the same. I think that they're struggling. I see some struggles that I saw last year, also this one. And what I mean is Levin struggling outside of Jet. You put him in other agents, he struggles so much. I feel like they have given, for example, Narrate the comfort of just being on the fade, but I don't know why they don't give Levin the same. Because honestly, in my eyes, they need a win. Man, they need a win. They need to get that satisfaction at least to just to get it across the board. Aves on the Omen, like that Lotus. I was very happy for Heretics, but my mother, mi madre, as we say in Spanish, o sea, it was hard to watch. I kid you not. I watched Lotus and I was like, I'm not watching anymore. I was facing in and out on Fracture, also because I was feeling pretty sick. But yeah, it's not looking good. I don't think most of them are comfortable, and I, at this point, don't know what they're going to do to fix it for this stage. I mean,
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, it was an interesting game, this one, because Team Heretics picked Haven and got absolutely battered. And then KC picked Lotus and got
absolutely
absolutely battered. I mean, really, really stomped. So that was,
Yeah,
not
I
great.
questioned the veto a little bit from both teams. I was like, wait, you're picking Haven into No.
no,
Wait, no,
Heretics
that was the other
picked
way
Haven.
around. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
But it didn't go well. I
No, it
mean,
didn't go well. It
Yeah,
looked-
they're
go well.
picking Haven into KC because KC were actually doing quite well on Haven recently. That they probably would have got Haven anyway. I don't know. Yeah, I overall for me for KC it's like two things. It's like the comp stuff I put to one side in my analysis, and I was just focusing more on like team play stuff. And it's now a mixture of both, where it's just like the comps are a bit not like I would just go full comfort and then also try and focus on fundamentals. And I just don't think the fundamentals are there, and that's the biggest issue. Like I can sit here and say I hate all the comps they play,
Fracture
which
comp?
is a lot like true. A lot of the comps I really don't like, but at the same time, who cares? As Pipson would say, like that's not the game. Like there are other things there.
Yeah.
And that's
it's really
true for
scarred
KC.
you, right?
No, like I think it's true. Like I think that like analysis wise, like comps are fun to talk about,
Yeah.
but at the end of the
they're
day,
not
like,
evident. Yeah.
it's really like there are
It's the-
bigger issues with KC.
sometimes it's the easy way out to talk about the comms for sure.
Yeah.
Because
But I think that it is because they've swapped so much, and everybody seems to be playing out of comfort that seriously,
go
I would just let
together.
them do whatever.
yeah, they do.
It's
yeah.
like it goes together because they're not in a lot of comfortable roles. The fundamentals are harder to do because you've got players thinking about other stuff. And, you know, if Levin is on Jet, you know he's going to be, you know, doing stuff. And I'm not
Mhm.
even saying that Levin on Jet is the answer here. It's just that, you know, you got Dozier playing Neon, which looked okay first week and then not so good here. And then Saigetsu hasn't looked good on Vice at all the entire time, despite it being, in my opinion, a good meta agent. So,
Yeah.
It's a little bit like if you, I don't know how the saying is in English, so please help me out. If you judge a fish by his capabilities of climbing a tree, is that
yeah, I don't know what it
Yeah.
is, but yeah, I get it. Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, fish is great at swimming, can breathe underwater, we can't, but for climbing a tree is not good. And that's the kind of feeling that I get from Casey. They need to stop climbing trees.
It was it was weird to watch them this week because I've never seen in the space of like one map and then the next map, like the floor and the ceiling of a team,
Yes.
just instantly. Because we really got the ceiling. I felt like their calling on Haven was good. I really liked their garage default that they would do with the Phoenix against the Cypher, where they would do the wall and the smoke over towards garage. So you'd either break the trip or you would block vision of the C camera, and then you could either insert yourself over towards insert yourself into the top of garage window, or you could use that pressure and then instantly hit another site. Or you could just go break the camera if it was there. So I kind of liked what they had, like Fury-wise on Haven. And then they just looked a little lost.
I think that tracks because they've played it 6 times in VCT, which doesn't sound a lot, but like that is a lot for this team.
For
like
their team,
their next
changes a lot.
Yeah, the next most is like 3. So like they've got 6 tournament reps, essentially official reps, which is double anything else. Like they should be looking good on that map, in my opinion, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Something that I guess maybe isn't discussed very much, but like an official is worth probably like 3 or 4 scrims at least, you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's depressing to talk about KC. Let's not talk about a depressing team. Let's talk about the best bloody team in EMEA and all of the lands. Because FUT took a look at Sliggy's Team Liquid and they went, these guys, they're nothing. They're nothing. We can go 1 and 2 in a Masters as well. Watch.
Do you know what's funny about this is this is probably the most I've ever been flamed for a game, even including when I was coaching. Like everyone's coming in like your team's lost. I'm like, man, I did not. Like, dude, no one flamed me this hard when we lost when I was actually on the team.
I enjoy TMB like putting pressure. We call it the high press on TeamSpeak right now. High pressing you badly for this. Like I was like, Siggy's the most like don't eat. Like if I didn't know you were on Team Liquid, I wouldn't know you're on Team Liquid. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because like you're just so impartial, and yet just TMB just making out as if you're like the biggest TM. I enjoyed it thoroughly because I bet part of you was a bit like, gonna have to get him back kind of thing, or like when they start losing, I bet there was a
oh yeah, dude. The problem is as well because I'm losing to him in VFL, so I've got nothing right now. I just keep on losing
stuff. But let's talk about the game because it was an interesting game. FUT came out and I was losing my mind that they couldn't win a pistol at the start of this game, and I thought, oh no, we're gonna. I was literally saying we're gonna lose this game because we're not gonna win a pistol. But then eventually they did win a pistol on the second map, and it went okay. Let's start with the FUT side of it because they are now 3-0. They're the first team in playoffs. I think FNATIC also are guaranteed playoffs, but FUT are in there. They are going to playoffs, and I think if they win 1 game, they're also guaranteed first seed now, and they play KC next. So it is looking very good right now for this team. Mini, let's start with you on this FUT team. You said that this should be the kind of, practice team for the good teams. Well, I think that's a fucking bullshit narrative. This is the team, Mini. This is the team.
Well, sure. I think it's like it parallels the Vitality game a lot in the sense that like, in one respect that the meta is coming towards this team, right? Like this team is kind of very comfortable in a meta where you can play this double duelist, you can run at people, and you can play off of that strength. So that's very good. And I think that like the biggest takeaway for me was a bit like the Vitality game, that anytime Team Liquid played any kind of in-between position solo, like they would just die. Like FUT are gonna like punish you every single time. And so that to me is like still the biggest takeaway for teams like Team Liquid who are used to that old EMEA style where we didn't really think too hard about the ways we're taking fights. They're just losing them to the teams who don't think about that stuff, but just do it naturally, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But Team Liquid also, in terms of Master Santiago, they lent into a full aggro style more than anyone.
Yeah, but let's be real. It felt the defense of that it felt extremely planned in a way that was like obvious, and it felt like someone doing a cosplay of a team rather than an actual embodied. Like it was like if you genuinely took VLR, put it into AI, and was like
a cosplay of a team's a what team?
Of
like the aggression,
aggressive...
they're being told to be aggressive rather than their players naturally being like, yeah, I'm just.
Bro, they were they were in the first 20 seconds running it down every single round. It was like kind of like a bit, you know what I mean? Whereas
that's how they won the first rounds against FUT. If you think about it, on Breeze at least, if I remember correctly.
Sliggy's depressed right now. He doesn't want to talk about it. We've upset him. It's okay.
Molly yourself, damn.
Yeah. But go on.
s-
This team, just keep glazing foot, Mini. Just say that they're good.
Oh yeah. Okay. I have
Or
something
you
to
could
glaze
cook
foot
it. Either
about.
way.
I continue to think that Sociable is doing great. Seriously, it honestly
Yes.
makes me happy to see Foot doing this well. Also, because I feel like SOP makes me see and makes everybody sees Zeus at full potential. I think those two work
This was a
so well
crazy good
together. I think
Zeus
that
game.
Breeze was a great example. Like the way this Zeus was just walking down mid and just winning the same duel time after time after time. It had to be so freaking annoying if you were Team Liquid. And yeah, same goes for Haven. I just think that I don't know what Sociable has done. I don't think that he's fully sociable. I think Vlad as well. I don't know what else has clicked within this team, but I can see how things are just getting better and better for them. And if you add that to the fact that they just keep winning, I just hope that this keeps snowballing, because if they are to make it to London, this Foot is going to feel so different
Hear that, Minnie?
from other Foots that we've had. That's what you have to do, TMV. Give me
Yeah.
your salary.
What the hell have I come
What?
back to?
Don't know about the last part. Vinny, anything else to add?
Are they better than Eternal Fire?
Fuck yes. I don't know. Eternal Fire are
To
pretty
people
good.
who aren't paid by the team?
I think it's pretty close. I think the comfort of the individuals might actually do it. I don't know what you guys spoke about, but I do like their double duelists are incredible at the moment. So I think that
Do you
might
think that like
be a
if we
difference
had
maker.
literally London right now, that Foot or Eternal Fire, like how deep would you like expect them to go?
Oh, they don't go that deep. I would say they probably get 7th, 8th.
Okay.
Wait,
I
depends.
just
Who
like
else
that-
is coming from other regions?
Well,
I
the
mean,
best-
Slicky's
best
used to
teams.
watching his team, not do so well. That's kind of
Mate,
part
they're
of,
literally
the Masters.
all of the masters.
So he probably thinks
all
that
of the
anyone,
masters, all of the champs.
Like, look, Chobra's team won a Masters, okay? So not everyone
That's
has to be
true.
your team. Some
That's
teams
true.
can't do well.
Just enjoy it while it lasts. Because at the end of the day, it will be Team Liquid going to London.
Yeah, it will be. It will definitely be. Let's talk about Team Liquid then, and let's start with you then, Sliggy. Taking the the banter, as they would say in the UK, aside. What do you think of Team Liquid? Like, why did they struggle in this game? I mean, I would argue they played a KC and Heretics in bad. Those were their first two games, arguably against the two weakest teams. Certainly when they played them, they weren't doing very well. So are
Yeah.
you a little bit concerned that maybe they were just playing some bad teams and actually there are some troubles for this team?
No, I think they tried. I don't know. I didn't like the KO apart from some rounds on defense, like on Breeze. I think that's not the direction I would go as well. So, I don't know. It looked a little bit off in terms of some of them playing together as well. Some of the individuals felt like they lost a lot of duels. It just looked a little off to me. That was it. And I just felt like it felt like a player diff when I looked at the duelists personally.
I was a bit more like, with Team Liquid, I'm expecting them to probably make it to London at this
Yeah.
point, even though I can be a bit critical. I think that, so I did watch a bit closer, and I think that the KO was a miss. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't just play the Phoenix at this point. Camo
Yeah,
has
I
clearly shown he's good at it. And the way they played the attack side of Breeze was just go A, go B every single round. There was like very little defaulting, which to me means that you just play the go kill agents. Like KO is not going to get you as much value doing that kind of style. And then the other thing that like Anders pointed out when I was watching the stream was they just never picked up orbs. They're going A main like every round. And like
Just
Nats
left
would
it.
even be in a
Yeah.
2v1 and not pick up the orb. And I was like, this is the team that we praise so highly for having good ult theory and good ults. And they're just not picking up orbs. And then when I did see them use ults like on Haven, they're like Killjoy ulting B as an open. And I'm just like, come on, bro. We knew about that like 5 years ago, that like that site's pretty easy to go. We don't need it for like a Killjoy ult, So yeah, there were some like things that I wouldn't expect Team Liquid to be struggling with, considering their fast adaptations to meta and generally their kind of good structure, that I think was a little bit frustrating to see this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
But long term, you're still confident.
I mean, the coaching staff and everything always seems to pay off. So like I trust that they would go away and see those things that I've said. It's not exactly rocket science what I've said. So I hope that afterwards they figure it out. And it doesn't matter like where they are at. It just feels like they're the team that's the inevitability.
They will make it no matter how bad they look.
Yeah,
I
they will
I
make it.
really, really, really hope that it is a rematch. Like we have this rematch for the last
Oh
ball.
my god, I don't.
That
That'd
would
be
make
good.
me so
I
happy.
don't. I'll take I'll
It would
take
be
the
good.
grand final rematch. That's like they both already made it. I'll take that one.
Okay.
I don't need to see that. Give me if Foot can play like Giants and then somehow like I don't know, fucking a terrible team sneaks their way into an upper final that they can beat.
You
That's
want
what
the
I'm looking.
easy route where
I
they
want
play
the
no
fucking-
one
I mean,
good.
Oh, yeah, this- I wanna play
listen,
no
the
one
good
good,
thing
yeah.
is that if they are to win this week and lock the first seed, they're one win away. They only need to win one map because they get a bye. Yo,
Easy.
TMV, I somehow I'm on your side here.
Yeah, easy. It's gonna happen. They
just
play
like the-
KC this week as well, so they should be able to do that.
I used to get more worried when we pulled easy teams in brackets because I'd be like, oh, fuck, if we lose to
It's
this
embarrassing.
team, it's
Yeah.
so bad. Like, at least give me some hard opponents so we could, like, maybe win, and if we lose, it's whatever.
Oh
yeah.
no! Give me the easiest game. If the team wants to fold, like that would be great. Anyway, let's talk about what perhaps should have been an easy game. It was for one map, but certainly wasn't. Kind of in the Team Secret Paper Rex style, where we had a very close split. Turns out that map just has to be close all the time, and this was another example of it. Because FNATIC did manage to win against Pacific. They managed to make it to playoffs with that win, but I talked about ZETA Division being slow start. That's what this was as well. It was 5-0 to Pacific, and it was like, hold on, what's going on here? But then FNATIC kind of woke up a little bit, and
And then Kayak
managed to-
decided.
Kayak was.
Yeah,
Actually,
Kayak decided.
let me clutch every round. And that was
Kind of
it.
actually again in VS in terms of like, I'm not losing this map. You guys can do whatever. I'm not gonna lose this map. Don't worry. And they didn't. Probably not too much to take away from this game, but let's start on the FNATIC side. I'll come to you, Mini, because it is your ex team.
Well, I think that it's the same narrative I had for Team Liquid and for Vitality. Like these.
Okay, so we'll move on. Kaquka.
No, like honestly, like the slow start, it was the same. When Fnatic played Eternal Fire, I picked out some like for the desk. I picked out some clips where like Fnatic would just take solo fights a lot of the time and die, and that's what happened in Eternal Fire in the first 6 or 7 rounds. And I think that was what was happening in the first like 6 or 7 rounds of this specific game, where Pacific, everyone's pretty good at this video game. It's not like anyone's terrible. And so if you're going to give some people some duels, it's never going to be more than a 60-40 or something. And I feel like it still feels like that. I'm going to be pushing this narrative hard about EMEA's like team fighting or the way they're synergizing together. And to Fnatic, I still don't think I don't know if it's something they're working on or something they think about in the way that I'm thinking about it now. But it definitely wasn't there at the start. And we could say a slow start, but like, I know that the teams in APAC or the Turkish teams aren't gonna do that at the start of the game, if that makes sense.
I mean,
I
is there anything else anyone wants to add? I mean, this
The
game-
second thing is Lotus, I think, I don't think
The home
Lotus
ground.
is the map where I think you can't get upset on. It's like the hardest map to get upset on, I think.
Hmm.
Sure.
Yeah,
So
that
I
makes sense.
think-
Why in
Do you think
2023
it
everyone
has to
decided to
do a
just
lot-
let you pick it, like 8 games in a row, whatever the fuck they
Just
did against you.
no one using an Odin, even though it's been
Yeah.
spoken about multiple times. They just walk out A every single time. Wall goes up. Maybe they're walking out A, guys. Not buying an Odin. It's okay.
See, here's the thing. Like both of the teams that
20
we played
games later.
Lotus
Sorry.
against do not run the Viper. And I think that for Fnatic, that is just like given they're already good on Lotus. And I feel like if you don't put a Viper on the other side, and you're not even making them think.
Well, Pacific's comp is
Yeah.
mental, to be
Well,
fair.
yeah.
That they were going to play Harambol. I don't think they fully they referenced Diego Simeone. I understand this might be going.
The
some
other
of
thing
your
about
heads, but-
Fnatic there is like, again, like they won 13-4, and then some people are like, oh, is Fnatic's Lotus the best in the world? I'm like, America's Lotus with the Vice, I think, looks better than this. Like, in terms of what the Vice can provide that a Killjoy can't. If Neon
Yeah.
doesn't get nerfed too hard, like a Neon just disrespects Killjoy Uto. Like,
Yeah.
the Vice is
Did that-
better, in my opinion.
That
I'm
whole
surprised
Lotus.
we've not seen Alpha play Vice this stage, have we?
It's funny because like I was a bit mediocre about it at kickoff, and then it's clearly becoming very good stage 1. My argument would be they didn't use it that well in kickoff, but Alpha was playing very good.
I
on it.
asked
and
I
it's just
asked-
strange that they don't.
I asked Boaster about it, who's in my chat the other day. I can't remember who they're playing. I think it was Liquid. You know when they run down Boaster, and I was like, because he was flaming a team that was playing Vice, and I was like, he's like, oh no, Fawn's in the choke, and I was like, in my head, I was like, guys, I remember, dude, Boaster, I remember you playing against Liquid, and you didn't put the Vice
Cross-map.
Fawns. Yeah, the cross map Vice
Yeah.
Fawn. He's like, hey, he just instantly called out Alpha. He's like, Alpha forgot the lineup. Just straight up called out. He's like, we had it. He just forgot the lineup. I was like, holy hell, is this instantly throwing his team
That
under
is,
the bus?
I've always thought about that in the middle of a game. If like that's such an important thing that if you did forget a lineup, you just insta lose sometimes. I've always
Yeah,
wondered
yeah.
like how would you tell a player? You'd have to get someone else to stand like show them on the monitor
How to
next
do
to
it.
them almost like yeah. But if Bosa's on the other side and
Do you
Alpha's
think-
here,
do
how
you
would you
think
do
that-
that?
do you
Coach
think if
timeout
Alpha
to
were to say,
describe a
"I've
lineup. That would be
forgotten,"
so
Yeah.
funny.
Buster would say, "This is the lineup," because I think like maybe.
Get up
What-
a YouTube.
We get up, yeah, we get into the team comms. I'm both like, right, okay, go to YouTube. Go. This guy's got some great lineups on this video. Or he's like, Alpha, you need to aim here. Come 2 tap to the left. Imagine. Anyway, anything on
gonna-
Pacific?
Yeah, I was gonna say on Pacific, the whole park the bus thing, and then on Lotus, like just like why? Okay, there's so many cool stuff you can do with the veto, and I like to praise Cupid a lot for thinking of good stuff. But mate, come on, man, give me something with the veto there. If you're gonna have a double Senti comp, surely we could have something aggro A where like the trip is like some kind of one way. I can think of 3 good trips that you can throw aggro A and go A aggro, and then if it's hard for them to re-clear, and then you can have one that can swing off of it, or you can rotate off of the info. You could definitely have a one-way on the top that would only get you once you go out like a certain part. Dude, show me some good veto trips. Like what? You're just playing it like a chamber. Play a chamber.
Yeah, I think that's my summary of all Vita play this year so far. Has been like I've just played chamber.
Just play a chamber because no one wants to go aggro and try something.
Okay, well, that was a week of EMEA, but don't worry, there's a whole nother one coming up. Woohoo! Let's first take a look though at how you did, the dear viewer, and how you did last week. The game was FUT Liquid, and oh my goodness,
Oh boy.
another wrong, another wrong. You're all frauds. 2 wrongs, and this one should have been obvious. Look who's playing. Butter playing. They're gonna win, obviously. Anyway, let's hope you can do better this week. We have a very interesting match of the week. I'm interested. I have no idea who people will pick. But first off, let's smile. Eternal Fire versus Pacific Esports. Thank you very much.
Great smile.
Yeah, we've all
I was very
guaranteed
late, I'm
Eternal
sorry.
Fire.
Yeah, Mini really ruined that photo. Holy.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I hate photographs. I hate being on camera. I hate right now. I can see myself, and then I
Very
forget
true to
every
your
I think
job.
we
time.
would finish earlier if you said the things you don't hate.
I forget every time that there's going to be a photograph, and I just sat there like, it's too, yeah.
Your job is being on broadcast, being
Yeah.
in front of a
I
camera.
hate
and
being
you
in
say,
a
Yeah,
"I
but
can't
the
speak
problem
in
is
front
that
of a
it
camera."
pays me a lot more money than graphic design. So,
Mm.
like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, it's a tough life. Tough life. He's forced to be on a VCT
I don't want to talk about
broadcast.
this game, man. Let's move on.
Okay, I will. Gentlemates versus Team Heretics. Ooh, how much do we believe? Oh, there is some belief. Okay, me and Minnie have gone Gentlemates, but Sliggy and Kaquka have gone for Team Heretics. Kaquka, you're Spanish, and I feel like you might be a bit biased. Sliggy, why have you gone for Team Heretics? Why have you gone
I
for
feel
Team
like
Heretics?
TFE does that to Kaquka every time, and she's like, "Yeah, but Heretics."
I see the vision. I believe in the vision. I'm on board until I see that it doesn't look good. Basically, is where I'm at. I get where they're going with it. I think it looks good. I think the roles make sense. Everyone's on their comfort. They can probably get some maps that make a lot of sense as well.
What percentage would you give this game though?
This is close. 55-45 Heretics.
Yeah, I would have
Oh,
said the
okay.
same.
Okay, Minnie,
So
why
it's good that you
why are
made
they
him
wrong?
speak for me.
I think that mates are for this year, and the way that we vote for Heretics here is based on the idea that they're going to improve. I think.
Yeah, it's
And
the unknown.
Yeah, and I'm not. I'm just kind of betting on this
Them not
the
doing that.
standard. Well, it's more like we've got one sample to work off of. It looks decent, but General mates have proven a lot this year, so I'm just gonna go for the safe bet, in my opinion.
Yeah, same. I mean, Kaquka, you can feel free to add anything you want.
No, I think that I do think that Heretics is improving. I hope it's just not too late, and I hope that the win meant a lot for them. For mates, they won against a NAVI that, as I'm saying, like somebody please help hero. So
Mm.
yeah, I don't know how much I can take away from that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if Mates lost this, they'd be 2-2 with Liquid as the last game. I mean, it would be nip and tuck to see if they even got to playoffs. So this is an important game for both teams for sure.
Yeah.
Very important. Let's move on to our next game, which is GIANTX versus the only team with any hope in EMEA, apparently, FNATIC. And
I'm gonna ruin
guaranteed
everyone.
FNATIC.
I'm gonna ruin them all. Like I'm gonna purposely ruin them from now on.
That
Well,
wasn't that bad.
Okay.
How is it
It's
not?
a FNATIC pick. I mean, I don't. What's the percent on this? Is this more than a Barless Law? Just about Barless Law?
Nah, I mean this is about as well, right?
GIANTX?
75, yeah.
70-30 is a Barless Law game. And I feel pretty good about the guarantee. Giants could win a map, I think. I think that's definitely in the
I think,
on the
yeah,
cards.
I think
I mean,
it
they could
be
win.
2-1. Like Haven, yeah, I think they could win. It's not crazy. It's GIANTX. They're always ready for an upset. Like FNATIC is looking great. Don't get me wrong. And for them, nothing will be better than to secure first seed this week and going to BBL, being like, oh, week off, like you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And this fits better for the narrative. I just need that we send something strong to Santiago, to
Yeah.
London.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, let's move on. Get ready to smile, I hope, in this one. Unless you're frauds. Karmine Corp versus Foot. Smile, Mini.
Okay.
Whoa! Let's go! You know, some of the
How is
people on-
that ruining it?
I'm not ruining it. I'm just gonna.
Oh, no,
I just
he's
No,
look.
he's
not.
trying
You
his
can't.
best
You
now.
can't ruin this one. You
This-
can't ruin this one because this one is a guarantee, 100%. You see, some people on the foot team have been telling me to maybe give a bit more shit to some people because I've been solo picking foot in quite a few of these games, and they've won every single one. And finally, and the viewers as well, not picking them last week. Finally, oh, now you'll come and join the bandwagon. Well, it's too fucking late.
Well,
I'm not letting you on this
I've only
train.
not picked him once, I think.
Well, good for you, Slicky. That's nice to hear.
Yeah,
you,
you're
were you
welcome.
here last week? You weren't.
No, I wasn't here.
Oh.
Dude, thank God I wasn't here. I predicted everything wrong in my pick. honestly.
Well, there you go. I mean, I'm saying it's 100%. Kaquka, it probably isn't 100%. So give me at least some reason why Foot might struggle. And if you can't think of any, you're correct. There we go.
I think
Whoa,
it's,
that's
Yeah.
silence.
KC would have to go back and change all their crap that we said.
Exactly.
they
if
do
they
that,
go
then
and like
maybe.
KC throws everything out of the board and we just see like full comfort, just this and that, they might have a chance. But honestly, Foot is looking great. You know,
Yep.
I think that they deserve this win as well. I think that they deserve this guarantee.
Yes, they do. 100%. I mean, if Foot lose this game now, I'm going to become very suspicious and very superstitious as well going forward. No more. I'll be picking against Foot every week just to stop a guarantee.
They might lose Haven, though.
Yeah, so I was thinking of that.
Sure. I'll take a 2-1 win. Don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I still think a bit too
Don't
long,
give
yeah.
a fuck. Let's move on to another game that in a good world would be quite interesting, but I think where these teams are right now maybe won't be. Navi versus Team Liquid. Minnie, get off that phone and smile potentially.
No, there's no smile.
Well, there is a picture though.
It's one of our worst pictures yet.
Yeah,
We've
I was, like,
never cared
typing
less
a
for a game,
message.
apparently.
Ooh.
Okay, Liquid guarantee against Navi. I mean, you said there was some danger in the FNATIC Giants one. Leggy, is there some danger in this one?
I mean, there is some danger, but I also kind of feel okay after watching Navi do a little bit of weird stuff with their
Rolls and
comeback
comps, yeah.
rolls and comms. So I feel better, and I think Liquid having a bad week is going to help them. I think they're like a bounce back kind of team for that one, and the coaches will come down hard. So I feel good in that stuff. And if Navi went back to if Navi put comeback on the Neon, I think I would be okay with it. But I think it's just too much, man. I don't think Filu
Why does
is...
no one make that decision to just put comeback on the Neon? Like I feel like this has been my
Yeah.
2026. Is begging everyone to put comeback on Neon.
It's
But
also
I liked
feel like a
him-
good chamber. It's
Yeah,
like-
that's why. I actually in Heretics I liked it when comeback was on the chamber, but for this one it just makes sense for him to be on the Neon.
Yeah.
It's like I've
You're
switched.
nerfing multiple
No,
players.
to me
but-
it's the same
Yeah,
on both.
I don't comeback's not gonna look great, but the rest of the team will, so I don't care. And you don't need to look great at Neon, you just need to make space.
Yeah.
But instead
Okay.
they're changing everything for him and he's not gonna perform.
Okay. And then our final game, you can vote on the YouTube, is match of the week. It's BBL versus Team Vitality. Crucial game. Hopefully no smiling.
Ooh,
Oh no!
That's a bad one. That's a bad one.
Oh, that one.
Voice on that voice.
I mean, Kaquka's face tells a story there about
That's a
that
bad
guarantee.
one.
It was a
I
genuine
like that
reaction.
one.
I'm very expressive too.
A guarantee of vitality. Mini. Why on earth have we done this?
To put pressure on Vitality.
Oh,
I think that's pretty
Sure.
good.
I
Good
like that.
narrative.
I mean, it's just one of
Good
those
Their last
things
chance,
where
I mean,
we got the Rotten Tomato system, not the IMDb system. So like that's just what's going to happen. This game is slightly favored to Vitality, so it's unfortunate it's a guarantee, but it's also fun because I like putting pressure on the team that try to
Steal all
buy
your
some
players.
wins.
Buy some wins.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
Moneyball.
they've. I don't know if I can say they've looked better, but I think I've seen a little bit more potential.
They look
Be-
less
be-
lost.
BBL are just BBL are just in a lot of trouble, and they're not changing stuff up.
It's also I think BBL is just mentally. I think this is a big game for both teams mentally. To be honest with you, like because Vitality have got so much pressure, the fact that they need to win, and BBL are less in that spot, but they're in an existential crisis. The Turkish existential crisis I was talking about last week, where it's like, are we actually good, or did we just randomly just do something? We've never lost before. Like this team is not used to losing, so
Sure.
very interesting.
Yeah. But I think Vitality, there's a lot of pressure on right now because, and it's always interesting when you get these teams, like we saw with Vitality last year, you create this super, superstar heavy team. When things go wrong, what do you do? Right? Like
Yeah,
where do you go? Like in the world where Vitality don't make playoffs, you would assume they're gonna have to make changes. But what on earth do they do? Right? Like
I mean, I think I trust this version of the Vitality a lot more.
they
It's
didn't
very
make
different.
playoffs.
No, I mean they're not making changes if they don't make playoffs.
You reckon?
You don't think?
You think they're in for the
I
long
think
term?
BBL's gonna win this. I'm like doing the veto real quick,
You're looking at?
and I'm not very sure about this guarantee. But if
Wait,
Mini
that's
wants
so
to put pressure-
interesting. We think that Vitality would make changes if they don't make playoffs.
Don't make
Because-
playoffs. I mean, that's pretty bad. You're in the bottom 14.
they're not making
you're
the top 8.
Who's getting kicked?
Oh,
well, this
God
is my
knows.
point. This is exactly what my point was.
Who are they getting?
Kenny. Yeah, well,
Traffic.
this is my point. Like, you've had a terrible stage. What do you do?
I think
Because-
when you're a team with this much expectations, you don't make the first Masters. You're meant to make the second Masters. You're not meant to go out in
but
playoffs.
all I'm thinking in my head is like,
Who?
it's not like who and what.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, but that's the problem with building this kind of team is like, it can get ugly.
I mean,
as it did last year.
I am well aware about kicking players. Like you don't need
Oh,
to
no,
preach.
yeah,
You're
I
preaching
mean-
to the wrong. You're preaching to the choir here. Like it's just that in this very scenario, I'm for once thinking, well, I don't know. How's that going?
Exactly. That's why
It's
it's
fun.
tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
But if they don't even make the playoffs, that's fucking terrible.
Yeah. Not
That would
even
be
top
terrible.
8.
I would cut them some slack that like they're played against FNATIC, Eternal Fire, and BBL. Like it's not.
Should be better, Mini.
They
They gotta
should
be
be
better.
better. Absolutely.
That'd be better.
I agree.
Okay,
but
probably won't happen. Probably won't happen.
It's
They'll
an
make
arbit.
playoffs.
I
Maybe
think
they'll
the
make it.
playoffs thing's slightly arbitrary. They don't make
If-
London either way. It's fucking awful.
if GIANTX wins against FNATIC somehow, and Vitality loses this, they are out. They're 100% out.
Yeah, it's a big week.
It's match of the week or something.
Match of the week. Okay, we guaranteed the match of the week. But it might go wrong. I mean, that one very much might go wrong. Who knows? But that's it for EMEA. Me and Kaquka are leaving. Dryad and Shyo are joining. Enjoy talking about Americas. And I mean, I say Americas. Enjoy talking about South America. Because the NA, if you're from NA,
Is Turkey the
you're a
South
fraud.
America of Europe?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it might be.
Yes.
Yes.
Like I say, I went for a risky one there. I wasn't sure if it was going to come out wrong or
No,
something.
no, I
No,
think
no,
you
no.
nailed it.
Yeah.
Enjoy talking about
Yeah.
G2 and
South
NRG.
America 8-0 so far against NA teams. Crazy. Goodbye. Enjoy.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thanks
Stay
a lot.
hydrated.
But just me and Sliggy.
Yeah, there we go.
Sure.
Oh. What is
What
this? Here we
up?
go.
Look at that dark red card. Isn't it cool? Holy shit.
Yeah.
I think me and Sneak are the worst people to show a Pokemon card. Like,
No, I do.
yeah.
If it's
Looks
first
kinda
gen, if it's first gen, the original
Was it
150,
Gengar?
I'm in.
He's got the
bro.
Gengar in the background though. I know Sneaky's a Gengar fan.
I got this as well.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Dude, I'm in for the first gen. After that,
I don't
I'm
want to see any
out, bro.
Pokemons here, please. Thank you.
What?
Oh,
Can I just say that like the whole Pokemon games having two different versions of exactly the same game is the biggest scam of my life, and I can't believe as a 10-year-old I forced my parents to buy both silver and gold, and then it was just essentially the same game. I deserve a refund.
Dude,
you got
one-player
a
games,
pipeline
man.
and you bought some Valorant skins as well. So like we've made mistakes. We've all made mistakes, but let's get this one started. What is up, America's nation? We've got your resident co-streamer on the side over here who is just the slug, the sluggy, the guy. He's here to drop it down. We got the man with a brain so big he has to change his name to compensate to get a bit smaller with it. It's Mini. And then we have someone whose takes are so amazing, interview skills are top notch. She's put on a podium every single interview up on that box. It's Dryad, gold medal, first place.
That's good.
It's your host with the most ShyoWager. Let's Plat Chat it up. The first topic of contention is Envy versus C9. Envy climbing out the Lazarus pit, getting a win. How did this happen? Mini,
I just
you're
can't
still
believe
going.
that you're just trying to mug Sideshow so hard for last week's performance of the host. It's so funny.
Oh, really? I didn't even get to tune into America's last week, so I'm tapping in au
Don't bother.
natural.
It was a 3-hour slog.
Don't
my
bother.
goodness.
It's crazy. Don't bother.
Let's tap in, and then I'll ask how we're doing afterwards. We want to
Real
take a
quick.
take
Sure,
first,
sure.
and that got comfy. So
Real quick.
Envy versus C9. Mini, what happened over here? How is this win possible?
Sorry, I'm not in the zone. It goes to someone else. I don't know
Okay,
what's going
so
on.
Dude, you gotta go. No, you're going to the wrong person. You're going to the
You're
wrong
right.
person.
It's
Dan is like the only
Dryad.
person in the fucking world that picked Envy to win this game.
Really? Talk to me.
Yes.
What did you see, Dan, that nobody else saw in the entire world?
So there's two big things. One,
Insider info.
that's fucked. I actually have a big problem with everybody, but we'll talk about it later. One, this is the most Cloud9 game to lose. Sometimes you don't need to analyze their strat, their comps. You're just like, is this a game that people were expecting and are hoping Cloud9 is going to win? Yes. Does that mean they're gonna lose? Yes. It was so obvious to me just because Envy, we know that they're not really good at, it's not like they're making crazy plays here. It's not like they have some crazy coordination or any compositions, but they have really good individuals. And sometimes that really is all it takes to take down Cloud9. And trust me, I used to be a big Cloud9 fan, but I just knew that was going to happen. You just throw a little bit into a little bit, and then Envy's going to win.
Okay. Were you worried when they won split like C9, or were you like, this is fine? It's maybe not their, was it their map? It was their map. It's totally fine. Envy can come back in the next two.
I was not worried.
You're not worried.
I think, dude, Cloud9, I don't know. They're not changing anything, and they haven't changed anything for so long. And again, it's something that we talked about before, but and I know the compositions right now can help them because they don't need to do anything crazy, but I mean, something needs to change. And at least Envy, they have players that can kind of step it up and win. But Cloud9, they only have Oxy, really. And sometimes you have a player here and there, but it's not something that you see very often.
Yeah, and the irony being that Demon 1 was
I was gonna say, yeah.
on the opposite side, looking great on C9, and then for whatever reason, Envy are able to get that player, and C9 kind of, I think, missed an opportunity there for sure. I think the big thing for me for Envy, after looking at my notes properly, was the transitional comps. Like I said last week that on Plat Chat, that like the Lev style compositions of the double duelist with the chamber would make sense for Envy completely, and then they run it and win. And it's just like, wait, is it that easy for this team? Like they have the star power there.
Yeah.
It's not that difficult. And yeah, it showed. Like Kesnet and Demon 1 just fried.
I mean, I like that they're just putting Demon 1 on comfort.
Yeah.
Because I missed the first week, and then I looked at the stats, and obviously Exeter was playing 3 different agents, and I was like, oh boy, this looks in trouble. And I looked here, and I was just like, damn, everything makes sense. They're playing comps that just suits their team well. Exeter's, it's not comfort, obviously, but it's
is
it's an
much
Omen
better.
and it's a Phoenix. It's not too crazy. It's pretty simple. And the fact is, everyone just has to do their role, and Kesnid and Demon One are gonna win you games.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
you
it
don't
is
have
also
to do
the
that
most.
much.
It's the best situation for Exeter. I feel like from everything else that they could have played and put him on, because the Omen, I think is maybe what people were expecting if they were going to continue having him on these roles. But Phoenix, in the way that he plays it, he can play some of these rounds similar to the way that he was entering with the Euro. So it's kind of the best scenario that they have. And again, it's just they're really good individually, and they get away with it sometimes.
Okay, I like the combination of all of that. My thing though, and I think Minnie brought it up with Extra, so he was talking about it as well a little bit. There's this British show where like there's a female host who's really strict, right? They all answer questions and then vote people out at the end of the round. You guys know what I'm talking about?
The weakest link.
The weakest link when it comes to Extra, and being kind of the weakest link, trying to find his role right now. Is this going to be a little bit of a sandbag that doesn't let them like beat other teams that might be better than C9, maybe entering the middling G2 hemisphere or past that, Dryad? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, but I don't think anybody's expecting NV to be one of the best teams. Again, they're really good, but I don't think anybody thinks they have the game plan to win.
Well,
they have the
thing is,
mechanics, sure, but that's it.
There's like a bit of a vacuum right now with like G2 getting 0-2 at the moment. Yes, coming into things, Envy is not a team you'd look at to be like, hey, they can maybe make, you know, a higher seeding in playoffs. They have a tough chance making it all the way. But if there's one of the teams that was slotted in to go, struggling for the moment, eyes on Envy have to kind of open up that this is like the best chance to get a better spot and the best possible chance at getting a good, you know, placing in playoffs and moving forward, right?
Who are they playing next?
They got some rough games. They got 3 of the hardest.
Right. Right. Anyway.
I was saying.
Yeah, I think though for this season, them finding this approach, and they're never gonna be the team who's you're gonna watch and be like, oh, this is a great game plan or strats or anything. Like, yeah, I'm sure they do have that stuff, but like in my head, the skill ceiling of this team is about just playing loose and fun and just like literally doing things that are unexpected, a little bit Paper X style, where they're just like they are literally they are rankers. Like that is their identity, and that is what should be happening.
And
that can be good.
I was going to say, they actually do, like when they are struggling a little bit, I would say the coach timeouts are like pretty nice. On Haven, they like really needed to actually have some like garage pressure. He called the timeout and I insta see the garage pressure after on Haven as well. So I think the coach is good at like when they're really struggling or they can't actually see what they need to be doing. I think he is giving like good direction. Dude, I think... I don't know who they beat out of these 3, but they get a win out of these 3. I just don't know which one it is. Yeah, they get a win out of these 3. Dude, it's Demon 1 on Chamber Jet and Kesnet on a Neon, and he looks good. They're gonna beat one of those. I just don't know which one.
Yeah. My question then on the other side of the board
too.
Yeah, no, it probably is G2.
I didn't even want to say it.
Is G2 with like a few more weeks of prep? Like they switch it up in kickoff. You think they can't do it again?
Maybe by that time they might already be out.
True. For C9 though specifically, like I think some of the ult usage on Pearl was a bit off from Zelsis and the Tejo. Like in general, Vic had like a rough showing all across the board. Is this like slightly lower than expected? Are we in the depths as C9 fans? Like Sliggy, you're moaning about this one.
They forgot how to play Pearl. I felt like I was watching EMEA for a little bit.
Thank you.
We're playing no scan, no info on the sides. It's crazy. We're hitting B, 3 going through the small choke, 1's waiting outside of B, basically an attack spawn. Like, mate, that's not a pinch on B. That's that's one guy sitting in spawn, and the other you going through the smallest choke, literally in the game.
Yeah, and like the fact that Demon 1's on Chamber, and they don't have like the Sober drone, and like again, like it's another team where I feel like the double initiator on Pro can be strong, but teams aren't playing it. Like if your main strategy is a B split, and you're literally forcing it through tiny choke, then you've kind of, I think, missed the point of that comp, if that makes sense. I mean, you've missed probably the point of Pro in general, but yeah.
Dude, they used to be okay at it. They used to be so heavy on the sides, they would be so proactive, but something's just melted.
Yeah, Dryad, you mentioned Oxy's like someone that can level up and did. Is there anybody else you think could get close to that? Like watching this, usually it should be the Penny and Oxy show, but he didn't show up either. Like, what is any gaps you think could be filled on C9?
I don't know. I mean, everybody was really excited to see Penny. Obviously, the biggest change in the off season, and I know he's good, but I just don't think I don't think the way that they have him play is the way that he's going to succeed. They have him playing a lot of these 4-1s by himself, where it seems like he needs a little bit more support. It seems like if he's going to be in the chamber, if he's going to be the one player completely isolated on the other side, he's not going to find success. And it happened with Envy. It happened in the match before. I think if they're going to play a double duelist, it has to be kind of both of them holding hands and working it together. If not, it's not going to work.
Yeah, sure. We'll see how these guys end up faring up after the fact. I mentioned the Lazarus pits and climbing out of it. I feel like one team did, but then got kicked down because their opponent was just a bit too strong. FURIA versus EG happened over, and FURIA right now are kind of in the driver's seat, I think, of this region. One of the strongest teams, but EG, I think, really leveled up from week 1, and this week 2 genuinely looked like a strong team. I'll come back to you immediately, Dryad, back to back here. Talk to me about FURIA. You know, I think you had some good takes on FURIA in the past when it came to Santiago. This team continues to show dominance. What are we looking at in this week? Why were they such an X factor? Sick.
I'm trying to remember this game.
Okay.
If you come to me,
She was taking a moment. That's
I didn't
fine.
watch this game.
I do. I
didn't watch this game.
I can go. I can
The
go.
tech
from
pauses were bad, and I was like, "Oh, Ben, I'm not watching EG."
that's messed up. I mean, they scraped a Haven, and I was trying to work out by watching this if they wanted to pick the Haven at the beginning, because the Haven looked kind of nice, and then they went to Poe, and then they didn't look like they knew what they were doing at all. It was really weird to watch, man. Like really weird. On the positives, like if I look at FURIA, I love how much they trade. I think Alan's like really good on the Neon.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I feel good about FURIA, but even though they won Lotus, I think both teams have a bad Lotus. That was kind of where I watched it. I was watching this Lotus thinking, there's so many reactions and protocols that are missing, or where like people are just being static and like where they should take space and they're not really taking the space. So the Lotus worried me a little bit for FURIA, even though they won. But everything else looked pretty decent for them. This was my first time seeing Alan like in this split, like on the Neon. He looks really comfy. So that was cool.
Yeah, I think he's one of the best Neons right now. I mean, what I think is really cool about him is how good he is at, I mean, not only the making space Neon, but also when they're going for these fights. I remember some of the fights on Pearl where they're trying to go street, and he's immediately dashing in, trying to break the crossfire, trying to break a lot of these fights. And every single time getting away with it, whether it's the shotguns or just him being insane. I think it's just those little things that sometimes you see from other teams, but from FURIA, you see constantly how this is the game plan to try to win the numbers at the beginning.
Yeah.
Is it a worry that they like the game was this close to EG? Because like on paper, this should have been a stomp, maybe a 2-0, or is this just like EG really leveling up? Because yeah, the slow stuff on Haven was nice, but
I think EG kind of snowballed on attack. I don't think it's that bad, to be honest. I didn't feel that bad when I watched the Haven. I just felt like some of these rounds, FURIA will look back and they'll be able to adjust some of the stuff that they lost.
As for expectations, is FURIA the team where like they came back from Santiago, and we're now expecting them to like level up into a team that can actually win? They can actually win like at global events, like win matches at global events, because they didn't win a game in playoffs, right? They were close, but are they one of those teams that have come back and we're kind of expected to dip a little bit?
They look pretty good. Honestly, I was a little worried at the beginning, going into it after Santiago, but I feel like they're pretty good. I mean, obviously, week 1 was kind of insane. Week 2 is like, okay, there's some little things that they can fix, but I think they're definitely in the right path and definitely ahead of most teams. So I think they should.
If they don't make London though, is that like disappointing? Like, how disappointing is that?
I don't think it is that disappointing, just purely because there's so many good teams at the moment at the Neon meta. I actually thought they would look worse than they do right now. I'm actually pretty impressed that they managed to bounce back from, because I felt like, yeah, the Yoru and having less time, and they used it like a little bit, especially Koala. The thing that impressed me the most is Koala's just playing a completely different role now. He essentially like doesn't really buy the op, and he's doing like really good, and it felt like a big win condition when I used to watch them as well. So that they've actually like adapted to a completely different style very fast. So I thought they would have a bigger drop off than they.
I'm worried about that long term, about the fact that you've got a player who's clearly one of the best operators in the world, and he's not essentially really going to be able to use it anymore.
I think
but they could pivot into that
they thought it was
slightly.
necessary, they would put him on something else.
Yeah, that's also true. I think Alam's doing enough on the Neon that it kind of makes up for it.
Yeah,
Sure.
he tweeted about it, I think, as well, right before the game started, something about like outlaws and scoping and whatnot. But they always have an option to go back to it as well, right? Like if things stop working, and they have it. I think they're developing this more often, and the other side of FURIA could still work. From the side of EG, like, would you raise them higher in like power rankings? I think FURIA is kind of near the top, but right before we move on, where would you put EG after this performance? Higher than Envy after Envy's win, even though they lost here, or no?
Below Envy, above Loud.
Okay, not bad. Well, trot on over to what happened
Hey,
in
sorry
a
to interrupt. I just wanted to interject 1 second because I have a question for Minnie and Sliggy. Coach Shaw was not present for this match. Obviously, he's not playing, but like, how much of an impact do you think him not being there actually had on FURIA?
I don't think it would have crazy amounts unless he was like out for the whole week of prac. That's where I'm at. It would have like a small effect, but I think
Even like on game day, wasn't there?
yeah,
He had to get surgery. I think he broke his hand at Santiago or something.
There is something about just being there in presence. Like I remember, like one of the worst times in FNATIC was when I couldn't go to a boot camp in Poland because I'm an idiot who didn't do my passport. Like I didn't renew it, and we sucked. And I was getting told stories by Colin about how like the boys are kind of playing up a little bit and stuff. But I think that was a boot camp, so it's different than a day. But I don't think it's like the timeouts. I'm not even thinking about timeouts as much as just like being there, just as a leader, I guess.
I've listened in some of the some of the comm stuff. I think they have like a good leadership role within just the actual players and stuff. I think Artin does good, and I think Koala Noob is like very professional with a lot of it as well. Because I think with a lot of these players as well, you got to remember that it's something that they've been going for a long time, and this is one of their big shots, or at least potentially one of their last shots. So I don't think it would matter too much in terms of people. Like,
I think if it was like Lev, it would be different. Like a team of like younger players who the coaches like got more of a kind of, I wouldn't say impact, but like you could tell there's a dynamic there, if that makes sense.
They would play loose because they know that maybe he's not there to instantly
just
shout at them.
overthinking everything.
Yeah. It could work out a little better for them. You never know. But yeah,
Nice.
I think for this team it doesn't matter too much. It would affect them obviously slightly, but I think the team's pretty professional, to be honest, and mature enough.
Yeah, they have their hardest game coming up next week, and then after that, I think it's pretty easy riding against SEN and 100 Thieves, unless they also end up leveling up a little bit, aiming towards the top of the group. Kind of nice. Past that though, LEVIATAN G2, they tapped in, big upset. Style of play was, I think, okay, watching like all three maps play out, but overall the biggest upset I feel like is people expected G2 to stay in their reigning fashion of winning Americas all the time, beating teams that have a clear tier gap in. Lev has slowly been rising up though, and I think there are a bunch of things to talk about in this one. We'll open it up with just I guess the first map, talking about the Breeze. G2 locked that one away a little bit. How do we feel in the opener for this one?
At least when I'm on, if I'm just focusing on Lev, man, I want him to play double duelist. I think this team looks the best when Spike's on Neon. That's where I'm at. I think he's one of the best Neons. So that's where I want to see them personally. If I'm focusing positives from G2, Trent had one of the most insane games. Like, absolutely insane games. He won 5 rounds on his own, essentially, in terms of just like pure impact, that if it was a different player that he's not winning. Bro was aiming insane, man. It was nuts to watch. I don't think anyone would be in this team if he was playing like this.
I really like the idea of the double duelist. I think, I was kind of surprised because after we saw Spike switch to Neon week 1, I thought he was going to do it pretty much every single time. I mean, Sato's good at it, but I also think he's great at Phoenix. And I understand, at least looking at the comp, it seems like the game plan was just being able to play the defense with the chamber. But I just don't think, I mean, we didn't ever really got the chance to see that. I feel like if they start in defense, it might have been a different story. But if it doesn't work out and they keep playing, I just like when they're able to play a little bit faster with the double duelist, but I also get the vision. I get what they're trying to do. We just haven't really seen it.
Would you say, Slig, because I think Dryad might have been implying that the chamber might go, but like, would you say that, I would presume that Omen would go if you're going to play double duelist there?
Yeah, well,
I would just play double duelist chamber.
Double on Breeze and then just have the Solar Viper.
Yep.
Sure, and then the Neon Wall's going to have to just have a lot of fall behind it. But Yeah,
Yeah.
I would do that as well.
Because I think it's just that archetype for them that's making the most sense overall. It's like they just essentially could copy and paste the same comp almost every single map
Sure.
at that point.
I do think again this it kind of backed up what I was thinking, but I don't think it's as bad as it was in my head. I'm telling you, this was one of the most insane games I've seen from an individual. Like it wasn't as bad as the score suggests for Lev.
Yeah.
But I do just.
I think defensively they just didn't do anything was my problem. Like Chambers got a trip in like essentially CT spawn and then couldn't go deep anywhere. It was like, bro, like you're a telescope with a teleporter. Like you're not actually getting into the action.
Yeah. Yeah, I can get
On
on board with
G2
that.
side, the Vice was looking interesting, but I think my biggest criticism that side is like playing no Viper on all these comps with Harbor, Astra just doesn't seem like a good read to me. Like I think Harbor is much stronger than people probably suspect. But then we got Leaf on primary smokes, which I think is a problem for two reasons. The first is, again, I don't think that is the better variation if you're going to run Harbor. Like I think the Viper's much better. And Leaf is, I think, the best Viper in Americas and maybe top 3 world.
Yeah, I can get on board with that.
We've seen like Harbor Viper on that map specifically as well work pretty well too. Like I'm not sure which region specifically, but I've seen strats on like AXX are so easy to take
Yeah,
over
a
with.
lot of teams are doing that.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. I get the Harbor. I know that they've been. I see what they're trying to do, but I do feel like at this point they do need to change it up. At least for this map, I feel like out of all maps, you do expect, okay, if you're gonna play the Harbor, also play the Viper. And yeah, I mean, not only is Leaf a really good Viper, but also Valiant is a really good Astra. So there's just a lot of things that are maybe not fitting them the best. I feel like you're just a few changes away from being great again.
Yeah, I like that they're going for the Vice, and Baby Bay looks really good on the Vice. Like it's kind of funny that Baby Bay's looked very good. Like he's a very good player, but in one respect, I could easily follow the narrative that like he's being able to play very broken champions throughout his career on G2. Like he got to start with Chamber, who I think was really strong back then, and now he goes to Vice, is really strong. And it's like all they just need to do is do that with the other players, and like it should be pretty good. Like they could either go for, like you said, Valen primary smokes and then Leaf Viper, or keep the Harbor and just have Leaf Viper. And I think that they would look way better. But the problem is they're 0-2 down already.
Yeah,
what are their next matches coming up? Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. I was going to say they've essentially gone for like a bit of a risk of what they think is going to be anti-meta maybe to slow it all down. And yeah, I think they've like gone pretty deep with like the Harbor and the Vice, where essentially they could just get away with the Vice and go for comfort. Kind of essentially what Minnie was saying. They play Loud, Envy, and then C9. They played the 2 hardest in their group, so
yeah,
they're in a bad spot,
they're
but
in
it's
a decent,
it's recovery. They'll be fine.
They did the same at kickoff, didn't they? And there was something to say with the fact that they start off with a little bit of iffy read. Like this one, I don't think it's as bad as the Breach read, but it's there's something here narratively that I think needs to track for stage 2. It's like, are they going to come out at stage 2 with, a poor read on the meta? Essentially, is what I think.
Yeah.
Was it mostly just to wrap it all up? Was it mostly just uncomfortabilities on both like the split and the bind as well? Because we touched on the breeze a lot, but for those 2 maps specifically, you liked what you saw from Baby Bay Mini, but I challenged that a little bit. There were some moments where I feel like he's maybe playing ahead of his utility or needs to be kind of the star of the show a little bit, which I think was winning them a few rounds, but he works so much better. Like I feel like on a Chamber on that map almost, they're going with these new identities with Vise and Harbor all the time, but for Baby Bay specifically, I feel like if he's on a character that can frag more, or if they're running double duelist even, sometimes it feels like he's playing a duelist, or he'd be playing better if he had the opportunity to have some of the util
on
duelist
which
offers.
map specifically?
The last 2, I think, the split and the bind. I feel like it would have been better. Like a lot of the fights he was taking too were so aggressive. Sometimes away from his team or not with people either. Like
I think
I
on
was like,
split, my read was that like for some reason Lev kept going B and they kept setting up Vice on A, and it just felt like a very obvious why is Baby Bay just not on B side. Like, and I think the Vice is probably just better at B at locking it down. I just think in general it's a good approach, and I think that like they will get value from it. I think there is the case that I think for a lot of teams, like C9 we were talking about earlier, they should have blown out that split on defense side. But Zeus has kept playing ahead of utility in a little bit. Like there is this like lack of trust on the Vice utility, I think, in general. So I don't think it's specifically a Baby Bay thing.
True.
I think he's really good on the Vice. I think this is the most consistent that we've seen him do, especially when the rest of the team is kind of struggling a little bit, whether it's the agents or anything else. And I think it's the safest. I know that he can play a lot of things. He's really good with the operator. He's really good when they were playing double duelist. But I think this is the safest agent that they can put him on. And I also think we didn't really get to see it as much, but they definitely have a plan to also set him up to get a little bit more aggressive sometimes. Like you see some of the post plans, or one or two of the post plans on Split, they had him play with an operator, by an operator on attack, and things like that is just because it's Baby Bay and because he gets away with it. But it was just, I mean, they were really struggling against Lev.
Can I point out, before we like start complimenting Lev quite a lot, can I point out just two rounds that I noticed? I mean, Kurt just played the first one there on Split. This is Kurt, can you play the Split one again? It's just pre-barrier calls that like worried me a little bit with this team. Again, I really like their double duelists, but I think sometimes some of the pre-barrier calls are like not optimal, maybe just a little risky. They have a Phoenix ult here. Phoenix ult that's like one of your big win conditions, and it just kind of clicked with me because they did it twice as well, because they do this again on Bind, and we can watch that again in a bit. But to do all of this and play so risky here when you have a Phoenix ult and they literally just make a normal call that essentially isn't around the ult, it's like not.
Oh, 12-11 as well?
Yeah, play the next one as well. Go to Bind. They do the exact, like they win this one, then this is obviously the other end of it where they lose as well. Like this kind of stuff, look, Phoenix ult again, look at what they go for. Like this kind of stuff.
11.
Yeah, this like worries me.
Oh, but this isn't the last. We're going to be pulling out some Phoenix ult rounds today.
This is crazy.
Oh,
God,
This gave me flashbacks. There was like 2 years ago of Lev was playing. It was an elimination match. It was Ascent, and they were winning every single round. They were making a comeback happen, and suddenly they were like, let's switch it up completely. Let's run it down. I understand you sometimes want to take the risk, but holy shit, this is a crazy round to do it.
I just don't get it. Like, why is ult theory gone so bad that like I'm looking at that like as a Phoenix main who's got a 63% win rate, I'm never doing that in my shitty Immortal games. So like, why are pro players happy to do that? Like, I don't understand. Like, what? Why? Like, why? Like, that's not. You shouldn't even need to be coached into that.
Yeah,
combination of
really
pressure,
don't
not understanding the agent. Like,
I mean, it's just the ideal's making a call, and no one wants to bite back and be like, I have my ult. So it does worry me. It's definitely something that I watched it on Split, and I was like, bro, I can't believe they're going for this. And then they won. I was like, oh, they're not even going to look at it. And then they lost on Bind. I was like, dude, there's got to be flagged at one point here.
I mean, especially with Owner,
criminal.
who's like a coach who I see with the ult structure and is going to have those ult rounds and specific set rounds. Like, you don't need to have a specific Phoenix ult round. But I presume in his structure, part of the calling structure is if we ever got an ult, we're going to call around the ult on some level or think about the ult at least. So,
I think so, yeah.
the only thing I can see is that like you can clearly see they have ult. There's no way they're going to run an aggressive early round thing. They're going to play for retake with Phoenix. Why is there a Phoenix here? Why is he not ulting?
Sure.
And then you have that
you believe
play.
you would get a sound cue because he's going to pop it, so you would be aware. Sure.
Yeah. So it's like
It's-
expectation subversion.
It feels like we're
Genius.
feels like we're shooting.
Genius.
Feels like we're shooting him to bail a little bit. But outside of like some of the pre-barrier calls, I love how they look, man. I think these roles look good. So, like when they play the Neon with Spike and they play Sato on Phoenix, dude, I'm just so on board. I feel like they can beat anyone when they play this.
The Phoenix from Sato is so fun. This is such a cool team. I'm really glad that they found themselves. I was a little worried. I thought they were going. Sometimes they still have some slow rounds, but I think this is the playstyle that fits them the best for everyone.
They've added in the fast rounds, and this round right here is sick to go to what Minnie was saying about Honor. So right, essentially, if you want to go back just a little bit to like the Omen ult, they do the Omen ult at the top of heaven, and this is obviously it's in the corner, so you get to the info, and no matter what, they're kind of pushing through the wall, and you either have to turn and shoot the Omen ult. But it's like their crosshairs obviously in completely the wrong place as well. So it's just sick that they know they're just trying to use the Omen as essentially as a distraction to either get info is going to get shot early or it's a trade because you would have to 180. So I like a lot of their set strat stuff that they've added in. I'm so glad they're playing a faster style. It's so nice. But they have like a good mix now. They also play like the methodical stuff as well. But again, I just want to see double duelist. That's where they look the best.
The storyline coming in and out of Santiago for these guys where they were fighting for the 4th place slot overall in the region, and they beat G2 now. Do you solidify them at that 4th place? Are they fighting? Are they in the podium now? Do you think Dryad?
Who's top 3 We have
Bro, America's is hard to call.
It's true. The narrative was there was like 3 big castle walls for me, and every team was trying to climb these walls. The first one, I think, was MIBR, and then after that, you had NRG, and then you had G2 when it comes to Americas. You can like flip them around a little bit, do whatever you want on the 3, but is Lev like finally over? Is there hot oil being poured on them still? Like, what is?
I think so. I mean, I think they're really good. I think they're at least top 3.
All right.
I know that I feel like it's a little difficult to call because there's so many teams that can switch it up, like G2, NRG. But I think Lev, this is what they were going for, and this is what they always talked about, how their end goal was long-term consistency and success, not so much what was happening at the beginning with kickoff, because obviously they didn't even have the whole team. So I think we're starting to see what they've been cooking, and it is really good. Regardless of kind of the criticism that the team has gotten, or the criticism the owner has gotten, he's really good at coming up with these set strats. And I think the only thing that might test them is how much they will switch up some of these setups when people start to get a read on them.
Nice. Oh, true. It's going to be a time tested thing. But I'm liking it. You know, one team getting better is just the best for the region, especially if they're taking down like one of the Titan walls, so to speak. In Fast and Furious 5, all right, stay with me here really quick. It's called Fast 5, actually, one of the most critically acclaimed movies of all time, where they steal the safe and run around Rio de Janeiro. There's the moment where Hobbs like confronts Dominic Toretto like underneath a Brazilian bridge, and he pulls out his guns and he's like, "We're taking you under arrest." And instead, Dom says, "Do you know where you are? This is Brazil." And we had a Brazilian matchup go down between MIBR and Loud up in the business.
I never really know where those points are going.
But we do
I mean,
go
it
somewhere.
didn't.
I got
really.
2 things to say quickly. I didn't
Go on.
realize Shyo was a cinephile, for one, so it's nice to have a fellow letterbox user. And then secondly, I think you're on a different show than we are. Like me and Sliggy, especially me and Sliggy, we don't know what's going on. I'm enjoying this a lot, though.
All right, let's go. If it makes the takes better, that's what I'm here for. But this matchup, I think, was the zaniest one of the I think the week. You could argue the 100 Thieves Sen one also. We'll get to that. But in this one, it should have been a blowout. But I think in the very start of it, we had a bit of a hitch between MIBR and Loud. Expectations, I think it was still, I think everybody expected a 2-0. But Loud are really, I think, coming to life now with this darker Luke show. You're talking about me being on a different show. I feel like Loud has been a team that has like 2 teams on it. There's like people who are there playing one way, and then the rest of the guys in the business as well. Verdi seems disconnected. Luke show and Dark are up in a site, or Darkest. I'm like watching tier 2 at the same time, so the names are all the different in the same.
Darker.
But yeah.
I get it.
They're in the business, and they're looking so good at their anchoring a site. But if it's Verdi's job to hit a site or execute, he's so disconnected. And then Cowanzine is doing something sometimes, man. Like, what's going on with this team?
Brother, they got a stand-in, man. They don't have an IGL,
I
man.
didn't mention their 5th because he's not here.
You can't overthink it too much.
I don't know what the hell was happening with me, but apparently for the Americas prediction, I put Loud. I was shocked. Top of show, I see predictions. I'm the only one Loud. I'm like, I picked Loud. What the hell am I doing? But then I had to play it off. And he thought about it. Guys, they're fine. They're fine. It was a close match. I know that they won both pistols and Haven, but once they have Erde is actually an amazing player. He's really good. I think this game could have been even closer. It was just really weird, uncharacteristic off match for Darker. He was really struggling, and I think that's the first match where he does that. But I also think on the other side, Verdi, I know that you say that he feels a little bit off, but this is the best that we've seen him for some time. Last year he was amazing, and he was kind of the positive thing about Loud when they were struggling so much alongside Luxio. Then they forced him on the Yoru kickoff. He is not good. And I feel like now when he's back in the Neon, he's starting to get back on track. So I know that this team is kind of, everybody's making fun of them and kind of what everybody's putting at the very bottom. But I think they are in the right track to get better. Now, I don't know what the next matches are. 1 second. Hold up.
Pretty sure they're in
Jarvis,
trouble.
show me the next match.
Did they make any roster changes between kickoff and stage 1?
Yeah, Pancard are out.
Who's now their player?
D, but he doesn't have Visa. Is that right?
Who's sorry?
Yeah.
They're playing with Batty.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
he's
whoever
a
their
Latin
assistant
player.
coach. Yeah. The thing with Bati though is that I think he was playing up until like tier 2 or 3 in a Spanish league, like right before his stint as an assistant coach for Loud in this split. So it's not like they're getting somebody that's completely away from the game in practice. It's just they don't have.
No,
their main
I
player.
said last week he was on my scouting list at one point, so it's not like he's.
Yeah, no, dude, I feel like he does fine. I think we're going way too deep to this, man. It was
I
it
do
was a
have one
stomp.
point.
Go on,
I
you
do
go.
have one point about
You
that.
go
Like,
before I flame it all.
Lucio, I thought it was very strange that there was a clip I saw where
Oh, the comps?
it looked like he was getting very frustrated with Batty in one moment, and I was
So-
like,
so-
Oh, I didn't see.
why are you
I
getting
got it-
annoyed with your
I got it
assistant coach?
translated. So what happened was in the comms, because I have a Brazilian mod, so he translated it all. Basically, because Luke Shaw, then they were going to go head over towards A on Haven, and then they were going to fall all the way back. So basically, Batty called to cancel it. But then Luke Shaw gets killed by someone that's like in front of his wall. So he's obviously a little bit tilted, and then they go back and essentially they cancel the hit. But they had Sova ult and they popped Sova ult, and he just basically said that you guys shouldn't have cancelled, should have just hit. You had Sova ult, you have to just send it into sight. But he's also
Oh, I know
a
what
little
you're talking
tilted because he's died to someone who's like in front of his wall that hasn't triggered it.
I think that's fair, but like the way I read it and the body language and everything felt like they were playing with a full roster with lots of expectations, and not
Sure.
like if I was fucking up that and Alfier was next to me, you know, Alfier is gonna call me a noob and just laugh at me, not like,
Sure, but I
not be
think
like, what the fuck, man?
but they want to win, and I think he's pissed that he got killed by someone that had pushed as well. Because it's definitely a lash. Like literally, he gets killed. They've already cancelled because he's going back instead of joining the group. So he gets killed because of the call, and then he's just tilted, and they will die like 20 seconds later.
That's fair. I just think it's the wrong approach in general. Like it's an
I
interesting
agree.
thing. If that was the approach overall and they were getting frustrated, you gotta accept your like how we overanalyze this game.
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
probably overanalyzing it. If like, you know what I mean?
I said at the beginning that you shouldn't talk to your IGL like that as well. For me, that's a after VOD thing, and be like, guys,
Yeah.
like we shouldn't cancel that. And this is why, because you have the server or you can overwhelm.
Unless it's pertinent to the rest of the game, like you don't say.
Sure.
anything.
I think we're going too deep into this game. They had a stand-in. The first map was close because MIBR messed up their buys a couple of times because they knew they were going to win. So they did like 3 rounds in a row where they're buying 3 guns and 2 pistols and stuff, and then it got a little bit closer because of that. It's a gap diff.
MIBR would look good though.
Let's swim to the shallow end, because one of the cool things from this situation is that MIBR, Fraud specifically said that we found our identity now. I'm so confused as to why Zekin on other teams was being put on controller. We like this double duelist. It's a confidence builder for us this week. It's looking nice, I feel like. And MIBR, that split especially, they were just booming on these guys. I mean, they look really good.
I want to give some grace to Kaplan here because I feel like it's kind of throwing Kaplan a little bit under the bus. The Fraud literally did that at the start of the year, right? And Kaplan was trying to build a team in an off-season where we didn't know where the meta was going. So I do feel like it's not like every single... Like, I know me and Sliggy kind of joke that like we all knew where the meta was going, but early in the off-season, it's not like we would know for sure. And so I think that I hope...
It was pretty obvious, man, I think, for sure.
I think that you have to give some grace. I think you have to give some grace.
I think this is the most obvious meta we've ever had in Valorant.
Dryad, you have to
I think
the
it's
decider.
I think it's pretty obvious, but we don't know what's going to change after those things. You know what I mean? Like they
Sure.
changed stuff so quickly that you couldn't read almost any of the. I think there's a lot of things that's happened this year already that we couldn't predict. If that makes sense.
Sure, but teams
And
now get
I don't
told-
think he's the only person that would have thought that way as a coach. Like I'm more than happy to say that, like, you know, which is obvious or whatever. Like, I think there's a lot of coaches who would have done the same.
Yeah,
Or not had
maybe.
the same read. I think take a second off Judas is whatever, but
Really,
it's
I
also a
don't
bit
know.
of a self-report, isn't it? Is it?
But I mean, he just kind of just took responsibility for it, right? Did he not?
Maybe. I just know. I just feel like a bit bad that Kaplan gets thrown very much under the bus for some of these. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's not throwing him under the bus. I don't know.
There's like more like a reactionary take in the moment, like, oh my god, I can't believe it's
Yeah. I'm not
blasted.
saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I'm not saying that Fraud purposely went out of his way to say Kaplan's an idiot. I'm just saying the aftermath of a lot of this is like I see comments in the community about Kaplan, and I'm like, I don't think it
It
is
is
as
not
clear
fair.
cut as what.
Yeah, that's not fair. That's facts. Yeah.
Sure.
Big facts. But that, I mean, MIBR, I think, also has like smooth sailings from here on onwards. It's like, well, C9 Lev and Envy. We'll see if, you know, the Lev matchup should be the hardest one, and then maybe I feel like Envy has a little bit of a sky limit
Wait,
for
C9
themselves.
who? Wait, C9.
C9 and then
Okay.
Lev and then Envy. Yeah, so they're looking good
Okay.
to be like staying near the top after their performance so far. Moving on from Brazil, we'll go over to what is I think the throne room, right? Like ending of Game of Thrones, but it's not bad, so to speak. It's the good ending. Like if you haven't watched it, I guess I won't spoil it, but don't watch it. It's not worth it. 50th anniversary, by the way, I think today of the show. KRU versus NRG. Let's talk about it. Oh my goodness. These guys, I think, gave us the banger of the week, first of all, and we'll see if that's true later. But I want to talk about KRU first, because we were talking about Lev being in that top 3 castle wall situation. KRU as well walking into this now. Sadak, Les, these guys were beasts, man. We were mentioning it from the Envy side of 2 players leveling up. KRU, the whole team was leveling up. The strats looked good. The executions were nice. And then in clutch as well, these guys were stealing rounds away from NRG, Dryad.
It was so cool to see. Honestly, I've heard a little bit from this team from, when they couldn't be here for kickoff, and the frustration was because they knew that they were doing good and that they could have put up a fight against other teams during kickoff. But sometimes teams say that and it doesn't really turn into it. So I'm really happy to see that all the time that they've had is really showing off. I feel like they have so many different cool ideas on how they want to approach these attack sites on the defense as well. And Lotus, they're always switching it up. Always, it seems like one step ahead, always so proactive. And on top of that, you have what we talked about, what the strong thing was for KRU when this roster got announced is the individuals. Les is incredible, is insane. And now you have a Sadak that has only been playing Omen. And I think the first or the second cast, Van said, like, you guys forget that Sadak is a fragger IGL. And when I heard him, I'm like, well, I mean, it's a sure. I mean, he's a great IGL, but maybe not in the fragging department every single time. But recently, holy shit, he's just the GOAT. Everything he's doing is going right. I love seeing this team because of how it seems like they're having fun. They have a really good connection. And on top of that, they understand how the meta is and how they're going to make it work. You don't have a Dante that is the hero that is getting kills every single time, but they don't need it. If you look at the opening kills that they got first week and second week, it's not just Dante. Everybody else is trading each other really fast, is playing really fast, is really being really proactive on the retakes. They're just the GOATs. In summary, I love this team.
They're fun to watch at the moment. They really are. Because you mentioned Leaf being like a top 3. You say top 3?
Oh yeah, I said best of Americas, but then Les is very good.
He's gonna give him a
It's 1 and 2.
It is 1 and 2, and then I think the order's kind of up to you because, man, he really is back on this, and there's just so much comfort in this team. Everyone looks insanely comfortable. We haven't seen Sadak kind of frag like this, and again, he's been there was like conflict with the old loud stuff before he left, and obviously the K-Corp stuff wasn't great as well. So this is probably the first time where it's like been a lot of comfort and he believes fully in the team. I like watching this team a lot. This was my first time watching them. I'm fully on board. Like the ult usage makes a lot of sense as well. Every time they got ults to try snowball, they're having like good plans with it. They're always together. It's just, dude, it's so nice. Sadak's fragging so heavy. I think Dante is unbelievable in the Neon. Like this is a hot take. I think he's second best in the world after Danby. And you're gonna look at
one then.
You're gonna that's what I'm saying. Well, because Danby no longer plays, yeah. But you're gonna look at the stats and think that that's fucking mad. But I promise you, if you watch him mechanically and the movement that he does and how hard it is to kill him, he gets about 30 more assists than he gets just purely from movement, and it's all just unknown because he's dodging and he's moving the crosshair away. So
I think I said that last week that he passed the eye test despite being like
he's so
lowest
good, bro.
Rating or something. I think the way I think about this team is like, in the off season we're trying to think which teams might be good or bad, and we're in our head we're like summarizing the pros and cons and what can go right or wrong. Every single thing that you would summarize as potentially being good for this team is actually good. That makes sense. Like the depth of talent in terms of like, Les, MW0, who are players who like we don't know where they're at in their career realistically, and they just look like they are as good as what we know they can be. And then the rookies are stepping up. Sadak, IGNing, like all the IGNing stuff in terms of like strategy, macro, like reads on the meta, like everything is good. And this was their first big test, and they kind of passed with flying colors, really.
Real quick though, you guys say you like watching them a lot. I want to watch a bit more of them personally myself. We have an interview with Les here, courtesy of Stage Tatooine, who was up in the business taking these interviews down. We can tune in with it. He talks about a little bit of the composition switches, his time before in the meta and now and how it looks. Let's tap in.
Hi everybody, Stage Tatooine with Plat Chat. I'm here with KRU Less after your series today against NRG. Another victory for this crew and like organization. So the question that I have for you is one from ShyoWager, and he's talking about how Sonic was talking about how creative your gameplay and compositions are, and how you practice so many new things to have surprises ready for NRG. What was your role in developing this new crew style, and how did you feel playing on Lotus now in this new Vise Neon meta over the wild Deadlock Raze comps in EMEA?
All right, first about what Sonic said, like I was not preparing a lot of stuff to NRG, to be honest. I was just playing my game, and to be honest, what he said about the creative things, like I try to see my limits in the game, you know, and I'm a aggressive player. I mean, like I try to take more space that I can, and NRG was giving a lot of space to me, so it was working really well. And what I feel about the meta too, like to be honest, I think it was really crazy that they thought that this Neon could be like actually like balanced. Like it's really hard to play against. It's making the game completely different. The last time that I saw the game changing so much was in 2021 with Astra, because in that time Astra was the strongest agent ever. But this Neon is changing so much the meta, how I can defend the bomb site, how I can actually survive, you know, because it's not like normal Valorant that I can just play retake one side, or I can just give one space, or I can try to defend one space alone. Like it's not possible with this Neon. So I didn't like so much the meta because for me, the best that the game can be is more shoot and run than like actually be impossible to kill the guy. So for example, with this Neon ult, it's literally impossible to kill a Neon when she's really good with the ult. I'm playing a lot of rankeds, and there's a lot of NA players here that they are amazing with Neon, and it's really hard to play against. And to be honest, Vise is not the strongest agent. I think Vise is really balanced, to be honest. It's like just a good agent, not more than that. And everyone is just using that because it's the only agent that can actually counter Neon, because Cypher is really weak, Killjoy is terrible against Neon, and most of the Sentinels are not good at all against Neon. So Vise is the only option that we have. So I hope that they don't nerf more Vise, because like, bro, just nerf Neon that no one's gonna pick more Vise, you know. So yeah, it's about that.
Awesome, thank you so much for your time, appreciate it.
Let's go.
Very
Nice.
cool.
That was cool. I like that.
I like him saying Killjoy is terrible. It gives me ammunition for EMEA whenever we pick fucking Killjoy. And I'm just sat there like, I can't be the only one saying it's bad. If we got one of the best Sentinels in the world saying it's bad, then I can at least quote less.
Yeah. It's really interesting though, because like I think on the cast as well, and just in general in the post-game interview, everyone was really talking about how, like, you know, just the Sonic interview about it is so creative, things have changed completely. We're rocking with single Neon, and Les is just like, yeah, I was there, I did my job, they gave me space. Like, I'm not really talking about stuff pre-game, post-game. I'm just there to be able to shoot and get the job done. From the side of Les and Sadak specifically too, we talked a lot about Dante, the calling as well, and the space that NRG kind of gave up. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Because I think it was a repeated thing on all the maps, like not just First Lotus.
Sorry, did you say that NRG, you talk about NRG's calling? You talk about...
Sadak's calling was
Sadak's
good
calling.
in reaction to like how NRG were giving up a lot of the space, or struggling
Sure.
getting their game started. Like,
I think the pre-barrier ult calls were like really, really good. And I think something that Les spoke about there as well, which you can kind of see in their game, is he's talking about that he can't really hold sites on their own, so you kind of have to buddy up a lot more. We spoke about it a little bit earlier in like EMEA, how some of the teams don't do that. Like they're very good at just buddying up and being together and being a unit. So I think, dude, anytime I see teams using good Omen ults on attack, like I know they're in a good spot, man. It's like I swear that's just like a good judge of it. If they have stuff and they have good ideas with Omen ults, that's normally when a team's like in a good spot.
yeah, And then in combination with that, Mini, you're big up on Vice. If Neon does get nerfed and other duelists start to pop up, do her stocks go down? Is she only propped up by Neon, like Les is saying, or do you disagree with that?
I don't think it's only because of Neon, but it's like a certainly like the direct counter to Neon, if that makes sense. So I still think Vice would be pretty strong, especially because there'll be a bunch of teams running Double Duelist anyway, and it slows down that kind of all-in game. And the all-in game is going to continue because the initiators aren't very good, so you can't get information. So having hard anchor agents are probably pretty good. But you might see more chamber, but I think Vice is still good.
I would say as well on the Vice talk, if you take away a Neon, you then took away a Yoru and then a Neon. That's the two main things that people are using to break or like trigger that wall. The clone's gone, and then obviously people are going with a Neon to try and make sure they don't get punished. Take away both of them, that wall's pretty valuable. So Vice stocks would actually go up a little bit.
Nice. Yeah. And in combination of this, well, there was a team that also lost, and we have an interview with Skuba as well, looking at just, you know, his perspective of what went down in the game, the storyline for NRG so far. So if you listen to that, then react afterwards, a tap in with NRG.
Hi everybody, Stage 2 in the Plat Chat. I'm here with Skuba after your series today against KRU. So I've got a few questions for you from ShyoWager. And the first one is, I want to ask, coming back from Santiago into this Neon meta with less prep time, Alum and Dante, like these past 2 weeks are really disruptive on this agent against NRG. They had a listen in on the round where you guys were ready to stop a retake on A site. Lotus had blockage ready, but then Dante just disrespected the space and won the round diving into the tree. Is there adjustment needed for NRG in this composition or practice to take care of this Neon problem?
It's a rough one, honestly. Because the past 2 weeks, it's been like the Neon Judge show, and like it's something we really like failed to adapt so far in the current meta. It's super oppressive, and like it completely like breaks the laws of the game. Pretty much like when you're a structured based team, like we are NRG, like we have a lot of protocols, we're very set, and Neon just like honestly it throws that all out the window because he beats all the timings, he can disrespect all the util, and I would say mainly it's just been us like failing to understand like how to really adjust to the like how oppressive the judge and like the shotguns are with Neon, as well as we haven't been like fully there as a team. Like energy's just a bit low, not coming in 100% on both the days so far.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, just for you specifically, how are you adjusting to this, you know, as this like Viper anchor player, and you know, how is that compared to your time in Santiago?
I think that so far I haven't felt like too off about it. I think it's like Viper, I at least have utility to stop the Neon. Like I can throw my snake bite at him and make him vulnerable, so it's like an easier kill. So for me so far it hasn't been too hard. I think that just in general it's just more like respecting what a Neon can do to you, right? And there's so many different things that they can do. Like they throw a smoke down in front of you, right? And you have to respect this now. You have to play like 50 feet back from this smoke, or else like you can die and you're ruining like the entire macro for your team. You know what I mean? Yeah. So a lot of it, I guess, it's individual and like just having big balls and like maybe disrespecting it. But also it's just hard to like find the balance between that, like disrespecting it and like playing safe.
Awesome, Skuba. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
2 perspectives on Neon from the guys who've won and are piloting it, and the guys who are receiving the pressure. That round I was talking about too is like they were literally, we listened in for like a while since they took A site. They were ready for it. They called blockage like 3 times. Skuba has his molly out, and Dante, like Siggy's saying, breaks 2 crosshairs, slides in the tree, judges like 2 people. I think he might have had a Phantom too at the time, and everything just fell apart after the fact. But they were ready. They knew it was coming. They called out Neon as well. Like it was tough, man, for the team.
Did the listen-ins a cast, man?
Yeah.
Dude, we were in the control room just like joking about every time we do a listen in this week and the team lost. Like I don't know why. We usually focus on ults and guns. If they have ults and guns, and usually we pick the attack side round because we want to like get insight on like what is going on while they're attacking into a site, and every single time they lost. Like they're just getting rolled. I think we got 1 round this entire weekend where they actually won the round. Maybe next week we'll do better.
Yeah,
That's unlucky.
Question on the Reaver, their upcoming matches, we can see what they are, Kurt, really quickly. Skuba didn't get to answer this one, but what are the strengths that NRG have? Like, I'd say, you know, 1 or 2 best strengths for them in general facing these next 3 teams. Like, I think their hardest matches are behind them, but what do they still have left? Because I think they're also going to be running Neon, if it seems like a weakness to NRG as well. What's in their tank to battle still inside Americas?
So I still feel like they have a okay read in terms of the Vice and the Neon. Like, I don't mind the stuff they're playing. I just think that, I don't know, it looks a little hard. I think Madden needs a little bit, they need to kind of focus a little bit more if Madden's playing like solo Neon, maybe a bit more util. I think they've maybe looked at Danby and just gone, oh, he just sends it, but I'd actually like back him up with a lot more util. I think they can help him out a little bit with like setup and util. That's like my main thing.
I think my cope was that like Lotus, like even last week, I thought they got a bit unlucky in Pro against Furia, and then this week I would like Lotus is just a map where I think Sadak is just one of the best of all time, and so like you're gonna lose to a team that's good. Split, I genuinely believe they started that very unlucky. They started out with a game plan where they're leaving the Vice wall deep on B, and it was kind of really interesting. And then they gave up quite quickly after losing at what I think was an unlucky round. And then like after that, every single opening was like either Mada running it down and like they miss a util by 1 pixel and he's dead, or just getting spammed through smokes for 45. And so like they went down like 7-1 in that half in a way that was like, it was a little bit unlucky in my opinion. I think that the matchups coming up are easier and they should be okay still.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be okay for the next matches. I feel like week 1, we were all a little concerned about the split comp, for example, and then not only what we just heard from Skuba, but also during the coach interview, they were talking about, Bonker was talking about how they realized some things were stronger than they thought. That obviously meaning that the Neon and the shotguns that we just heard Skuba talk about. And then you see that change, the comp change on split, which is, I also think was a little bit unlucky. Like, obviously, KRU was amazing. They already had a very clear game plan, and they were able to get away with some momentum. But I don't think what NRG was doing, and it has been doing, was wrong. I think it was round 8, and Mata and Skuba both had 0 kills. Sometimes you see this from Mata as well, that he has slow starts, and they're always able to come back from it. So it's not something that, you know, for NRG fans you really worry about. But when it's both of them and you really need to get it as map 2, you're losing every single round, it just kind of really snowball. I think for other matches it shouldn't be the case, and you're also seeing a little bit more of Mata. I don't know if he's going to keep doing it, but testing a little bit more of the running it down Neon shotgun. He was giving it his best, and I feel like it doesn't fit him at all, but he's trying it.
but I think he needs to. There's a bit of tech missing, and at the same time, it's more just, again, some of the util, but he paths like he has a rifle. He needs to path like he has a judge.
I saw a tweet that was like, Mata is too ethical for this Neon comp.
I mean that's unlucky though. Like some of these are unlucky. It's an element of unluckiness in some of this as well.
You have a judge there?
Yeah.
Pretty unlucky.
No, that is unlucky. Yeah.
And like that's not even one of the rounds I'm referring to when it came to like some of the unlucky stuff. Like that wasn't even in the.
So
I do think there's still something there though, that like he probably isn't as comfortable. Like even if you get unlucky, like I think sometimes like great players make their own luck to some degree. So there is still that, there is a narrative there, but it's not as brutal as what people are going to make it out to be.
There's definitely you gotta, if you like dive like super deep into the Neons, especially if you're doing like a top 10 list, like he has more of a Mini Boo Neon, and like him and Mini Boo could both, if they practiced like the shotgun Neons, they would have like the full kit. They would get a lot better. That's like where they really lack. But the rifle stuff and everything like that is there. It's just like the cracked send it with the shotgun stuff that it just feels uncomfy. I think
they'll find a balance between the two with how they like to play and also how they need to implement more of these rounds.
I don't think things are lost for them. I just genuinely think if we're talking about luck, stop scrimming, get a numerologist, tap in with Rabbit's feet, start to get the luck up. His stats got to be upgraded. But past them, there was one more team that played yesterday. What is that?
Judge. Yeah, but dude, see, this worries me though. You gotta embrace that shit, man.
I think
Yeah.
I read this as him taking the piss. Surely, there's no way he means it like.
No, but it's probably just how he's feeling. But at the same time, I don't know. It's obviously in his head that it's annoying that that's what
Yeah,
is popular. In the
I'm
meta at
worried
the
if
moment.
it is like a genuine, like annoying, and not like a, hey, look, we've abused the gun and won champions with it, and like an ironic self-awareness tweet. I was hoping. I don't
Sure.
know. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah, it could be that as well.
He's gonna
Maybe
win
I'm
next
expecting
week.
too much.
It's
He's gonna
definitely
win
not
next
an
week.
angry
We're not gonna
thing.
see a tweet like that. Trust me. He's gonna win next week. It's gonna be fine.
Can I say
Yesterday, I got my yeah.
Dude, I don't like the narrative. It's like they abused Odin and that's why they won champs. Like, dude, everyone is doing the neon thing. No one really was doing the Odin thing. And when they tried, it was not working to NRG's. So I just
Brook
think
is on
degrading-
another level of it.
Yeah, I think degrading NRG for the Odin is just so
I-
scapegoaty. It's so
I wasn't doing
scapegoaty.
that, but I do
I
think
know,
that
I'm
it
just
was
saying that's like a
overpowered.
community narrative. That's
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Fuck Mini.
People
man.
love doing
Yeah.
that.
I said it to Brock's face when he came over the after party. I was like, "Oh, the abuser of the Odin," and then Brad very quickly came to his defense. and was like, "Learn some of the lineups and stuff." I was like, "I'm taking the piss."
Dude, did you see his little jump peak that he did? Was it from Heaven on Lotus? Was that the right game? That was sick. He's got some tech, man. He's got some. Sorry to interrupt. He's got some.
But
mad tech, man.
why did people not try and abuse it? Like, I don't think it's also right the fact that like
Mini,
teams tried it, they weren't good.
you literally won 2 trophies because people don't know how to use it. You should be happy, man.
Damn. That's the only reason. Damn.
Dude, he had 26 wins on Lotus or something because no one realizes that you can spam through tree. I said it on the second game they played. It kills me, bro. He's winning
Before
trophies
people
for
were
free, man. Everyone let him get
With
away
the
with
scale
it.
out route, they can't just spam us from tree the entire time.
That's what people ended up
That's
doing. Though.
why
That's what
there's
the
a
map
grate
became.
there now, Mini.
Yeah.
You walked out every single time. There's a wall up.
We
What,
re-cleared it. We didn't walk out at the start of the round.
Jord, I'm still going to spam when you re-clear with your util. There's a reason
we
there's a
ain't
grate
using
there.
util, bro. We're just
Mate,
walking on route.
you
The new
play-
route as well, like, is different, but
Oh, yeah, it's good. I'm just saying you played 22 games and no one spammed you for no reason. Pissing me off.
that's true.
Sliggy versus Mini show match number 2 coming at the pay-per-view near you
We
soon.
need that at Masters London so bad.
What, actual boxing or?
You know, the chess boxing. It should be like skirmish
Okay,
boxing, where it's
okay.
like one round of like skirmish and then you put on the gloves. But
I mean, I'm losing weight right now. I don't think the weight is fair given my height. You know, like,
oh, the
like what
extreme
advantage do I
weight.
get?
What if you got
But
like
there's
the lead gloves? Anyways,
Yeah,
next
I agree.
matchup. Next matchup. I got my wife a clout bowl yesterday from the VCT kitchen. She said it tastes the same as every year, and every time I buy it for her, she was pissed because Sentinels beat 100 Thieves again. It's business as usual.
But
It's
it was
always
such a
the
good
same.
game.
But it was, yeah, it was relatively.
sick game, yeah.
It was dope. The ending as well. Things were getting chaotic on that split, man. I want to start by talking about 100 Thieves first. We have something special lined up for Sen later, but 100 Thieves specifically. We can start talking about maybe the good. What are some of the good that we've seen, and we'll get into some of the alt usage after. But for these guys on the first map, rocking in for Haven, closer game, won the pistol, instantly thrifted on some crazy stuff. I think on C as well. Starting off rough.
The good, Raya.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yes. But I won't talk about it. You guys go ahead.
We're
Well,
talking
I
about,
don't think there
we're
was
talking
other good things.
about good
so
for 100
you-
fees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
We
is
can
a
do map by
it's
map or
pretty
just in
bad.
general.
It's pretty bad from them.
They played a comp that works
Bit of
well
rough
into
one.
the other comp, but then they still lost. So
Well, one of the cool things was like, well, it wasn't even the best, but you know, Phoenix against Killjoy right now is a pretty good counter to the ultimate, and like we saw Timo
Yep.
using it. Unfortunately, the team didn't trust it in that round and kind of backed off at the same time, and then that round exploded. Timotino specifically as well. We mentioned Phoenix ult usage before. Some of the most creative, I'll say, ult usage I've seen of Phoenix.
So I think my
like-
point was last week I said this Sideshow very much disagreed that I think Asuna should be on Phoenix and Timo should be on. Like
That would make
think
sense, yeah.
I think I could make a very strong argument, and after this game, I think it's very obvious to me.
Would you just swap the roles fully?
swap
Put Asuna on Phoenix or
Yeah,
Raze?
Asuna on Phoenix. I don't think Asuna is a good entry player. I think that he is a good fragging trading player, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Like he's the alpha here, not the Durka, and that the kind of combination.
Yeah, I do.
Um,
I do remember asking that week 1 when I was interviewing. I think it was coach interview, but it was also when I was interviewing Asuna. because Asuna has so many fucking games in Phoenix. I mean, I know it was forever ago, but I think if they swap, I just think it would make a lot more sense. It's kind of the same situation with Cloud9 and kind of how they want to play it. And it was just, the classic, like it's working in scrims, it's what we've been practicing.
Like
what we're comfortable
Timo
with.
has good neon reps, but like I don't even care about reps. I just think archetypally, like fancy word, like they just make sense that you had a Waylay player going in deep entering and that was your strength. Now you have neon that just does the same, and like you just. And then Asuna has always been to me, and Sideshow disagreed with me, but like he's not like I don't trust his entry as much as his like support. Yeah, in that way. I can't remember. Could we pull up some of the rounds, Kurt, about the ult specifically? I think this might have been the worst Phoenix ults I've ever seen. And you showed me.
The first one was the B walk down, right? Where he ults like side B, slow walks down mid.
Like it's to the point where it might be misclicks. I don't even know. Like so he's like it's 1 minute. This is an ult at 1 minute 25. I don't know what's triggered this ult. It's a solo ult for info down middle, which is the first time I've ever seen. It makes the ult look like worse than an Omen ult there.
Remember when teams used to do this, but they would do like fake pressure with it. So you would like push down mid heavy, but you would be on short. So you would short walk.
You bait them in because
you hear the running, so you run away from it, but then you actually walk into the Phoenix.
Yeah, they did that without anything else.
they did half of it, but it just walked down middle. They essentially just used it as Sova drone.
I'm pretty sure they did that week one as well in one of the rounds. But I mean, they were kind of owning EG, so nobody really paid attention to it. But now, I don't know. It's like, I don't know, 100 Thieves.
The other weird thing to me, like I think big picture, Cryo's doing very well, but the fact he's not on Chamber is still really weird. Like I know he's doing well, but like narrative, I want, like with teams, when I think about me as a coach, I'm thinking, what's like a strategic narrative I could tell myself and all the stakeholders around me. I know I'm thinking like a business, but like the players themselves, me as a coach, the fans, like what makes sense overall for everyone. And like obviously the fans don't matter as much as what I think, but like the Cryocell Cypher still feels off to me.
Yeah.
Even if it is working. Like long term, deep into a playoffs, is that what's gonna win you the game over him just frying people in Chamber?
It's a lot about enabling like your stars at the moment, especially. That's what I kind of liked from the Envy stuff. I mean, he is the star. He's like what you should be building around, and always has been for like the last years. He's got one of the best AWPs though.
I mean, he still dropped 51 kills.
No, I mean, yeah,
12, but like it's still like I'm worried about that in the sense that like I think fans are very much like, oh yeah, but it worked well last week, and they always do that, and I'm like, I don't care. Like that's why on broadcast I could be such a dick, because I'm like, I don't care that FNATIC beat X team. I'm thinking about this team in terms of like when the fucking chips are down and stuff matters. You know what I mean? Like,
it's like the Lev round what we said earlier, where they went down middle with the Phoenix ult, because you could just say, yeah, they won, so it's fine, but it's actually not. It's actually not fine.
Yeah.
Like it long term, you will lose more than you win.
You got another ult that you wanted me to show. Do you want me to show that?
You could throw up as many things as you want. I got 4 clips there, I think. Some of them were Asuna inting, and some of it was just Phoenix ults, and the Phoenix ults were just bad.
Let's start with the second Phoenix ult, and then we'll do the Asuna one.
But this one was like they're 5v4s, so like the Phoenix ult isn't bad. But Eco, like what is that? Like there's no noise or trigger to take a fight off of.
Or just do it with numbers.
Like
just don't do it. Though, like it's still profits, you know. I think it's just for the shareholders, honestly. Like
it's so
it's the fade prowler.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, it actually is. It's the first one was your Sova ult, the second one's a fade prowler.
Yeah.
God, it's bad, isn't it?
Yeah. You can get the ult pretty fast. I'm seeing the vision. I'm actually seeing the vision. I'm not gonna lie. Might have to run it back next week. But
this happened a couple of times where anti-eco, so they lose the anti-eco because of us and they're just running across. I mean, he can't expect the guy's got a Bucky, but like again, like about that kind of making your own luck as like a good player. Like it feels like a lot of the time the players that I think aren't gonna do as well, like I can't really be too annoyed with him there. But at the same time, I know Danby's making it. You know what I mean?
Nah, you got to be annoyed of him there because you don't know that they're forced by. You got to have golden rules with judges like this, and you can't in and go give them a free gun. If you're in a position where you're only going to 1-for-1, you can't do that. You don't know that they're forced by here. You're going to give him a gun. You give that Omen and judge there. He kills all three.
All I'm saying though is I think the perspective would be that Danby's making that play and getting the kill. Like I understand that like in this matter, like the Neons right now are thinking what would Danby do, and I think that Asana's probably in that mindset, and sometimes you're going to see the mistake play, so he's still limit testing that stuff.
Sure, I get you.
But yeah, in terms of the actual kill itself, I bet Neon's probably getting it, and then he just does it exactly the same again, where he's like in garage with the judge, and then he can't get the kill again. And again, it looks unlucky, and I think it is unlucky, but I think a great player makes their own luck there.
Yeah. Wait, cut, go back 1 sec. Can I watch that one more time? Did he jump here?
He did jump, yeah.
And he has
right?
Yeah. That's okay.
I've never actually. Yeah, that's funny. Like that's not my style of coaching. That we watch it back and actually did he slide or not? Like I'm just presuming that.
Nah, yeah, it's bad from.
It's something that 100 Thieves have to work on. I think the call out to switch both players is really good, especially just from like, you're talking about archetypally. I'm thinking about it from like the tendencies you pick up playing a dash duelist going in. It's the same thing, different words. 100% would work. The next map to talk about though, and we'll transition between the teams a little bit. Just want to point it out. The Sage on Split made it to where we were kind of watching the Yoru meta almost again. TMV called it out when we were watch partying it, but essentially for the first 45 seconds of every round, I think by the time we were closer to overtime, wall, slow, and each team just waits before they eventually succumb to pressure and hit something. It goes crazy. It goes either way 50-50. But the start of those rounds, man, I mean, these Sage comps, we're lucky it's not infected in every other map in Valorant right now.
I had so much fun watching this. It felt like an old school one. When they boosted over the Sage wall and like I was in one of the overtimes, I was like, oh man, I haven't seen this for so long.
Yeah, they did that 2 times. I think one time was Sentinels, the other 100 Thieves.
Sometimes though, it's like, shouldn't you just shoot it? Because Cryo's not there. They Sage boost over when the wall's almost basically broken. If they waited like 6 more seconds, they could have just shot it to get weaker. And then Cryo has to break through 2 Sage walls to get past it with his team on behind it. It's like,
it's so good, man.
You're clearly thinking about it. It's wild, man. But
sorry, because we're talking about Sages. The one thing that was like so sick about this whole game was because Sentinels kind of had the Sage and they had to like passive play where they could put the Sage wall up either aggro over towards middle, or they could put it up passive over towards middle. It meant they could have that smoke over towards A, which honestly just won them about 6 rounds every time they went A, whether it was like Cortesia playing around it, or maybe JonahP I think was getting cover from it as well. Sometimes like this A smoke they had from Sen was so sick, and that's like something that the Sage enables them to do, because they can kind of slow middle or play passive and at least know that they can only get vents and not get heaven. I was loving that kind of game plan from Sen, and just the change up of playing the Sage, but it enables you to have the smoke on A and do something like completely different that teams haven't seen before, so they are experiencing it first time and getting caught off by it, honestly, multiple times.
Before we dive deeper into Sen, I just want to start this off with an interview that we had with JonahP as well. So we got some stacks on stacks with insights this week. Let's tap in, see what he's saying, and then break down the Sage and the Sen.
Sage 2 and Plat Chat, I'm here with Sentinels JonahP after your victory against 100 Thieves. So first question that I have is from ShyoWager, where he's talking about what did you learn from the loss against KRU that helped in the win today versus 100 Thieves?
What did we learn from KRU game? I would say, trying to think. KRU game, I mean, there was a lot. We learned a lot for sure, but we also just got outshot like crazy. I think they had 16 3Ks who are like 3Ks. I had a pretty terrible performance. And overall, I think our breeze was pretty good. And for Lotus, I think like main takeaways is just calming down in high pressure situations, stabilizing, and making sure that our crosses are ready. That's how they got a lot of multi kills on us, is because either our spacing was like way too good where we're too close to each other and we get multi killed, or our spacing was too bad, and or just like not looking the right way. And so it just basic fundamental things for KRU game, and on top of that they were very sharp. So yeah.
And the second question is, how's it like being on the side of the heroes? It feels like on G2 you're always getting cheered against, but people love your story, your comeback, and the performance in your win today. Does it affect your energy and how you feel in high stress moments in the game?
Yeah, I mean, being on this side, it definitely does affect energy. Like today was insane. Like I felt really bad the first game we lost, you know, for the fans, but like now that I see how entertained they could be when we're winning and just like the energy they give off, like I felt bad. Like, and I like just thought about this. Like I feel awful. Like, you know, they show up for us and they want to cheer us when we're, you know, but we have to play good. We have to do our part. They do their part. And, you know, today was insane. I think a split game, I think, was probably like the most intense, interesting, fun, pressured game I've probably ever played. I mean, besides maybe Map 5 Grand Final Bangkok, but I mean recently. And, you know, I think the fans kept us in it. Like one of the, it was like 16-17, and Jerwin had like an issue with his game. Like he had his tab stuck. Like he couldn't like see his crosser, and, you know, we couldn't get the tech pause off in time. And so, you know, we were like just sat there for a minute. Oh no, it wasn't 16-17. It was like 16-16. Anyways, we had an issue. We lost the round, and then it's like 16-17 going into the next round. Little tilted because of the issue that couldn't get solved fast enough. It's not on them. It's just like, you know, what can you do? And, you know, the bounce back from that to be able to win the next round and push another like fifth overtime or whatever it was insane. And, you know, I honestly forgot what the original question was that I'm answering, but I'm just going off right now. Oh yeah, okay. Anyways, yeah, I'm just yapping, but yeah, the fans are incredible, and I just tweeted about them, and, you know, they're true MVP is what I also said in my tweet.
All right, man. Thanks, appreciate it.
Real quick, Dan disappeared, but she had to run and do something. She might be able to be back for Preds, but yeah, just to clarify why Dan why now.
Sacrifice her for the interview. Sometimes it comes at a cost. That's sick though. It's cool to know. I really wanted to check in and see, like, from a loss to a win, like what teams really look at specifically on like what to learn where I'm from and like what things went right, and like, you know, focusing on positioning and like how to get your shot better or have your best chances with that. Like when you're talking about making your own luck, like them adjusting for that a little bit is kind of nice. And then it's really funny that we didn't get to know that there was a tech boss issue, because dude, those rounds at the end in the OT, like, we're going by so fast.
Oh, they do. I love when it gets to that point and everyone's just trying random stuff. It's so fun. Kind of looking at Sen though, I think I didn't see last week, but I think it changes a lot when you have a stand-in, and then you obviously get your main that you've been pracking with. They've been doing a lot of good stuff. I was very impressed with Joe, and I haven't watched him much at all. So to actually see that he looks like this comfy, he got a lot of first kills. He looked like very, very confident. So I liked him. But yeah, my main takeaway, man, was just like their game plan was cool. I think some of the Sage wars could be a little better, or like have like a mix up. Sometimes they're kind of just doing them when the people are close and they're just going to get shot. And some of the Sage lows as well from both sides can be better. But yeah, I was impressed, man. I love that split game so much. It was fun.
It was good.
Yeah, I think on my side it's like, I'm not like blown away compositionally or like strategic depth. I'm not like, wow, amazing, like this is gonna inspire me to like come back to coaching or anything. But like, I think that like Ewok said in the interviews that he was just focusing a lot on, you know, comfort and kind of fundamentals and stuff like that. And it just feels like that is probably an approach to have with a team that's like so fresh and new. And you can see that kind of playing out, like especially with Cortesia, who I think had a very disappointing like kickoff debut with this team, who's supposed to be coming in as one of the star players and now looks, you know, like a very different player in this series for sure. And I expect him to continue doing the same, honestly. The other thing that I find interesting was that the way they were talking about Jerwin was like Jonah was like saying they're quite like brutal, I think was the word he used, like with him coming into the team. Like he's obviously quite new rookie, but like they're trying to shape him up quickly. And so I expect him to keep improving if that's like the way they're kind of seeing him. Like he's probably not a Neon who's coming in to just take over the world immediately. Like I can see probably there's going to be like incremental improvements probably.
Yeah, do you know what this game reminded me of as well? I can't remember exactly who MIBR were playing, but like that game on Bind where Cortesia like completely carried and just like put the whole
I
team on
remember
his
this
back and was
game.
just like purely, even just emotional, like leader. That stuff's so nice to see him do, man.
Yeah, his vibes are so
it
good,
was,
man.
It was that game, yeah. It was like, yeah, his vibes are good, man. His vibes are good, and he just he frags so heavy, wins so many big rounds. It was dude, when this guy plays at his peak, it's so he's like really, really good. And again, he's the emotional leader. It feels like as well, so it's cool.
So it's like I think German is a role player too, like as on a debut, like a week late, amazing. This game changed my life, type shit. It was.
This is the one, yeah, bro. That was nuts, man.
Yeah, it's hella dope. But that said, I'm not sure we can quickly. I like doing this, seeing who they're facing up next, and it's gonna be an uphill battle for them. I feel like it's an upgraded EG from last week. You got FURIA, then you got NRG. So yeah, I think the theme for them is make your own luck somewhere, man. This is wild.
That NRG game could be a very important game for both teams.
That's
That'll
true.
be a banger.
It's considering the form the other teams are in, it's doable. Like, but the EG game's a must win.
Yeah.
Let's look ahead though. We keep talking about all these games, what's going to happen. I want to jump into predictions and look at what's being going down. I think we can start a little bit with the viewer report card check-in to see how the young little Timmies, the young little members have been checking things out. So for Americas, the match of the week was G2 versus Lev. They predicted G2 and were wrong, unfortunately.
Bro,
yeah,
this is
one of those up there.
It's a bad performance this week. That's a bad.
Bonus
Oh, he had a
though,
double.
Thieves versus SEN, and obviously, Jerwin coming in is gonna be
Oh,
no.
shit.
Oh,
I love that this
no.
segment is just we don't look at our own predictions that are probably just as terrible. We just like flame the viewers for all the years in which
I got
we
the
got
Lev
flamed.
one. That's about it. I mean, it's the only one I got right.
0-4.
Holy shit!
No.
Oh,
This is
fuck.
tough. That's
Getting
tough for the
flashbacks to
viewers.
school.
If they're on the roster, they might be getting might be looking for other viewers. I'm not gonna lie. This is crazy. We gotta shop around. This is wild. Past that, we can check on the match of the week specifically from our side up first. If we're ready for a card, are we? Yes. Just making sure.
Wait, what was the match of the week? Oh no, we're just
or
match of the week.
The predictions themselves.
Predictions.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
ready. Thank you for
Predictions.
checking in.
All right, cool. Thank you. We've got Leviathan versus Envy. Do I remember what I went for? No clue. Should be a guarantee.
I tell you what, this is I don't feel that confident about this. I'm Envy are winning one of the three.
Yep.
This could be one of them.
What are the other two? Sorry, just to
MIBR G2.
Yeah. Oh.
That's a noise.
Mid noise adjustment. I think they beat G2. I think they have a better chance against G2 than Lev. Thoughts?
No, I agree with that.
Hello,
but
everyone.
They're gonna win one of these.
You've spawned in as a Lev believer. Would you like to change your opinion?
Why wouldn't I? I mean, it's not about the guarantee. It's about being right, and we will be right. Actually, who are they playing? I forgot.
Who are they playing?
No, don't say.
Playing Envy.
Yeah, don't even say it.
Oh,
Me and
Envy?
Sliggy are more high on Envy than Dryad, I think.
Yeah.
No, Lev is winning 100%.
All right, cool. 100%. I like that. Dryad's law. Yeah. Let's see if it starts here. It starts here. Let's see where we go with it. G2 versus Allowed. I want to move on to this one and see what we're talking about. I mean, one of us must have.
This might be 100%. Yeah, that's mad. Did you realize that you did this one, or?
So okay. Now I have a thing to say. I have a few things to say. First of all, I think it's really fucked up how I be getting my predictions right, and people are like, she just got them right because she's biased. Like, of course, it's because it's South America.
Bias? No, it's not bias. It's the insider info, right?
It has to be.
That's my theory.
The people out there, they're always saying that, and I think that's fucked up. God forbid a girl just watches the game and has her own thoughts and might be biased sometimes. Might be biased sometimes. Now, when is that sometimes? Right now. If I'm going to be biased towards someone, why would I be biased towards Brazilian teams? Look, I love them. I support them. I want them to do good. Sometimes I think people are unfair, but I have no connection with Brazil. We don't have a lot of Latin American players as well. But for one person, I will be biased, is my Colombian brother, Darker. Every single time. And I message him I was like, NT, bro, you got it next time. And then he said, trust me, vote loud and I won't let you down. We won't let you down. We're going to win. You'll see. And I trust him. I trust him. So this prediction is not me. This is Darker. This is Darker who's going to get the win. So my prediction is right.
They've lost a submarine to this team last stage, Dryad. They've taken some debts, liabilities, and losses through an entire stage, and you get trusted. What happens if they lose? What are you putting on the table if they lose?
My house.
Specs.
Oh,
We'll see what the deal is like. That's crazy. Let's move over to FURIA versus KRU, which is our match of the week, potentially. Wow. Or match of the week. Match of the week. I can't listen. I was born in a different place with different vocal cords.
No.
Wait, did I? Oh, no, yeah, I did do this.
No, please, guys. I'm so scared.
No, I did do this, yeah.
Really?
Shit. I appreciate you didn't counter it.
I floated. I flicked it and I flicked it back.
Did you guys think about the veto in doing this one? Because I think I saw both of them playing on like the same maps. I think Breeze, KRU sometimes bans Fracture a lot, but they've left it open I think once. What's okay? And
all I thought about was Dante's path, and when it goes into a site, I clicked.
You pass through your brain pretty much.
Yeah,
I am so
looking at
scared.
FURIA. You're not Dryad guaranteeing this one? Is this not a Dryad guarantee?
I'm just.
where's the 100%?
It's like I have to choose between my two children. You know, I don't know what to do. I like.
FURIA is your child?
FURIA is your child?
I don't know what to do. I mean, is it a guarantee?
I'm also realizing the lore of your children right now, and I really quickly want to move on. If anyone knows, they know.
Stop!
All right. Anyway, I can change the subject really easily. This is the 4th time we've guaranteed against FURIA, and we have not been right yet. I think it might be the 5th time this year. So.
But how many of them were
But have I
involved in
been part of
Sideshow?
it?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how many was
probably
Sideshow
every
involved
single
in?
one.
Well, then I think we're safe.
I think we're safe. Damn.
There's so
FURIA
many
looks
layers
good.
to this that I don't understand.
Well, if Alan doesn't show up the same way he did against NRG, I feel like there's a chance for KRU to just shut them down completely. No,
I think KRU. I do favor KRU just a little bit, but
not 100%.
It's a close game, yeah.
What's that thing called at the end of the year? Like the people that are salaried, right? They get an extra amount of money. What is that thing called if they perform better? Bonus match of the week coming up is our next one. NRG versus
I'm a big
Thieves.
fan of these. I'm a big fan. Because I'm such an idiot. I'm just like, oh, I won the answer.
you win a grand prediction of bada bing bada boom when I guarantee the room dale.
I feel alright about this though, surely.
I'm feeling pretty good about this one.
Okay, I'm not too scared about this one. Is 100%.
Yeah,
this one's 100%.
Okay, I like it.
Tap it in. No, you're never being risky with this. Okay. Oh, the score is pretty good for the Plat Chat guarantee so far.
I'm just in the old prediction. I just like KRU, by the way. I really like KRU.
Okay.
Brilliant. Talk about the old.
You are biased.
I'm a KRU fan.
You are biased, but you don't get the bias allegations. While me, I am not biased.
Have you
And I get
ever
the bias
seen me
allegations.
like interact with KRU on any level?
I also do, bro. That team last year, they died, and that my connection with KRU died as well. I got no intel. I know they're my neighbors, but I literally just messaged them yesterday. Like,
I'm
hey
not
guys,
on the
like,
Sliggy conspiracy.
I've got no intel. They're my neighbors. That's crazy. And then to avoid the inside info thing, you just said, oh yeah, I spoke to Darker. He said he's gonna win. That's literally insider info.
Yeah. No, you know what? Yeah.
Investigations
about
must
it.
be had. I wanna investigate another evil genius, not just Dryad, but the team against Sentinels, who they are playing. Iambic pentameter is not what that is. Easy versus Sen Preds. Go. And this one is pull.
Oh, guys, all of them. Oh, but come on, this is fine.
Are you sure? After last week, they didn't look that bad.
Who?
EG.
Depends what map you're looking at.
True. Actually, no. I thought about this.
But
I think the slow approach they have is not going to work. Yeah. Even with whatever they do, their slow approach that takes like 90 seconds that they have like on every single map is not going to work against this team that like calls out a lot of these things when they're slow, hard anchors, and doesn't like fall for rotations as much, in my opinion.
You're right. You talk about the Lotus where they like called slow against a Vice and then got caught by Vice shooter all the time.
Yeah.
They're gonna do that against the Sage. Yeah.
Even on Haven though, right? Like on a Haven, like try to push pull, but they never left somebody in an extremity. They'd have like a 5-0 A hit and not even leave someone short leaving, or they just default like in their spawn. Sentinels don't really search for like information on the map like that. You know, it's not like they're ulting down middle like Divatino or something. Like they don't have the tech to be able to prowler themselves and their bodies to see what's going on. So they'll stay on their sights, and EG should just lose, I feel like.
Up to this point, we would have 5 guarantees if it wasn't because I read loud, right?
Yeah.
That's great. That is really good. That is
Yeah,
really
but we
good.
might be right.
We might be right now.
I don't think we've ever been right if it's multiple guarantees. Like at least if
But-
it's more than 3.
But when have we
Hold
ever
on,
had
hold
this 4?
Say that again, Silly. What did you say
You're
about this? That we
so
might be
right.
right? You said
We might be
might,
right.
right?
Yeah,
Minnie,
might.
Minnie, your name. What does it start with? The first 2 letters. M-I, and we might be right. M-I, and we're talking about MIBR versus Cloud9. Tap
How
in, don't
does
get
he
it
do
twisted. Stay with me now. Stay with me now.
I
Guarantee
don't like
that
where this
shit.
is going.
Listen, we think about every time you've been wrong ever in your whole life. Every single time.
That's
I'm
overwhelming.
gonna blink real quick.
This
I'm gonna
week was
blink.
so much.
That's it. That's all I have in my brain. Toss it out the window because we're right this time. This is the truth.
Oh my god.
We
What
might
are
be
we
the goats.
doing?
I think us 4 are the goats of Plat Chat. I think this combination of people is going to
The fact
carry
that
the
this
show
is
going
this is the
forward.
America segment, it really makes you think. It really makes you think.
Wait, yeah, where is everyone?
I'm having a great time.
It's against
People are
C9.
busy.
It's actually against C9.
People are busy.
Mimi's at a
Yeah, I would
Roblox
be-
tournament or
yeah.
something. Josh is
Mimi's
on a
at a Roblox
freaking
tournament.
flight. I don't
He's
know
playing
where
Pokemon
everybody
Champions on a
else-
flight.
yeah.
They all stayed up till like 12 a.m. playing another Deadlock the entire time. But yeah, MIBR versus C9. Percentage-wise, I don't even think Bala has a conversation in this
I was
one.
gonna
like,
say, yeah, this might be our best one.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, who's
The Ben C9 dude.
Oh. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yeah,
It's
we're good.
100%. It's 100%.
No Oxy show.
This? Nah, it's a bit under.
He can do the Oxy show all he wants, but unfortunately, not enough.
You've just become the intro to a crazy frag movie that's about to pop up on Twitter.
And I love that. I love
When they
Oxy.
win.
I love Oxy. I want him to do good, but it's a bit hard.
Love me. This is gonna be crazy. Okay. That's it. We have one last thing to do before we wrap up today, which is Wyatt's weekly award, which comes with
Welcome to
this.
Wyatt's Weekly Award, or should I say reward, because this week the winner gets to choose their prize. A banana? A wireless Dyson vacuum? A television?
What the?
I don't have an outro.
Actually just cleaning the living room, but it's a Wyatt weekly award. That's too good. Yeah, so this week's award is actually going to Ethan from NRG for his take on Kane Zera's 12-month ban, which has, I think, been asked 56 million times in every co-streamer's chat room. Ethan wants to say what we're all thinking, which is, yeah, he doesn't talk about this stuff too often, but TLDR, if you're a popular player on the come up and you're in the spotlight and you have talent, act like a professional. Like, image is, you know, it's your brand, and you know where you are, you know what you're doing. That's the entire thing. Don't be stupid. It's not complicated. Paraphrasing. Yeah, shout out. It's a very good take.
You nailed it.
Mhm.
And
I
Ethan,
think
if
we
you
all stand by
wanna
that.
email us, we can get you your prize. Just let us know which one you want.
Which one would you guys pick out of the 3? There's a very obvious choice.
Is there a very obvious choice? Because on
100%.
TV is pretty cheap now. Is the Dyson not more expensive?
I have a TV and I have a Dyson, so I would go with the banana. I don't have those.
That's messed up. You could sell it and get 50 bananas.
That is true, but then you'd have to have an account, and that's, you know, going with the government, and that's a whole conspiracy over there. And then Dryad, I think for her, I think KRU doesn't allow TVs or Dysons, so this is actually going more so to your narrative of there's insider stuff going on over there, but it's complicated.
You know what? I really went into this episode like I'm going to fight this fucking bias allegations. And I think I really made it 10 times worse. Like, that's not. This is not what I want.
It's because Slicky got the conspiracy theory. I think Slicky was spearheading this conspiracy theory there about you.
There's no conspiracy. That's really nailed.
It's just true.
Hey, listen, whether you believe in Dryad or you want to see some people in suits show up to her front door, what I would do is leave a comment and subscribe. In terms of investigations, like investigating if there's, you know what, let's not advocate for any of that. If you like amazing things in life, like Plat Chat, leave a comment, subscribe, tell us your favorite moment of the episode. We'll see you guys soon. That's all us for, that's it for now.